beside a segment of the old city wall. Now merely a relic for admiration, Lumien's gaze passed between the tall and short gray-white stone buildings and landed on a majestic temple standing near the mountain range. It towered 30 meters high, made up of several turrets, reminiscent of an ancient war fortress left over from bygone eras. At this moment, influenced by both the mountains and the clouds, the near-noon sunlight cast a dim hue, cloaking the grand temple in a dusk-like veil. Is that a temple of the god of combat? Lumien didn't turn his head as he asked the Knight of Swords beside him. The god of combat church was the only state religion of the Faesac Empire, but following their defeat in the war a few years ago, the Evernight Goddess Church had gained a certain right to preach within the empire, although they seemed unenthusiastic about this role. The Knight of Swords replied succinctly, "It's a cathedral. Not a temple, but a cathedral." True to the Phaeacians, who suffer from a fascination with enormity, and their taste is not bad. For some reason, Lumien suddenly recalled a phrase he had heard at the curly-haired baboons' research society. More is beautiful, bigger is better. He then asked, "Is this a Faesac colony?" "Yes," the Knight of Swords replied in a deep voice. "But now the Loanese have the right to trade here." Lumien nodded slightly, saying nothing further as he followed the road into Rakleff City. Along the way, it was easy for him to distinguish people from different countries among the crowd. The Phaeacians, tall in stature, men typically over 6 feet 3 inches, women nearly 6 feet, matched Lumien's stereotype of them. Descendants of giants, even including many half-giants. Their dressing tended to be casual, with either unbuttoned jackets or no jackets at all. The Loanese, predominantly with black hair, cared much about their appearance, always impeccably dressed. The ladies favored round-brimmed bonnets and carried sun-blocking parasols, while the gentlemen were decked out in top hats and carried canes. The locals of Rakleff were darker-skinned and wiry. The men often wore durable canvas work clothes, and the women dressed for labor, with only a few in brightly colored dresses, herding cattle, sheep, and horses. Lumien watched a dwarf horse and several long-haired cattle pass by, spotting a local man in a dark red robe with a stark white skull topped with a wool-knit gray and white hat on his head. "Is this the remnant of death worship you mentioned in the local customs?" Lumien didn't choose his path deliberately but followed his instincts. The Knight of Swords nodded slightly and said, "Yes, the people of Rakleff keep the skulls of their deceased relatives at home, believing they protect them, bring good luck, and help fend off dangers lurking in the night. The more skulls a family has, the more prosperous and developed it is considered. This is similar to the practice in Cordu where relatives' hair and nails are kept. But here, the death worship is much stronger, hence the choice of skulls, making it more extreme." Lumien suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. The Knight of Swords continued, "Some even make amulets from the skulls of their deceased kin to carry with them at all times. What you saw earlier was just such a case. During the annual Blessing Festival, all the locals in Rakleff take the skulls from their homes into the streets, dress them solemnly, and join in the revelry and prayers together." "Blessing Festival?" Lumien perked up, asking with gravity. Having experienced Lent, Sea Prayer Festival, and Dream Festival, he felt like he had developed a sort of festival-induced PTSD, with a headache starting whenever he heard of another special day. Oxito, a shaman king of the Rose School of Thought and a key follower of the primordial moon, couldn't be staying in Rakleff just for the Blessing Festival, could he? The Knight of Swords responded somberly, "The Blessing Festival has long since passed. It was in November last year, more than a month before the Dream Festival." "You know about the Dream Festival?" Lumien first breathed a sigh of relief, then asked anxiously, "Did Oxito first appear in the Rakleff area before or after the Blessing Festival?" The Knight of Swords thought for a moment before replying, "Before." "So during the Blessing Festival, he was likely still in the Rakleff area?" Lumien furrowed his brow slightly. "That seems to be the case," the Knight of Swords answered very cautiously. Franca's gaze drifted away from a local woman with colorful skulls sewn onto her shoulder, and she turned to a tall, blonde, blue-eyed woman from Faesac with a smile. "Sorry, I already have a lady companion. Isn't this Phaeacian a bit too forthright? Flirting with me and Jenna, and to think, aside from men, There were also beautiful women inviting us over. The Faceation chuckled. I don't mind if you both come over to my place. I mind. Jenna spoke up for Franca. They had been wandering around Ratcliffe City for nearly 2 hours. Although Franca hadn't actively unleashed the demoness of pleasure's charm to avoid suspicion of fishing purposefully, their carefully styled demoness appearance alone, in terms of looks, demeanor, and figure, was enough to draw plenty of attention. Here, the Faceations were bold and direct, both men and women, while the Loanese were conservative and reserved, only daring to approach after finding a good reason. The locals mostly just watched from a distance, quietly following, with a few gathering the courage to speak up, but only in the guise of offering guidance. All right then. The female Faceation, a bit taller than Franca, waved her hand in disappointment and turned to enter a nearby cafe. Franca and Jenna were now in the heart of Ratcliffe City, on a street that boasted the grand and elegant architectural style typical of Faceac. It's almost noon. How about trying some Faceac cuisine? Franca looked up at the sun, bright but not warm. She was referring to the St. Millum restaurant diagonally across from them. St. Millum was the capital of the Faceac Empire, and naming a restaurant after it seemed an attempt to offer an authentic experience. Sure. Jenna nodded gently. As the two demonesses stepped into the grand and intricately decorated restaurant, Anthony sat down on a bench across the street and quietly started on his lunch, a corn tortilla wrapped around beef and lamb, seasoned with various spices. Lumion walked with Ludwig and Lugano until they reached the temple-like Holy Lake Cathedral. But once they truly entered the city, the Knight of Swords, Merrick, disappeared. However, Lumion's instincts told him that this minor arcana card holder was still nearby. Feeling anything unusual? Lumion inquired of Ludwig. No. Ludwig shook his head. Lumion then turned to Lugano. What about you? Me? Lugano looked baffled. Isn't it Ludwig's job to locate people? What does this have to do with me? Do you sense anything unusual? Lumion calmly repeated the question. For some reason, Lugano felt that his employer had become more approachable lately, so he honestly replied, No. Gurgle, gurgle. A strange noise sounded next to both him and Lumion. Both turned their gaze to Ludwig. Touching his stomach, Ludwig looked eager and said, It's time for lunch. All right. Lumion agreed readily. His philosophy was to never let a child go hungry, especially since the starving child might resort to cannibalism. He looked around and pointed towards a bustling street to the northwest of Holy Lake Square. There seemed to be quite a few restaurants there. This time, Ludwig didn't need Lugano's hand-holding. He scampered ahead with short strides, while Lumion followed at a leisurely pace, and Lugano trailed close behind. The street bore a very typical Faceac characteristic, complete with trees and benches, resembling a streetscape in the northern continent countries. Lumion glanced around briefly and pointed with his chin to St. Millum restaurant not far away. Let's try some Faceac cuisine. Okay. Ludwig wiped his mouth. Suddenly, his eager expression turned to confusion, and his head moved left and right as if searching for something. Lumion noticed this unusual behavior. Why? Want an ice cream too? He teased Ludwig. Imitating Lugano's usual demeanor, Ludwig pressed his voice down and said, I think I sensed that child from the body, but it's vague. Sensed the bird-clawed baby? Lumion looked around. There were no other children in sight, just Faceations and locals, with a few from Lone scattered among them. There weren't even any pregnant women around. Then Ludwig added, I can't sense it anymore. Had it moved beyond a 30-meter range? Lumion thoughtfully withdrew his gaze. If what we had just encountered was related to the bird-clawed baby, then my own Omabella bloodline might have been sensed by the other. Lumion nodded and smiled at Ludwig. Let's eat first. Nothing's more important than filling our bellies. Right. For the first time, Ludwig felt that the Godfather's words resonated deeply with him. Upon entering St. Millum restaurant, Lumion immediately noticed Franca and Jenna sitting in a conspicuous spot. The carefully dressed demonesses caught Lumion's attention for an extra second. Meanwhile, he wondered to himself, is this the law of beyonder characteristics convergence? How coincidental for us to choose the same restaurant. Franca and Jenna, noticing his gaze, looked back at him, one with a mouth agape in surprise, the other stifling a laugh. They quickly composed themselves and turned their attention back to the beet soup in front of them. With the waiter's guidance, Lumion, Ludwig, and Lugano took a seat in the corner. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The waiter offered a menu designed like a book. Lumion glanced at it, chose not to browse through, and simply said, "One set of everything but the drinks." Although limited by the variety of local ingredients, St. Millum Restaurant's menu appeared thick, yet it didn't offer an extensive variety of dishes. However, relatively speaking, a whole book's worth of menu items couldn't possibly be too few. It was enough to make a dozen adults feel stuffed. The restaurant's waiter was a local, but he spoke fluent Phaeacian, Loanese, and Intisian, completely understanding Lumion's order without any confusion. He was about to double-check when he saw the customer from Intis bring out a thick stack of gold horn. This was the currency of the Phaeac Empire, commonly used in the Raklev area. Before teleporting to the southern continent that morning, Lumion had specifically gone to a nearby bank to exchange some cash at a higher rate of 4.4 vril d'or for one gold horn. But the cash he now produced wasn't his own. It was activity funds provided by the Knight of Swords, Merrick. All of it. The waiter, diligent and thorough, made one last inquiry. "All of it," Lumion confirmed, earning Ludwig's approval. After a while, dishes like beet soup, red wine beef stew, cream-fried cod, caviar, grilled meat skewers, appetizer salad, thick-cut steaks, and Phaeac pies were served one by one. Ludwig was utterly immersed in a sea of flavors, and Lumion, too, let himself indulge. As a Sequence 5 Reaper, his appetite was already not small, and similarly Harvest Priest Lugano, starting as a planter, was eating more and more. After nearly filling their stomachs, as Lumion savored the salty, fishy burst of the caviar in his mouth and awaited the arrival of dessert, he pondered over the recent events. Why did Ludwig just vaguely sense the presence of the bird-clawed baby? And then in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Could it be that we were exactly 30 meters apart, and just one step further would break the range of perception? This is too coincidental. If it were arranged, they would have let Ludwig keep sensing it. If Ludwig could sense the bird-clawed baby, could the baby also sense its mother approaching? Did it detect the deceased mother appearing in an unnatural way and immediately leave the area or hide, severing the connection between them? This explanation is more reasonable, not reliant on coincidence. Now the question arises, if it wasn't a coincidence, why did the bird-clawed baby appear on this street? Couldn't possibly just be passing by and happen to bump into us, right? If it truly is the law of convergence, it's still unclear whether it's due to a bloodline connection or a law of repulsion. Lumion picked up the napkin that was on his lap, folded it neatly, and stood up, pushing the stack of gold horn to Lugano. "I'll take a walk nearby to see if there's anything worth buying. You take care of Ludwig and remember to pay for the meal." "Sure." Lugano was happy to remain seated without moving. Lumion left St. Millum Restaurant with a leisurely gait, taking in all the shops and pedestrians along the street. There were banks, candy stores, cafes, and shops selling Phaeacian imported goods, with no suspicious individuals in sight. The passers-by were mostly Phaeacians and Raklev locals, the latter often carrying talismans made from their relative skulls. Some wore them as hats, others strung them into necklaces, and some sewed them onto their clothing at the shoulder. It is not apparent who might attract the bird-clawed baby and its associates here, nor which building might harbor something unusual. Lumion pondered as he walked along the street, hoping for a chance encounter. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Finally, he finished his stroll along the street and returned to St. Millum Restaurant. The two demonesses leisurely enjoyed a lavish Phaeacian meal, their prominent position and striking looks drawing the gaze of everyone who came and went. Some even made a point of passing by their table repeatedly. Lumion took the opportunity to admire the demoness's beauty. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ludwig only sensed the bird-clawed baby near St. Millum Restaurant, Franca and Jenna were right here in the restaurant. Could it be that they truly attracted the attention of Oxito, the shaman king, who personally brought or sent the bird-clawed baby to track them, looking for an opportunity to strike? Upon discovering the scent of a deceased mother on Ludwig and sensing my child of God bloodline, did Oxito abandon his original plan, temporarily leaving this area or completely hiding? This logic flows smoothly. There's no issue, but how could the guardian demigod of the Temperance faction completely miss Oxito's presence? A shaman king is adept at concocting various magical agents and conducting rituals, perhaps using one to evade normal premonitions and intuitions? Or could it be some other method? Lumion quickly reviewed the intelligence provided by the Temperance faction about the shaman king. His steps slowed, seemingly captivated by the beauty and charm of the two demonesses, reluctant to look away. After analyzing the information on the apothecary pathway up to sequence 4 Shaman King, Lumion considered that Oxito might have also received a boon transitioning to female, and he recalled the information he knew about the heretic spellmaster pathway. In a flash of thought, a term came to mind: Paramitha. Note: Sequence 4 of the villain pathway, boon, allows you to establish a new small world called Paramitha. In this world, when humans die, their souls return to the earth and roam the wilderness. On special occasions, they can return home, be reborn, and emerge from the mother's womb as human fetuses. Also, this sequence turns you into a woman. Paramitha exists in its own right, dependent on the land, and its activities cannot be detected from the outside. Did Oxito use some application of Paramitha to evade the gaze of the Temperance faction's demigod and follow Franca and Jenna undetected? Were those bird-clawed babies taken into Paramitha after they crawled out of their mothers? With Paramitha clearly involving the domain of death, were these mothers dead before the bird-clawed babies tore out? In that case, from birth, they bear a strong taint of death, seamlessly blending into Paramitha. Just now, Paramitha was unfolding, watching Franca and Jenna, waiting to make a move, and upon sensing the presence of the deceased mother and the bloodline of a child of God, Paramitha immediately retracted, cutting off this close connection. No wonder Ludwig's sensing of the bird-clawed baby was so vague. It was because it was inside Paramitha. Moreover, the local Skull Blessing Festival clearly reveres death, which can be linked to Paramitha. Could Oxito's deep-seated purpose for coming to the Raklef region be hidden in this? With his speculation, Lumion approached Franca and Jenna's table with a genuine smile and politely asked in Intision like any real Intision would do, "May I have the honor of sitting here for a few minutes, beautiful ladies?" Franca replied in amusement, "Are you also from Intis?" She knew Lumion's approach wasn't simply to chat her up. He must have another purpose, so she played along very cooperatively. "Yes, which is why I felt a connection as soon as I saw you." Lumion fully utilized the pickup lines he'd learned from everyday life in Trier. At a nearby table, several men who were covertly listening in thought simultaneously. Damn Intisians. Curse those Intisian playboys. Jenna's response was natural, tinged with a hint of wariness and surprise. "Are you here in Raklef for travel or business?" As she spoke, Jenna signaled the waiter, who brought over a chair for Lumion beside their table. Lumion sat down and said to the two demonesses, "Your beauty is like something out of a dream. No, even in my dreams, I haven't seen anyone as beautiful as you. You must have caught many an eye along the way. Damn it. These sweet nothings are giving me goosebumps." At this moment, Franca would have preferred if Lumion mocked her. Of course, she was still secretly pleased. After all, she had heard from Brown Sauron that every demoness who had transitioned from male would have a bit of narcissism, fond of and proud of her feminine self. Jenna felt both discomfort and amusement, much like encountering a pretentious drunkard while playing a witch. Her acting was good. She showed no oddity and smiled mockingly. "Really? Would you dare to look into my eyes and say that again?" Seeing the handsome young man genuinely sit beside the beautiful ladies and engage in pleasant conversation, seemingly stirring emotions, the surrounding men lamented. How can they be so superficial, only considering looks? That's how you get deceived. Lumion laughed, looking into Jenna's eyes and said, The moment I saw you, I knew what true beauty was. How can this guy say such things without feeling nauseous? Jenna avoided Lumien's gaze, answering his earlier question. You know, some gazes make one feel uncomfortable. Any gaze more peculiar than others? Lumien asked with a smile. Franca, understanding what he was probing for, shook her head. No. Lumien nodded pensively. The weather here is rather cold. Did you feel something similar earlier? Franca recalled for a moment, pursed her lips and said, It started a bit on Chapin Street and lasted until just before the beet soup was served. The soup was warm and made us no longer feel cold. Paramitha that involves the realm of death made the surroundings feel a bit colder? Lumien said with a smile to Franca. Perhaps that's the lack of a reliable man's warmth. Franca's face twitched, and she communicated with Lumien using her eyes and lips. Please, no more playing the playboy. As the three conversed, the image of a woman wearing a petite black cap and light golden bun appeared faintly on the surface of a gold leaf mirror embedded in the wall. She rested her chin in her hand, her gaze occasionally focused on Lumien and Jenna, then shifting between Lumien and Franca, and assessing Franca and Jenna. Lumien kept his promise, and sat at the table with the two demonesses for only a few minutes before politely taking his leave, leaving the nearby men somewhat perplexed and puzzled. Shouldn't he have seized the opportunity to pursue further? Could this be the advanced technique of an Intisian playboy and dandyist? Walking back to his own table, Lumien saw waiters carrying a towering stack of plates, their faces a mix of confusion, shock, and fear as they walked away. All the dishes on the menu had really been devoured. The look in their eyes towards Ludwig and Lugano was as if they were staring at monsters who had crawled out of the abyss. If you knew that 2/3 of those dishes and mains were consumed by Ludwig, and Lugano and I only shared the remaining third, you'd be even more scared, worried you might be eaten too. Well, that worry would be justified. Lumien muttered silently as he sat down. Before him, Ludwig and Lugano, there was now a slice of apple cake and a cup of richly flavored ice cream. Ludwig's face was unmasked in satisfaction, the most fulfilled he had felt in a long time. This was not only because the Faciation meals were generous in portion and tasty, but also because it didn't hurt Lumien to spend someone else's money. Lumien pushed his slice of apple cake towards Ludwig and appeared to concentrate as he scooped up the milky ice cream with a spoon and placed it in his mouth. As he savored the melting frost and the spreading taste of milk, he whispered to himself, Have any of you noticed anything unusual around 2 of cups and 7 of cups? After a brief silence, a faint, ethereal voice echoed in Lumien's ear. It was from the Knight of Swords Merrick. We did notice something from Chapin Street until you approached St. Millum restaurant, but only a slight abnormality was detected, and we couldn't pinpoint its origin. This matches Franca's description and my speculation, confirming each other. The Temperance faction's demigod is unable to catch Oxito, even though they have started tracking Franca and Jenna. Can we only wait for Oxito to make a move? Lumien thought for a few seconds and pulled out a pair of non-prescription, plain gold-rimmed glasses for disguise from his traveler's bag, placing them on his nose. He immediately saw the image of the Knight of Swords dressed in a shirt and vest highlighted in the lenses, then disappearing. The voice of Merrick became clearer. We occasionally find such slight abnormalities and corresponding traces too, and that is also one of the main reasons we are sure that Oxito is still in the Raklev area. Can Paramitha alone achieve this, managing to move undetected under the nose of a demigod with strong spiritual intuition? Lumien, lacking a deep understanding of Paramitha, could only speculate based on his past experiences. He had entered Paramitha more than once. In Cordu, whether in reality or in dreams, he had entered Paramitha several times, but at that time without high-level forces involved. He couldn't judge the normal state of Paramitha and whether it could deceive a demigod's senses and intuition when it unfolded. In Trier, during the Tree of Shadow catastrophe, he was involuntarily drawn into Lady Moon's Paramitha, which effectively isolated the inside from the outside, preventing Trier's demigods from detecting the growth of the Tree of Shadow and the fighting in that area. It was only through Franca's use of the Judgment card and the unique properties of Madame Judgment that they managed to establish a connection with the outside world, allowing the Tarot Club's demigods to pinpoint and descend into Permitha. At that time, the demigods of Trier were far from Ru anarchy, unaware of anything hidden there, which could be understood and accepted. Memories flashed through Lumian's mind, and he always felt that Permitha could not reach the current extent. When Permitha closed, it was normal that the Temperance faction's demigod couldn't sense it even if nearby. But how could it remain undetected after unfolding right under the nose of the Temperance faction's demigod? Is it that powerful? I think even Lady Moon's Permitha couldn't achieve that, only capable of masking activities and protecting itself through distance from being detected. Lumian turned his gaze to the window, seeing two locals among the passers-by. One had a human skull painted purple hanging on his chest, and the other tied a bleached white human skull on top of his head. Death worship. Permitha. Perhaps Shaman King Oxito has developed a special aspect of his Permitha in the Raklev area, which allows him to unfold it in front of a demigod without being detected, at least until there's substantial interaction. Lumian speculated, piecing together Madame Pualis's plan to use the folklore of Cordu to enhance her own Permitha. Lumian took another spoonful of milky ice cream and lowered his voice again. Tell me more about the origins and circumstances of the Skull Blessing Festival. Knight of Swords Merrick replied clearly in his ear. It dates back to the Fall of Death, when the situation on the southern continent fundamentally changed. The Fall of Death caused disturbances in the underworld, leaving most spirits unable to sense or enter it, forced instead to wander its periphery, between the spirit world and the real world. As a result, when sentient beings die, they are very likely to become undead, wraiths, or evil spirits, a grave threat to the living, leading to one disaster after another. The response of the northern continent nations has been church-sanctioned purification combined with compulsory cremation. Here, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Combat Church have had notable success with purification, making cremation unnecessary for those who have been purified. Hearing this, Lumian truly understood and appreciated the various measures taken before and after death, including consoling the dying, purifying the dead, encouraging cremation, and rewarding the discovery of deceased vagrants. The origins of all these practices was the fall of death and the subsequent anomalies in the underworld. No wonder the old bones in the lower layers of the underground tombs are still bones, not ashes. During the fourth epoch, the underworld hadn't yet been disturbed, and the spirits had a place to return to. Some mysticism knowledge suggests that bodies are prone to transform at the end of the fourth epoch during the Pale Disaster, caused by Death's invasion of the northern continent. Indeed, it is the legacy of the Pale Disaster. Death perished during that disaster, leading to the anomaly in the underworld. Lumian suddenly realized, gaining a deeper understanding of certain mysticism knowledge. The Knight of Swords continued. The same issues arose on the southern continent, but the Balam Empire, home to many Beyonders following the death pathway, swiftly devised several solutions that quelled the undead outbreaks in certain areas without resorting to mandatory cremation, thus restoring normalcy. In other regions, however, due to ongoing independence efforts from countries like Hagenti, Paz, and the Highlands, faith in death began to wane, leading to a period of rampant undead plagues and a power vacuum. The people in these areas had no choice but to fend for themselves. Lumian nodded slightly. Is the Skull Blessing Festival a solution for the Raklev area? The Skull Blessing Festival is just one manifestation, explained the Knight of Swords simply. According to records left by the Highlands Kingdom, it appears that the people of Raklev, with the help of a former official from the Balam Empire, established a mini-state for the spirits, allowing the dead to enter and rest there without emerging again. However, this isn't the underworld. It cannot truly offer rest, nor can it completely bind the spirits. They just have to gradually fade away. The annual Skull Blessing Festival is a day for the spirits to emerge, revel, and be liberated. Keeping the skulls of loved ones at home helps to protect the family from any spirits that might stray from this mini-state, preventing them from causing harm. In essence, they created a rudimentary, localized version of the underworld for spirits to return to, a place to return to. The concept of Permitha is similar, where souls return to the earth and wander the wilderness. Moreover, in Permitha, spirits can return home on special days to enjoy the joy of reunion, much like the Raklev area's Skull Blessing Festival. The only difference is that here, the spirits have no path to rebirth. They can only slowly fade away. Lumion compared the local state for the deceased to Paramitha and grasped something subtle. He recalled something Louis Lund once relayed from Madame Pualis. What's been established is merely a small caricature Paramitha, a part of the complete Paramitha. Lumion inhaled sharply, muttering under his breath. Could Oxito be planning to merge this local spirit realm into his own Paramitha, to make it more complete? Has he? No. She already partially succeeded, which is why you haven't detected her? Knight of Swords Merrick paused for a moment before responding. It's a possibility. After a brief pause, he added proactively, we also haven't seen that spirit realm. Seen? Lumion was initially startled but then understood what the Knight of Swords meant. The prisoner pathway could directly turn into wraiths, and they should have been able to see the spirit realm, but they found nothing in Raklev this time. Lumion didn't respond but considered another issue. If Oxito has indeed begun to merge with that mini-spirit realm, she essentially becomes a local version of death, and she must have sensed the Omabella bloodline in me. What would her reaction be? Instant anger, or seeing it as something to be exploited? Why didn't she act directly? Right. She also used the bird-clawed monster baby to discover that Ludwig nearby had the aura of a corpse mother, adding up to what clearly looked like bait. Obviously a trap. That's why she, accustomed to indulgence, held back. What she needs to do now is seek assistance. With that thought, Lumion removed his glasses and abruptly stood up. Lumion took off his glasses and whispered, the target should have noticed something unusual about me, but Ludwig is right beside me, giving off the mother aura from that corpse. With both of these factors together, the target will surely be highly suspicious and may seek assistance. Be prepared. If it were just the Omabella bloodline alone, Oxito might think it was merely the law of convergence at work, bringing the blasphemer of the child of God into her presence. Similarly, if it were just the mother aura from the corpse, she might become wary or suspect that the corpse's return to the earth had contaminated the local water, leading to the corruption of certain individuals. But put together, anyone who could sense these would immediately see there was a big problem. This couldn't just be a coincidence. There was clearly a dangerous trap. Knight of Swords Merrick's voice seemed to come from farther away. We're already ready. Sensing the hidden danger and preparing even before I thought through everything and issued a reminder? They have strong spiritual intuition and rich experience. Lumion mused as he noticed Lugano, startled by his movements and deep voice, also standing up. Ludwig wasted no time in pulling the ice cream they had abandoned closer to him and happily ate away, completely unconcerned about what might happen next. Lumion's gaze swept over Lugano and Ludwig before moving to Franca and Jenna, who were enjoying their dessert. He was now considering a critical question. Should they act together or separate like they did in the morning? If the earlier speculations were broadly accurate, then the bait phase to lure out Oxito should already be over. What lay ahead would likely be probing attacks from the Shaman King and her companions. In that case, moving together would allow them to better receive protection from the Temperance faction, without worrying that Oxito might strike at a less guarded spot and capture one or two as hostages. But if the attack was fierce enough to force the Temperance faction's hidden forces into a defensive position, staying together could lead to total annihilation. Which choice was safer and more reasonable in this environment was a decision the team leader needed to make. Lumion walked slowly toward the restaurant's entrance, mentally filtering through the questions and speculations he'd considered earlier. He thought of his own description of the spirit realm in Raklev, a rudimentary, localized underworld. Underworld? Lumion's eyelids twitched, and he quietly asked again, can any of you see or sense the underworld? He was asking whether zombies and wraiths could detect the underworld. Knight of Swords Merrick quickly answered, no, unless someone directly opens the door to the underworld or is already from there. Otherwise, it can only be sensed through certain traces. Before the underworld anomaly, it was possible. It was possible before the underworld anomaly? Is this inferred from ancient records? Lumion wasn't particularly concerned about this. Instead, He was more interested in something else. If Oxito has indeed begun integrating the local spirit realm into her Permitha, does that mean her Permitha qualifies as a small-scale underworld? Moreover, it had to be a small-scale underworld that was still bound to this region. Otherwise, based on Lumien's understanding of Permitha, Oxito could have easily taken her Permitha away and left the area. Of course, it's also possible that she hadn't achieved another goal yet. A small-scale underworld, Lumien muttered to himself and then walked toward Franca and Jenna, smiling as he said, "I heard Chabon Street is unique to this area. Would you two lovely ladies like to be my guides?" Chabon Street was where Franca and Jenna had first noticed the temperature drop slightly, indicating that they might have encountered Oxito there. In the eyes of the nearby customers, Lumien's invitation was a blatant attempt to arrange a date. However, Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance and understood that Lumien was suggesting they should act together, with Chabon Street as their destination. "Sure." Franca and Jenna smiled in unison and stood up. This left those around them somewhat stunned. Are they that easy to invite? If I'd known, I would have plucked up the courage to ask. Together, Lumien, Franca, Jenna, and the others strolled toward Chabon Street, exchanging relaxed remarks about their impressions of the city. About 15 minutes later, they reached the street predominantly occupied by locals. Gray-white stone houses stood in rows, appearing rugged yet solid. Outside each house, strips of wool hung, adding a vibrant, exotic touch that distinguished it from the Star Highlands. Compared to other streets in Raklev City, the locals here were more likely to wear traditional clothing. Dark red woolen robes for men and brightly colored skirts for women. Similarly, many of them carried skull amulets of various designs, some mottled in brown with wool wigs, some painted purple, green, and red, and some holding caramel-colored tobacco from East Balam between their teeth. Others appeared as white as jade, with dark eye sockets and insects crawling in and out. Standing at the entrance to Chabon Street, Lumien paused instead of moving forward, signaling Franca and Jenna to stay slightly behind him. He then took something out of his traveler's bag. It was a golden mask, with the area around the eyes and the face painted in either black or white. It was an Eggers family mask crafted by Death himself, since this pure gold mask was initially designed to help the living sense and enter the underworld and was directly created by the deity who ruled over death and the underworld. Wearing it might reveal something related to the underworld within a certain range. In the Raklev region, the local spirit realm was akin to a small, rudimentary underworld. If the local spirit realm had really been integrated into Oxito's Paramitha, seeing it would be equivalent to seeing that Paramitha, revealing Shaman King Oxito. Without hesitation, Lumien donned the golden Eggers family mask. His breath rapidly cooled, becoming increasingly still. His body went cold in an instant, losing the sensation of life, and his blood ceased to flow. Through the golden mask, Lumien noticed the surroundings dimming slightly, with the colors fading and the temperature dropping a little. Apart from that, everything appeared normal. So, this is the world through the eyes of the undead. I can't see any trace of that spirit realm. Is it hidden deeper due to being integrated into Paramitha? I can sense the spirit world directly but can't detect the underworld. No wonder one has to wait for an opportunity to enter the underworld instead of simply locating it and teleporting there after wearing the Eggers family mask. Lumien muttered silently, not giving up on his original theory, and tried to stimulate the lingering aura of the Blood Emperor. The purpose of activating Alista Tudor's lingering aura was to highlight the seal left by the underworld Taoist. This powerful being from Franca's world was clearly related to the pathways of death, darkness, and warrior. According to Madame Magician, he might have also had contact with the deranged death and made some agreements. His seals could potentially enhance the Eggers family's masks. As a slight pain pricked his right palm and the cold, rotten sensation spread, Lumien's vision abruptly changed. Along the entire Chabon Street, the fabric strips hanging from the walls lost their color and turned gray, while the people walking there became inexplicably blurry, as if shrouded in thick fog. However, the skull amulets they wore remained unusually clear, their colors even more vivid by contrast. Lumion also saw pale or dark red flames ignite in the hollow sockets of those human skulls, flickering and exuding an eerie chill of death. In that instant, Lumion realized he was seeing the spirit realm of Raklef. It overlapped with the entire Raklef area, where spirits wandered in the shadows while humans lived openly. Standing on the edge of the spirit realm, Lumion didn't attempt to step inside, but instead searched from a distance for any signs of Permitha's presence. He saw a vast black cloud hanging over the sky in the direction of Lake Dalsh, saw some skulls floating midair on the streets with ghostly childlike figures flickering within their burning sockets, and saw how the wilderness below the mountains seemed to have encroached directly, blending into the city seamlessly. As expected, Lumion immediately had a clear realization. Oxito is inside this Paramitha, which has merged with the spirit realm. With this understanding, the first thought that flashed through Lumion's mind was, my mission ends here. Next, I'll lend the Eggers family's golden mask to the Knight of Swords and the Temperance faction, leaving them to organize their forces to enter Paramitha and fight Oxito, while we return to Trier to avoid the potential danger. But on second thought, Lumion realized that wouldn't work. Because if they only had the Eggers family's golden mask and not the underworld Taoist seal, even a wraith wearing it wouldn't be able to directly see Oxito's mutated Paramitha. A possibility vaguely came to Lumion's mind. He said in a low voice to the hidden Knight of Swords Merrick, I found Oxito's Paramitha. First, take the Two of Cups and the others to safety. Then, as wraiths, attach yourselves to me, and I'll lead all of you into Paramitha. All right. The Knight of Swords' somewhat ethereal voice couldn't conceal his joy and malice. It was directed at Oxito. Lumion thought for a moment and then specifically reminded, don't forget the Four of Swords. To be honest, he almost overlooked Anthony's presence. But because he was constantly thinking about what his teammates were doing and how to coordinate with them, he didn't forget entirely. When he invited the two demonesses to Chabon Street at St. Millum Restaurant, Lumion didn't think of Anthony right away. It was only when he reached the street that he remembered their teammate. But he couldn't find the hypnotist who had used psychological invisibility. He could only trust that Anthony, with his rich experience, would realize that once the rest of the team had gathered together, it was clear the next actions weren't suited to splitting up, and he would follow. Anthony's habits as an information broker combined well with psychological invisibility. After a 2-second pause following Lumion's reminder, the Knight of Swords said, we won't forget. Seems like you already did. But the Temperance faction's demigod shouldn't be affected much by Anthony's psychological invisibility. So when sending Franca and Jenna away, they shouldn't really forget about Anthony. If that's the case, one major cause of death for a hypnotist would definitely be that psychological invisibility works too well, causing teammates to forget or overlook them. As Lumion mused to himself, the special Paramitha before him suddenly changed. A deafening crash sounded from Lake Dalsh as gray-white water surged upward like a tsunami, reaching into the air. The wilderness, already intertwined with the city of Raklef, began to dominate. In an instant, it crossed squares and streets, swallowing Lumion, who had not yet reached Chabon Street, while avoiding Franca and the others. Oxito, blessed by the Great Mother, seemed to realize she had been exposed. Her choice was to use the nature of Paramitha to temporarily separate the blasphemer of the Child of God from the Temperance faction's demigods, then exploit the brief time difference to achieve her desired goal regarding Lumion. Almost simultaneously, Lumion, wearing the Eggers family's golden mask and transformed into an undead, felt his body grow heavier, as if cold masses had taken residence inside him. In the next second, he saw the indistinct human figures on Chabon Street vanish, along with Franca, Jenna, Ludwig, Lugano, and possibly Anthony behind him. It was as if they were in two separate worlds. The human skulls in various states became increasingly distinct, their eye sockets burning with pale or dark red flames as they all turned to face Lumion. At the end of Chabon Street, at the city's edge where it blended more deeply with the wilderness, swaying figures crawled out from unknown places and began walking toward Lumion. There were rotting long-haired oxen with only a few pieces of pus-oozing flesh left, giant birds with exposed bones flying low, pythons dragging half-melted threads of flesh between their decaying tissues, and monstrous hills made of multiple headless skeletons. Human skulls from all corners of the city were also swiftly converging on Chabon Street, floating in the air and covering the sky, blocking out the pale, dim, and heatless sunlight. Lumion appeared stunned, as if he had encountered something terrifying, or was like an undead creature facing a higher-ranked and more terrifying kindred spirit. For a brief moment, he stood frozen, unable to move. Just then, a wretched howl, filled with pain, echoed from Lake Dalsh. The terrifying and piercing sound was like a high-speed spinning drill that bored directly into Lumion's soul. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. When Lumion regained his thoughts and awareness of his body, he found himself midway along Chabon Street, accompanied by the Knight of Swords Merrick, who had appeared at some point, dressed in a black vest and white shirt. All around him, crystalline cold had frozen human skulls of varying states in midair, on the ground, and on the surfaces of gray-white stone buildings. The surreal frozen scene stretched all the way to the wilderness on the outskirts of the city. In the staggering army of undead creatures, the rotting monsters shed flesh onto the ground, leaving only bones yellowed, brown, or bleached white. The skeletal remains sank into the soil, and droplets of crimson blood, not their own, oozed from the surface. Meanwhile, the wraiths and evil spirits swelled like balloons and burst silently, turning into strange dust. Although Lumion didn't fully understand what was happening, two thoughts sprang to mind. Have they all been cursed? Even the fleshless bones were cursed to bleed? With that thought, Lumion couldn't help but raise his right hand and wipe his nose. He immediately noticed some blackened bloodstains on the back of his hand. This came from within his body, blood that had long since stopped flowing. In the banshee's wail just now, not only was his soul wounded, but his undead body seemed to have suffered physical damage too. Some capillaries had ruptured, causing the blackened blood to seep out. Terrifying, Lumion had roughly figured out what had just happened. Oxito screamed from a distance, using the banshee's howl enhanced by Paramitha, and instantly lost consciousness. Did the Temperance faction's demigods attach themselves to me as wraiths before Paramitha expanded, pulling me into Paramitha right away? Then, they took over my body and used their abilities to deal with the swarming army of human skulls and undead? The Knight of Swords also attached himself to me, which is why he's now in Paramitha. After grasping the recent encounter, Lumion had a clearer and more accurate understanding of the terror of demigods. Oxito isn't even a full angel but just a banshee's howl knocked me unconscious, robbing me of my ability to fight. It took me over 10 seconds to wake up. Without the presence of Temperance faction demigods, those 10 seconds would have been more than enough for Oxito to kill me 10 times over. This isn't something a drawn demigod can compare to. Facing a real demigod, if I don't seize the initiative, I won't even have the chance to draw the Sword of Courage or use Desire Incarnation. There's no time for the animated shadow to take the damage for me unless I anticipate it in advance. With these thoughts swirling, Lumion regained control of his body. Then, he heard the Knight of Swords, Merrick, mutter softly, "Oxito has retreated. She should be near Lake Dalsh. We still don't know what kind of help she's seeking." "Lake Dalsh?" Lumion asked in mild surprise. "That serene, beautiful, sacred lake? On second thought, it makes sense. All mining operations in the Raklev region have avoided Lake Dalsh, leaving it entirely unpolluted. The Knight of Swords surveyed the surroundings, but didn't immediately dash off into the wilderness toward Lake Dalsh. He nodded slightly and said, "Lake Dalsh itself is special, connected to the fallen death. The establishment of this small spirit realm in the Raklev region was made possible due to Lake Dalsh. That former Balam Empire official even used an undying skull from the Church of Death and, using his gatekeeper powers, opened a door to the underworld and fixed it onto the undying skull. This prevented it from completely closing too quickly, allowing a bit of the underworld's aura to leak out." "The skull of an undying? Undying can die too?" Lumion instinctively asked. The Knight of Swords started walking towards the edge of the frozen world. He glanced at Lumion and said, "An undying is only sequence 4 in the death pathway. They can still die if killed. I see. Lumion nodded almost imperceptibly. The Knight of Swords continued, the aura leaking from the underworld, the unique traits of the undying skull, and the special nature of Lake Dalsh all work together to sustain this spirit realm, drawing the souls of dead creatures in the region and letting them gradually wither away. After listening, Lumion froze for a moment. You seem to know a lot about the local spirit realm. The Knight of Swords replied, the Rose School of Thought ruled here for over 1,000 years. Apart from the uniqueness of Lake Dalsh, everything else was long understood. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lumion blurted out. If you'd told me sooner, I might have guessed Oxito's intentions earlier. We didn't initially connect Oxito to the spirit realm, so that intelligence wasn't included in the information, explained the Knight of Swords. After that, I answered whenever you asked, but didn't elaborate. Speaking is also a desire that requires temperance. Lumion suddenly understood how Franca felt every time she heard him say, I'll have to start with the events at the Samaritan Women's Spring, where Madame Hella and one. While talking, he and Merrick reached the edge of the city, where the frozen world met the desolate wilderness. Lumion instinctively glanced at the thick layer of ice encasing the gray-white buildings. Using the reflective surface, he was astonished to see a blurry figure in each of his eyes. One wore a small black bonnet and a court dress of the same color. The other had no head and was dressed in a dark, intricately patterned, sinister gown. Lumion then noticed translucent ringed insects crawling in and out of his mouth, yet he felt nothing. At the entrance to Chabon Street, Franca, Jenna, and the others felt a sudden chill engulf them and saw Lumion vanish before their eyes. Before they could communicate or react, a voice, slightly magnetic and ethereal like a dream, echoed in their ears. I'll send you back to Trier first. Franca, Jenna, and Lugano instinctively turned their bodies and discovered that a young-looking man had appeared next to them at some point. He wore a white shirt, draped in a thin black trench coat. With black hair and green eyes, he had a knight-like, handsome quality, and wore a pair of red gloves on both hands. Gazing at the young man wearing red gloves, Franca cautiously asked, Who might you be? She wasn't about to trust a stranger just because of what he said unless influenced by some beyonder power. 2 of Cups, 7 of Cups. You don't need to be involved in what's coming next, said the young man in red gloves directly, calling Franca and Jenna by their minor arcana names. His voice carried the natural authority of someone used to leading many people, instilling a faint sense of fear in Franca and the others. He knows our Tarot Club code names. A member of the Tarot Club? One of the Knight of Swords helpers? His outfit looks like those red gloves from the Church of Evernight Goddess. As Franca pondered, she didn't sense any warning from her spiritual intuition. Before she could respond, the young man in red gloves pulled out a tarot card. The card's front depicted a goddess pouring holy water under a sky full of stars. Major Arcana, the Star. So, it's Mr. Star. Franca and Jenna hesitated no longer and nodded in unison, saying, Okay. Lugano stood there, a bit dazed. Why did he take out a card? I think I've heard of something like this, but I can't remember. Almost simultaneously, Anthony appeared out of nowhere and squeezed in beside Franca and Jenna. Franca was startled for a moment, muttering to herself, I really did forget about you. Mr. Star didn't say much more. He opened his mouth slightly. In an instant, Franca and the others were enveloped by a vast, invisible spirit, and then they ascended into the layered, colorful spirit world, like they were traveling in a hot air balloon. Along the city's periphery, covered in crystalline ice, Lumion, wearing the Eggers family's golden mask, withdrew his gaze. He could roughly guess that the blurry figures in his eyes were the Temperance faction's demigods responsible for this operation. One of them, headless, seemed to resemble the Temperance faction's angel he had seen before. The translucent insects crawling in and out of his mouth were likely helpers invited by the Temperance faction. How many people have taken residence in my body just now? Lumion grumbled internally as he followed the Knight of Swords, Merrick, in a mad dash. They entered the wilderness outside Raklev under the pale, cold sunlight, heading swiftly toward Lake Dalsh. Due to the unique influence of Permitha, Lumion couldn't teleport anywhere beyond his line of sight. He had to use a visual lock to establish a position, which made it challenging to appear instantly at the edge of Lake Dalsh. After running some distance, he reached out and grabbed the Knight of Swords' shoulder. Almost simultaneously, blazing white flames surged from within him, instantly covering his entire body. The Knight of Swords understood his intent without asking and promptly dematerialized into a wraith, attaching himself to Lumion. Lumion transformed into a white-hot spear and shot off into the distance in a brilliant display. The flaming spear streaked through the sky, crossing vast distances to arrive at the edge of Lake Dalsh in no time. As Lumion detached from the blazing white spear, he noticed that even in Permitha, intertwined with the spirit realm, this lake remained tranquil, clear, sacred, and beautiful. In the dim surroundings, the gray-white water seemed weightless, stretching upwards like a giant curtain, perhaps drawn to some high-altitude entity. In front of the water curtain, countless human skulls formed a mountainous head. Among the skulls of various colors, one stood out the most. It was at the very top, crystal clear as if carved from crystal, and significantly larger than a normal human skull. Instead of pale or dark red flames, the eye sockets of this crystal skull reflected a mysterious, intricately patterned, ancient bronze door. The door was slightly ajar, revealing endless darkness within. In that darkness were countless indescribable eyes, staring out yet unable to emerge. Along the edges of the bronze door, strange, grotesque, and sometimes revolting hands grasped the frame as if trying to squeeze through but unable to. They only managed to scratch out piercing noises that seemed to tear at the human eardrum. Many spirits and human skulls were drawn to this place, gradually becoming part of the massive head. Is that crystal skull the undying skull used back then? Is the bronze door in its eye sockets the Death Sequence 5's gatekeeper's door to the underworld? A Sequence 5 can't keep the underworld door open for long, so they used the undying skull and the unique properties of Lake Dalsh to fix it. But where has Oxito, the Shaman King, gone? As this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he saw the countless human skulls forming the massive head in the air open and close their bony teeth, speaking in unison in various voices. Why couldn't you give me a little more time? If I can't have it, I'll destroy this place and see how many of you can survive the calamity of this collapsing Permitha. And I have already abandoned this place and left the Raklev region using my prior preparations. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Amid the sharp, hoarse, old, and deep laughter of the human skulls, Lumion felt the massive shadow in the sky descend toward his head. Cracks appeared in the ground below, growing deeper and revealing a dark void. All the skulls, including the crystal one, developed tiny cracks, seemingly ready to shatter completely in no time. At that moment, Lumion felt a chill leave his body, and all the skulls stopped cracking as if temporarily held back by an invisible external force. This also halted the process of Permitha's collapse and destruction. Although it didn't reverse, it wasn't going to happen immediately. Is this the Temperance faction's demigod or their invited helper using their ability? It seems Oxito really escaped. After testing the waters with the Banshee's howl, she decisively abandoned this Permitha, clearly stronger than other madams, and used her prior arrangements and the unique properties of this place to escape before the Temperance faction could act. A series of thoughts flashed through Lumion's mind as he took in the scene before him. An ancient voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Don't just listen to what Oxito says. In my experience, anyone who leaves behind so many words before running away is either already insane or trying to cover up something. Oxito did indeed flee here decisively before we locked onto her and planned to destroy this Permitha. But why would she tell us her objectives? Purely to vent her emotions? That may be one reason, but there should be a more important one. She wants us to focus on the collapse and destruction of this Permitha and overlook something else. Lumion hadn't entirely dismissed his doubts after Oxito's proclamations through those human skulls, but such behavior wasn't unusual for the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Those accustomed to indulgence were always eager to express their emotions. The ancient voice finally said, "Time will provide us the answer." As soon as these words fell, Lumion saw the insects with translucent rings flying out. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down. A grayish-white fog settled over everything Lumion saw, making it all look surreal. Soon after, everything projected on the foggy curtain started to rewind. The human skulls were no longer cracked in countless places. The ground returned to smoothness, and the thick shadows receded into the sky. Time wasn't moving backward. Rather, recent history and events were being displayed. Lumion then saw a pair of brown wings that could blot out the sky, leaving the current shadow behind. Between the wings, each feather as large as a human head, stood a female figure with an exposed abdomen. The woman was as beautiful as the moon at night, her face radiating maternal brilliance, but her hands and feet were arched, with sharp nails that gleamed coldly. This was the shaman king Oxito. Having seen her male form, Lumion recognized her instantly. Her features were softer now, and her facial details were more delicate. Her belly was swollen, stretched taut with black veins visible on the surface. The skin was so thin that it was almost transparent, revealing the merging forms of numerous bird-clawed monster infants inside. She stuffed all those corpse-born bird-clawed infants into her belly. What kind of monster is she nurturing? No wonder the bloodline connection didn't work directly, only indirectly within a certain range. As Lumion came to this realization, Oxito reached for her belly in the scene from the past. With a tearing sound, she ripped her abdomen open, blood pouring out. Oxito forcefully pulled out an infant slightly smaller than Ludwig. Its skin was pale, its flesh decayed, and remnants of 4 or 5 heads and 7 or 8 bird claws remained on its surface. A pure, clear membrane, seemingly from Lake Dalsh, covered the baby's body. Oxito let out a cry of agony as she threw the infant into the eye socket of the crystal skull. The rotten, multi-headed infant was clearly much larger than the eye socket and the bronze door within it. Yet it mysteriously shrank smaller and smaller until it squeezed through a gap barely wide enough for a hand, disappearing into the boundless darkness behind the door. Is Oxito's ultimate goal to send that monster infant into the underworld, making some terrifying thing a reality? And now she's been forced into early labor? As Lumion had this thought, he realized the coldness inside him had vanished. The figure in the small black bonnet and the Knight of Swords in the vest and shirt simultaneously appeared in front of the crystal skull. But they seemed unable to pass through the crack in the bronze door and were trying to open it a little more. The underworld, wearing the Eggers family's golden mask, Lumion felt a stirring inside. Seizing the opportunity provided by the Temperance faction demigods stalling Permethau's collapse, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting to the front of the crystal skull. In his eyes, the bronze door loomed abnormally large. He stretched out both hands and pressed them on either side of the bronze door. A hollow, muffled buzzing filled the air as the bronze door opened a little wider. Lumion immediately felt a terrifying suction, and with a swish, he was pulled through the crack, flung deep into the darkness. Inside him, 2 more cold masses joined him. With Lumion vanishing before the crystal skull, the human skulls, already covered in countless cracks, lost their support. They shattered with a thunderous crash, bringing down the shadows from above and splitting the grassy wilderness into fragments. Oxito's Permethau crumbled toward the cracked crystal skull, and everything there silently turned to dust. The spirits dissipated, the light vanished, and the void of darkness swallowed everything. No one knew how much time had passed before a gentle light began to glow in the absolute blackness, revealing a barren, dim, pale, and almost frozen wilderness. In the center of the wasteland lay the tranquil and sacred Lake Dalsh. The headless lady, draped in a dark black dress and carrying 4 heads, swiftly appeared beside the lake, quietly gazing at its serene, transparent surface. As soon as Lumion was pulled through the bronze door, he felt countless eyes upon him, chilling his body further and numbing him. Meanwhile, arms of unknown origin reached out, grabbing at his head, neck, torso, and legs. Some had dull skin with white, bony teeth. Others were so decayed that their flesh was falling off, slowly wriggling with equally decayed worms. Some lacked skin altogether. Others were merely illusory spirit bodies. What they all shared was a bone-chilling cold that could freeze the soul. On Lumien's face, the golden mask painted with black and white oil sparkled with a faint yet pure light. The reaching arms halted momentarily before retracting. The eyes watching him from the darkness also withdrew their gaze. Lumien regained his thoughts and his sense of his body. Below him, he discovered a deep pit with no visible bottom or boundaries. The edge of the pit was made up of layers of blurry worlds, spiraling downward to the limits of his vision. These jumbled worlds layered atop each other, and Lumien couldn't make out what lay within them, only knowing that each was vaster than the star highlands. With all previous watching eyes stemming from the pit's bottomless dark, Lumien plummeted suddenly, falling into one of these blurry worlds in the blink of an eye. Miraculously, he stood on a barren wilderness exposed with gray-white rocks, surrounded by heaps of bleached bones, densely packed and stretching toward various distant places. At this moment, these bones lay still, as if slumbering through time. Is this the underworld? I wonder where the abscessed hand's body part might be. Lumien looked around, muttering to himself in silence. Note: it is the contracted creature that gave him the traverse the spirit world. Lumien must find its body parts or else he cannot achieve godhood. According to Furs, one of the body parts is located in the underworld. It was the chance to enter the underworld that had prompted him to help voluntarily, using the Eggers family's golden mask and the underworld Taoist seal to push open the bronze door inside the crystal skull. Now, the problem was that the underworld was much more vast than he had anticipated, and he had no idea where to start looking. Similarly, the whereabouts and intentions of the decaying infant that Oxito had sent were unknown. Perhaps I could rely on the contract I had signed with the abscessed hand. Essentially being part of the same body, they are mystically connected. The contract I had signed is, to some extent, also with the rest of its body. Lumien quickly formulated a plan and spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. Knight of Swords, have all of you entered as well? Yes, came the faint voice of the Knight of Swords, Merrick. Pausing momentarily, he added, a companion of mine has also entered. Lumien nodded. Why aren't both of you coming out? You are now in a wraith state, so there's no need to worry about dying instantly in the underworld. You're essentially undead beings now. What's there to fear about the underworld's unique conditions? The Knight of Swords responded. But we are fundamentally still living beings. If we stay in the underworld as wraiths for too long, we won't be able to revert to human form and will forever exist as wraiths or evil spirits. By using your body, we can temporarily avoid the influence of the underworld, emerging only when it's crucial. I see. Lumien looked up at the pale, dim sky. I also can't wear this Eggers family's mask for too long. We have about 3 hours. As he spoke, Lumien tried to activate without using the black mark on his right shoulder, which was the abscessed hand's spirit world traversal ability. With this mark, he faintly sensed something at the end of the wilderness on his right calling to him. Is that the body part of the abscessed hand in the underworld? Just as Lumien had this thought, a figure appeared ahead. It was an extremely delicate-looking young woman with an unnaturally pale complexion. Her deep blue eyes were profound and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her light golden hair was tied in a stern bun adorned with a small black bonnet with a fine black veil, and she wore a complicated, exquisite black Gothic court dress. Is this the Temperance faction demigod that was attached to me earlier? Lumien recalled the 2 blurry figures he saw through the crystalline ice. One of them matched the lady before him perfectly. The Temperance faction's demigod floated in midair, slowly turned around, and then pointed in a direction, nodding at Lumien. She was pointing toward the end of the wilderness on the right. Do you mean that Oxito's prematurely born, decayed child might be over there? Lumien asked for confirmation. The lady in the black bonnet nodded gently in affirmation. She then vanished into thin air, and Lumien felt another chill inside him. It's all in that direction. Huh? A coincidence? No, not a coincidence, it's more likely that something in that direction is drawing them there. Lumion turned his body, ready to teleport to the edge of his vision. As soon as Lumion started to become transparent, his body was suddenly grabbed by pale hands that appeared out of nowhere, seizing his arms. Lumion felt a paralyzing sensation throughout his body, as if his soul was being torn apart by an invisible force. This time, the faint glow from the golden mask had no effect. Lumion attempted to ignite a blazing white flame to ward off the cold, stiffness, and numbness, but he was overwhelmed by an invisible terror, trembling uncontrollably, unable to respond effectively. When he regained his clarity and composure, he found himself still standing in the same spot, but surrounding layers of bleached bones had all risen up, encircling him as if to protect him. At the same time, Lumion heard the voice of the Knight of Swords, Merrick. Once you put on the Eggers family's mask and become a pure undead being, you will also possess all the traits of an undead, one of which is being suppressed by higher beings of the death pathway, making it difficult to resist and your body and mind willing to accept enslavement. In contrast, we wraiths, who aren't pure and can switch states freely, are less affected. Was this why I couldn't resist just now? I wonder if the Sword of Courage can counteract this effect. It theoretically should. Lumion realized with a start. Did both of you save me just now? The Knight of Swords didn't continue on this topic but instead reminded Lumion. It seems that in the underworld, you can teleport but not teleport freely, as that is considered a desecration of death and attracts the punishment of the underworld, according to the mystic knowledge mentioned by Madame Magician. Teleporting should be normal in the underworld since it stems from the spirit world, but considering it as desecration of death seems a bit too strict, typical of the oppression by higher-ranking beings of the death pathway. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, slightly bending his back. A blazing white, radiant spear of flame immediately shot forth, illuminating the pale, dim half-sky, casting towards the far reaches of the wilderness. As the white and red trail of the flame spear disappeared inch by inch, Lumion, transformed into the spear, hurled himself forward at the fastest speed he could achieve. During this process, he noticed the wilderness sloped downwards, and the destination he, the Knight of Swords, and the Temperance faction demigod aimed for was at the bottom of this hillside. After a while, the blazing white light scattered in all directions, and Lumion, now clad in a thick jacket, descended toward the ground. Ahead of him lay a wide, surreal black river, so vast he couldn't see the other side. The river flowed silently from the edge of the sky to its limits, exceptionally quiet. "Is this the river Styx?" Lumion inquired of the Temperance faction demigod within him. Responding to Lumion was still the Knight of Swords, Merrick. "It should be. It spans every layer of the underworld. Crossing it is like entering the depths of the underworld. If you hadn't stopped earlier and ended up flying above it, you would have fallen straight into the river, and no one would have been able to pull you out. Good thing the issue with teleporting just now gave me a warning. It's best to pause in uncertain environments." Lumion glanced left and right, noticing the wilderness was dotted with withered blood flowers, each concealing a multitude of corpses, bones, and shadows. "How do I cross?" Lumion sensed that the missing part of the abscessed hand's body was on the other side of the river Styx. No sooner had he asked, and before the Knight of Swords could respond, a dilapidated, gloomy black boat suddenly appeared on the shadowy river. A figure draped in fragments stood on the boat, rowing with a long oar, guiding the vessel to Lumion's side before stopping at the river's edge. Peering closely, Lumion saw that the ferryman was a severely decayed male corpse. Large portions of his body were exposed, and his eyes appeared gouged out, leaving hollow sockets entwined with thick blood vessels oozing yellow pus. "Take this boat across?" Lumion asked, lowering his voice to consult the Temperance faction member inside him. Knight of Swords Merrick replied in an ethereal but slightly grave tone. "It's the only way, but be careful of the boatman. The underworld has mutated, and it could be affected too." Lumion nodded, his right hand naturally falling on the traveler's bag. He then walked over to the dilapidated, gloomy boat, noticing the severely decayed boatman turning aside to make way, as if signaling for him to hurry aboard. "Can you ferry me across the Styx?" Lumion asked politely in Deutonese. Given that the former death hailed from the southern continent, Lumion figured that speaking Deutonese might be more readily accepted by all parties in the underworld. After all, in an environment so rich with the stench of death that a living person couldn't last a second, using mystical languages like ancient Hermes, which could manipulate natural forces, might have unexpected effects. For instance, merely uttering the words "River Styx" could forge a strong connection with the dark, ethereal river before him, possibly causing it to whip up a massive wave and sweep him away. The boatman, its eye sockets filled with thick blood vessels and oozing yellow pus, faced the river, wide enough that the opposite bank was out of sight, and remained motionless. It seemed it was answering Lumion with his actions. "Why would you try to communicate with a corpse? I can't hear you, nor can I make a sound. It seems ordinary language won't do. I've heard that the death pathway includes a language of the dead, but unfortunately I don't speak it." Lumion muttered to himself quietly as he let his eyes take on a silver-black hue and slowly stepped onto the rickety, gloomy boat. In his eye of calamity, the boatman's destiny was pure black, dead and void, showing no signs of change. Does this mean no matter how much the boatman struggles, it can't change its status as a corpse, and its only fate is to wither away with time until even its existence vanishes? But that doesn't mean the boatman can't do anything during this time before its demise. Its actions can still affect the fates of others, including mine and other undead beings. From this perspective, the boatman, or rather the summoned undead, should still have a destiny, only that the outcome cannot be changed. Indeed, they have destinies, but my current rank isn't high enough to see them, is it? After all, objects have destinies too. But I can't see them now. It might also be that the destinies of the dead need to interact with others to manifest in the destinies of those others. Perhaps because he had temporarily become an undead himself. Lumion couldn't help but ponder the destinies of these residents of the underworld. With the mystical knowledge he currently possessed, he couldn't define destiny precisely, nor did he know how much the Mercury River of fate encompassed, or whether there were unseen aspects or hidden parts he wasn't aware of yet. He felt there must be, which stemmed from a few simple questions. Could it be that, by donning the Eggers family's golden mask and becoming an undead, the river of fate that still existed for me simply disappears, turning utterly black and void? And when I take off the mask, does the river of fate instantly return? What then is the river of fate? A plaything at our disposal? Although the golden mask of the Eggers family was made by death, it didn't contain Beyonder characteristics and was only of a higher rank. It surely wasn't simple enough to manipulate the river of fate so easily. Later on, if there's a chance, I should have a monster pathway Beyonder observe my fate to see the changes before and after donning the golden mask. Never mind, unless I find a demigod-level monster pathway Beyonder. Otherwise it would only harm them. Even when I had only Mr. Fool's Seal, the false angelic rank, and the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, the patrol team's machine Colobo from Port Pilus was already too afraid to look at me, thinking it would bring him great danger. Now, I have also added the Underworld Taoist seal and Omabella's bloodline. Lumion positioned himself at the center of the battered boat, allowing the golden mask to turn his eyes iron black. He wanted to preemptively spot the boatman's weaknesses to prepare for any potential mishaps. At that moment, the highly decayed boatman began to row, slowly steering the dark boat towards the other side of the surreal, shadowy river. His body was entirely cloaked in dark colors, and Lumion struggled to find any sign of a vulnerable pale spot amid the black. Of course, these dark colors also meant that the boatman was completely vulnerable to sunlight and lightning. The next second, Knight of Swords Merrick's voice rang in Lumion's ears. "Its weaknesses might not be here." "Not here? What do you mean they're not here? Can weaknesses be separated from the person?" Just as Lumion was filled with intense curiosity, he remembered several stories his sister had once told him. In those stories, a type of monster called a lich would create phylacteries and hide them in heavily protected, secret places. As long as the phylacteries were not found and destroyed, The lich would not truly die, effectively separating its fatal weakness from itself. Note: phylactery either of two small square leather boxes containing slips inscribed with scriptural passages and traditionally worn on the left arm and on the head by observant Jewish men and especially adherents of Orthodox Judaism during morning weekday prayers. And in the 22 Paths of the Divine, such things were hardly surprising. The Knight of Swords continued. Were you trying to discern its fate earlier? It holds a considerable rank. This is a dangerous endeavor. A considerable rank? Lumion glanced at the boatman, draped in tattered clothes and highly decayed flesh, unable to see anything particularly formidable about it. However, the fact that it could ferry across the river Styx without sinking into it certainly suggested something extraordinary. Lumion diverted his gaze, closely watching the boatman's every move, patiently waiting as the dilapidated boat made its way across the river Styx to the opposite shore. The battered boat rocked slowly, as if it might fall apart at any moment, taking what felt like an eternity to reach the middle of the river. Suddenly, the highly decayed boatman raised its long oar and turned toward Lumion. As the gloomy boat came to a halt, the boatman's mouth abruptly opened, splitting down to its decayed chest, its hollowed-out navel, and further down to its groin. Its body unfolded like a coat unbuttoning, stretching out to the sides, revealing no darkened organs or bones of its own, but rather a heap of half-melted, decayed limbs. Once again, Lumion felt a chill that made him shudder, daring not to harbor any thoughts of resistance. He clenched his right hand, which had been ready. He grasped the sword of courage from the traveler's bag, holding the hilt of the iron-black broadsword. Courage swiftly filled Lumion's body, prompting a manic smile on his face. What is there to fear from a mere boatman? Even if death himself stood before me, I would strike him down with my sword. Lumion drew his broadsword, now ablaze with white-blue flames, and slashed fiercely at the boatman, who was lunging at him with its skin peeled open. With a thud, the sword of courage cut through the pile of melting limbs in the boatman's stomach and struck the layer of rotting skin riddled with holes behind its chest. But the broadsword failed to split the seemingly fragile, decayed skin. As Lumion readied a second strike, one accompanied by a massive explosion, the boatman swiftly recoiled, slowly closing its open chest and abdomen. At the same time, the voice of the Knight of Swords rang in Lumion's ears. "Stop. We've got it under control. This is our chance to finish it off." Lumion responded without hesitation. He and the Knight of Swords were communicating in Intis. The Knight of Swords paused for a second and said, "I know you're not afraid of it and you could kill it, but if it dies, we can't cross the river Styx." Seeing Lumion calm down a bit, the Knight of Swords added, "Besides, killing it won't grant you any Beyonder characteristics. It's merely the skin of the true ferryman. It seems to have been consuming other corpses, trying to regain a body but never succeeding." Lumion accepted the Knight of Swords' explanation. Having courage didn't mean being deaf to others' words. It's just selectively ignoring dangerous warnings. He then placed the sword of courage back among the ordinary straight swords in the traveler's bag. This time, he didn't feel the post-event fear because this was the purpose of using the sword of courage. The only thing he feared was, a demigod's skin has been peeled off? What in hell happened in the underworld back then? Lumion watched as the boatman slowly and strugglefully pinched together the split skin and rotting flesh on its chest, like buttoning up a coat. Following this, the boatman plunged its long, dark, decayed oar into the surreal shadowy river Styx, moving it at an even slower pace as if resisting something. Has the demigod of the Temperance faction possessed the boatman, forcefully taking control and making it continue to row? It looks like this control is met with strong resistance. Lumion remained ready to draw the sword of courage again in case of any unforeseen incidents. As the gloomy boat rocked its way towards the opposite shore of the Styx, Lumion, having nothing better to do, started a conversation with the Knight of Swords. "I saw the entire underworld as a series of descending layers earlier. Crossing the Styx should just get us to the other side of this layer, so why did you say it's like entering deep into the underworld?" The Knight of Swords simply replied, The geography of the underworld doesn't completely align with the real world. According to the many notes of the Eggers family, there are two ways to enter the depths of the underworld. The first is to descend layer by layer through the worlds encircling the Styx, which are used to punish sinners, ultimately arriving at the realm where the blessed of death reside. The second is to cross the Styx directly. Is that so? Lumion mused aloud. So, our destination is the realm once inhabited by the blessed of death? The Knight of Swords paused for a second and said, Death's palace should be there as well. The palace of the former death? Lumion's eyelids twitched at the thought. As he and the Knight of Swords alternated between silence and conversation, the boundary on the other side of the Styx finally came into view. Unlike the wilderness Lumion and company had passed through earlier, strewn with grayish-white rocks, the soil on this side of the river Styx was pitch black. There were no withered blood-colored flowers, no ghostly skeletons, and no decaying corpses to be seen. The sky above was no longer lit by pale, dim, cold sunlight. Instead, a rich darkness dominated this boundless world. Deep within the darkness, clusters of pale white, greenish-hued flames hung quietly in mid-air, spaced far apart as if serving as street lamps. Using the illumination from the nearest pale flame, Lumion quickly leaped from the gloomy boat to the shore. Once his feet hit solid ground, his heart steadied considerably. As he crossed the river Styx, the scent of death in his undead body became more intense and evident, while his spirit and consciousness, tightly protected by the Eggers family's golden mask, felt a slight chill. Following that, a sinister coldness pervaded his body, but the highly decayed boatman, with its hollow eyes, simply reinserted its long oar back into the river's current. It made no new move to attack Lumion. It seemed incapable of attacking targets on the shore. Watching the gloomy boat and the boatman, now facing away from him, slowly drift away, Lumion mused. Not going to finish it off? With its rank, that decayed human skin would match your messenger quite well. This referred to the Knight of Swords messenger, the half-fairy, a spirit being missing the outer half of her body, meaning she was precisely lacking human skin, while the boatman was just the peeled skin of a demigod from the death pathway. The Knight of Swords was silent for a few seconds, letting his voice echo in Lumion's ears. She only lacks her own skin. This reply was curt and restrained, yet Lumion almost heard the Knight of Swords roar. Don't just find any skin for my messenger to wear. Pausing for a second, the Knight of Swords continued. We might need to return across the river Styx, and we don't know how many ferrymen are left there. A need to return across the Styx? Lumion then pondered a very serious and important question. After dealing with Oxido's child, how do we leave the underworld? Clearly, this was not something that could be solved by teleportation. Our allies in the outside world should be seeking help from the Death Pathway Sequence 5 Gatekeeper or a corresponding demigod, which might necessitate our return to the peripheral areas of the underworld we were in before, to access the bronze doors of the underworld. Lumion nodded, following a vague sensation brought on by the black mark on his right shoulder, and took a step forward. He didn't ask the Knight of Swords and the Temperance faction demigod if he was veering off the path to find Oxito's child. If he were wrong, they would inform him. Reaching the nearest pale flame, Lumion realized it truly served as a street lamp. It was crafted from gold, shaped like a kneeling figure with hands bound behind its back. Its head tilted back and torso bent outward. A dark, sinister wick protruded from the statue's mouth, coated in a layer of pale yellow translucent grease. The pale white flame burned quietly, seemingly for thousands of years without a hint of extinguishing. From this human-shaped lamp onward, the ground was covered with dark, cracked stone slabs. Lumion could imagine just how solemn the path to Death's palace must have been. He walked along the path, which was inexplicably cracked and shattered, quickly but cautiously heading deeper into the darkness, towards the place suspected to hold the abscessed hand's body part. The path also presented a slightly downward trajectory. This reminded Lumion of Hotel Orella he had once stayed in, recalling the words spoken by Ivelgsta. A descendant of death. Many believed that the true hell and the origin of death lay deep underground, so one had to continually descend, delving deeper and deeper. This is reflected in the underworld too. After walking for a while, Lumion suddenly conjured a large, blazing white flame in his hand. The bright light quickly dispelled the darkness further away, allowing Lumion to clearly see the surroundings. Mausoleum-style buildings were either completely collapsed or half-fallen, deathly quiet, with no bones or bodies. These buildings varied in color, not just black, but also pale white, golden, dark red, and sinister green. Did the blessed of death once live in these houses? Lumion asked the Knight of Swords, who was well-versed in the history of the southern continent and the legends of the underworld. The Knight of Swords replied succinctly, "I don't know," he then added. "Only by finding a creature that entered and exited the underworld before the fall of death can we be sure." "All right." Lumion didn't press further and quickened his pace. This was because he felt that the body part of the abscessed hand was not far ahead. His right hand went back into the traveler's bag, ready to draw the sword of courage at any moment. As for the Devil's Whisper's ring, he didn't plan to wear it yet. He didn't think becoming undead would immunize him against the malevolent effects unleashed by that sealed artifact. Undead beings could harbor malice too. After all, undead beings such as wraiths and evil spirits were formed around the core of their own obsessions and residual malice. Moreover, Lumion's spirit and consciousness were still protected by the golden mask of the Eggers family, remaining in a living state. After a quick jog, guided by the pale white flame of the human-shaped street lamps and the blazing white orb above, Lumion discovered a grand structure along the side of the cracked stone slabs. It appeared to be a cathedral entirely black and about 50 to 60 meters tall, but its upper half had already collapsed into the lower part. Lumion concentrated, listening intently, and heard faint, strange sounds emanating from the grand but ruined cathedral. It was as if someone was using a blunt sword to slice through flesh and saw through bones, causing a headache to the listener. "I have another matter to resolve inside this cathedral." Lumion finally disclosed his intent to the Knight of Swords and the Temperance faction demigod. He then firmly added, "It should be quick." He remembered what Madame Magician had said. The true danger of the abscessed hand would only manifest once all its parts were assembled, and currently, 2 parts were still in the City of Exiles Morora, so there was no need to worry about that. The enemy he might face next could be the undead being creating the sound just heard. "All right." The Knight of Swords did not inquire about the specifics. "Thank you," Lumion responded sincerely. The Knight of Swords and the Temperance faction demigod neither objected nor disengaged from Lumion's body, indicating their tacit approval to provide the necessary assistance when needed. Lumion extinguished the blazing white orb hovering above his head to avoid provoking the undead within the dilapidated cathedral. He transformed into a shadow, blending into the areas not illuminated by the pale white flames, and silently infiltrated the building whose upper half had entirely collapsed inward. From the shadows, Lumion saw columns thrust into the ground, a dome shattered into pieces, and a bird statue broken in half. After winding through the ruins for a while, Lumion's path brightened suddenly. 10 meters ahead on a crumbling wall, several bone torches burning with pale green flames were inserted, the dense darkness above streaming through a large hole created by the collapsed dome, blocked outside by this dim light. Beneath the bone torches, a long table made of grayish-white stone was set up, upon which lay a half-corpse, head severed and vertically split open. The corpse wore no clothes, its body bluish-black and swollen with decay, oozing yellowish-red pus everywhere. It appeared significantly larger than a normal human, unclear whether it was a half-giant in life or merely bloated by post-mortem gases. Lumion recognized it instantly. This was the body of the abscessed hand. It comprised the left half, including 1 hand and 1 foot. In front of the abscessed hand's corpse stood a towering figure, about 4 meters tall. The figure's skin was pitch black, etched with numerous sinister patterns, most of which had decayed, exposing bare, ghostly white bones or appearing as half-melted viscous tissue. At that moment, this figure, bent over, was slowly cutting into the half-corpse of the abscessed hand with an even larger pale white leg bone, likely from another unknown source. Lumion noticed 2 curved, tattered black goat horns growing from the figure's head, its profile resembling a fusion of human and goat features, becoming increasingly terrifying the longer he looked. An undead being transformed from a beyonder of the devil pathway after death? Just as Lumion had this thought, he saw the goat-faced giant slice off a chunk of bluish-black decaying flesh and stuff it into its mouth, chewing vigorously, causing pale yellow pus to splatter. On the half-corpse of the abscessed hand, the decaying flesh writhed and grew, filling in the cuts made. A cycle of one eating, the other growing? Lumion was pondering a plan to take the abscessed hand's corpse when the devil-like undead suddenly turned around, looked towards the shadows where he was hiding, and spoke in an unintelligible language using a hollow, decayed voice. Though he couldn't understand the words, Lumion felt a strange pulsation in his flesh, compelling him to leave his shadow form and revert to his undead appearance with the golden mask. However, the decaying, goat-faced devil did not take the opportunity to attack. After 2 seconds, the voice of the Knight of Swords reached Lumion's ears. It's asking, "Do you need flesh? Do you need flesh?" Lumion was first stunned, then relieved that he had a translator. Looking at the hunched-over, devil-like giant undead, Lumion suddenly had a strange thought. Is this considered making a deal with a demon? Has the aftereffects from using the authority holders under the table transaction finally caught up with me? For a moment, Lumion was unsure whether the authority holders under the table transaction, a beyonder item from the broker pathway, actually had negative effects. On the one hand, encountering a deal with demons and other evil beings surprisingly prevented a potential battle. Without this negative effect, Lumion suspected he would have been attacked the instant he was spotted by the goat-faced demon, instead of being asked if he needed flesh. This seemed like a manifestation of how a shadow merchant could reduce the malice from dangerous creatures and mysterious entities. However, it was definitely wrong if this wasn't considered a negative effect. Dealing with a demon wouldn't be simple or easy. It might even be very dangerous, even if the demon was already dead. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lumion, pointing to the half-body of the abscessed hand on the grayish-white stone table, asked, "I want it all. What must I give in return?" He planned to gauge the difficulty of the transaction first. If it proved too challenging, he would ask for help from the Temperance faction demigod to confront and collectively eliminate this decaying goat-faced demon. Having a deal offered by a demon didn't mean you had to accept it. As soon as Lumion spoke, he felt his body stiffen and a coldness spread within him. He understood what was happening and didn't resist or struggle, then found himself involuntarily speaking in a gravelly, metallic voice, as if using dead vocal cords. His words were repeated in an unknown language by the goat-faced giant, and every word struck a chill into Lumion's spirit, feeling as though they were piercing his spirit body. Bent over and goat-faced, the black-skinned, decaying demon responded in the same hollow language, its voice echoing ominously. One of the words seemed to grasp Lumion's spirit body as if by a giant hand. If it weren't for his dead state and the protection of the Eggers family's golden mask, just this interaction alone could have severely harmed him. Soon, the ethereal voice of the Knight of Swords resonated in his mind. "I want Farbody dead. Farbody, the devil monarch. Farbody, the true form of Narration? The terms of the deal require me to kill an ancient god." Lumion narrowed his eyes at the towering goat-faced devil, regaining control of his voice to say, "That's an ancient god. I can't do it. Change the terms." If the goat-faced devil refused to change the terms, then there was no need for negotiation. Facing an ancient god might be beyond me, but taking you down certainly wasn't. It was just a matter of owing a favor to a demigod. That debt could be repaid slowly over time. It was unclear whether it was the Knight of Swords or the Temperance faction demigod who then took control of Lumion's body, translating his words into a language the goat-faced demon could understand. This also brought Lumion a strange sensation. The goat-faced demon, capable of standing 4 to 5 meters tall but appearing only a bit over 3 meters due to its bent back, fell silent for a moment before speaking in a deep, hollow tone. "I want that egg." "Egg?" Lumion muttered to himself in confusion. He understood directly because the Knight of Swords had already translated it synchronously. "Where is this egg?" Lumion inquired, as a member of the Temperance faction took control of his mouth to relay the question. The decaying goat-faced demon let the massive thigh bone in its hand drop to the ground with a loud thud. In the palace, the goat-faced demon answered simply, making the Knight of Swords' job of translating much easier. This also made the Knight of Swords' translation job much easier. Lumion asked, seeking confirmation, "The Palace of Death? Could a former divine residence be extremely dangerous?" The goat-faced demon's eyes, oozing blood and pus, shifted slightly. Yes, an egg within Death's palace. Lumion hesitated between agreeing to the deal or just seizing it. As he surveyed his surroundings, he further inquired, "What does this egg look like?" While waiting for the member of the Temperance faction to translate, Lumion noticed a broken statue by a half-buried stone pillar, with only parts of its body remaining. It was vaguely recognizable as an avian statue, its feathers seemingly woven from mystical patterns, pale white and dim. An avian statue, Lumion thought, connecting this with the egg the goat-faced demon wanted. Once the translation was finished and control of his mouth returned, he added, "A bird's egg." After about 10 seconds, the goat-faced demon dragged its pale thigh bone forward a few steps, which scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound. The goat-faced demon spoke slowly and intermittently. "Yes, it's large, black, within flames. It really is a bird's egg, and obviously from an abnormal mother. Birds." Lumion suddenly remembered the prematurely born child they were tracking, associated with the banshees in their full might. They resembled birds, with claws and wings. Although there are clear differences from this bird statue, they are at least all birds. Moreover, since there is an abnormal bird's egg inside Death's palace, it implies the existence of a mother in the mystical sense. Lumion vaguely grasped the reason Oxito had conceived such a stillborn and cast it into the underworld. Was her goal also this egg, to use it to do something to the underworld? Whether integrating the realm of the dead in the Raklev region into her own Paramitha or conducting a ritual to impregnate corpses and bear children, was it all for this purpose? Sheesh, does she intend to merge the underworld with her own Paramitha? That's quite ambitious, isn't it? This is a legacy of a true god, a former divine kingdom. But if Oxito really succeeds, wouldn't the Great Mother be able to descend directly? Even if she can't fully merge the underworld just yet, just planting a seed is still a very dangerous thing for our world. Lumion immediately asked the goat-faced demon, "Have you seen a giant baby with bird claws?" The decaying goat-faced demon looked at Lumion but did not respond. It was unclear whether it hadn't seen such a thing, or if the influence of the broker pathway was limited to the transaction itself. Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Deal." The goat-faced demon's head moved almost imperceptibly. It turned and began dragging its pale thigh bone, step by step, back to the grayish-white stone table where the half-body of the abscessed hand lay. Lumion, lowering his voice, shared his recent thoughts with the Knight of Swords and the Temperance faction demigod. Knight of Swords Merrick quickly responded, "Let's head to Death's palace right now." Seemingly to reassure Lumion, the Knight of Swords added, "You're wearing the Eggers family's mask. Many dangers in the underworld will naturally avoid you. We only need to worry about anomalies like the boatman. And if Oxito's monstrous child can get close to Death's palace, close to that bird's egg, then we should be able to as well. Even with the premature birth and the powers inherited from Oxito, it's at most equivalent to a sequence 4. Upon hearing the Knight of Swords say so much in one breath, Lumion pondered and said, "Its state of existence and birth ritual are quite unique. It might be able to harness some of the underworld's power. Even if it hasn't reached the angelic level due to being premature, we must treat it as a sequence 3 demigod in the corresponding environment. After all, this was a baby born through the integration of Paramitha and the spirit realm, facilitated by Lake Dalsh. And this baby had undergone gestation within a corpse, birth postmortem, and then returned to its original form through a process of mutation and integration. It absolutely couldn't be considered a living creature, for living beings would instantly die in the underworld." "Yes," the Knight of Swords answered succinctly. Under the pale glow of a few bone torches mounted on the broken wall, Lumion asked the two members of the Temperance faction within him, "If we continue along the path we were on, into the depths of the darkness, will we reach Death's palace?" Lumion remembered that the Knight of Swords had mentioned reading many notes from the descendants of Death. Before the Knight of Swords could reply, the goat-faced demon standing at the gray stone table suddenly lifted the large pale thigh bone. It used the bone to point toward a dark, deep hole that had been smashed open by a dome-shaped stone block near the broken statue. That seemed to lead to the dark cathedral's basement. Lumion paused, then blurted out, "You mean, this leads directly to Death's palace?" Based on the Knight of Swords' explanations and what he had seen earlier, Lumion believed Death's palace was situated at the bottom of the dark underworld. One would have to keep heading downward, deep into the ground, to reach it. But since it was a descent, jumping directly into the seemingly bottomless basement might also be feasible. Emperor Roselle once said, "All roads lead to Trier." The decaying goat-faced demon nodded slowly. It was only then that Lumion realized, "This fellow understands my Intis language. Why did I even bother getting a translator? Is a demon still a demon even after death?" Lumion didn't waste any time confronting the decaying goat-faced demon. He ran a few steps to the edge of the dark, vast hole. He formed a clump of blazing white flame and placed it at the edge of the hole, illuminating some of the interior. Massive stone pillars, blackened wood racks, collapsed stone slabs, and a winding staircase extending downward, disappearing into the darkness. "No problem." The Knight of Swords conveyed the judgment on behalf of the Temperance faction demigod. "It leads to Death's palace." Without hesitation, Lumion jumped onto the partially collapsed staircase. Instead of running down the stairs in the usual way, he jumped back and forth between stone pillars, wood racks, staircases, and walls in a linear freefall. During this process, Lumion occasionally transformed into a blazing white flame spear to leap over completely collapsed parts without footholds, and at other times turned into a shadow creature to navigate around special areas. The surrounding darkness seemed to hide something even the blazing white light couldn't illuminate, but Lumion ignored it, pretending not to notice. After descending for an indeterminate amount of time, Lumion's feet finally touched the ground. In the light of the blazing white flame, he saw that the area was littered with broken bones, some white, some yellow-brown, and some dark brown. Not too far from Lumion, a deep black stone wall stood, set with a heavy wooden door large enough for a giant to pass through. Lumion walked up to the door, bent over, and extended his palms, beginning to push outward with all his strength. His instincts told him that beyond this door lay Death's palace. Amidst the heavy tearing sound of a long unmoved wooden board, the chestnut-brown door slowly opened outward. The first thing Lumion noticed was the dim light, unlike the darkness typical of the deeper parts of the underworld, emanating not from golden humanoid street lamps but from all objects ahead. He then got a clear view of the exterior. There lay a cluster of palaces half sunken into the void, with a majestic main hall, several high towers, and aerial corridors connecting them. Deeper into the palace complex, the structures seemed to sink further into the void, while those on the periphery stood solidly on a barren wilderness. Even so, the main hall in the core area towered much higher than the rest of the buildings. Now, most of the structures were completely collapsed, leaving only ruins and broken walls. The relatively intact palaces and towers were concentrated on the periphery, with the only visibly towering structure in the core area being the main hall and its 4 attached spires. At this moment, whether it was the broken palace complex or the surrounding wilderness and the sky above, all had faded to a dim, pale white, enveloping and infusing the entire world with pallor. They brought light. This pale white world still retained a few other colors: gold embedded on the surfaces of buildings, and the black at the bottom of the palace complex representing the void. The latter had 2 other sources. One was the silently falling illusory dark river Styx from above, cascading behind the main hall, and the other was a creature long enough to be described in hundreds of meters, nestled among the 4 spires atop the grand main hall. It was an exaggeratedly large bird, its wings woven from pale white flames and mystical patterns, quietly sprawling on the roof of the main hall. Many of its pale white fiery feathers had shed, revealing the black, decaying skin underneath. Despite the considerable distance, and even with just a few fleeting glances, Lumion couldn't help but feel his death accelerating. He lowered his head to look at his hands and found his already pale, dull, and withered undead skin now marked with spreading patches of blue-black decay. These marks moved slowly, deepening continuously. Moreover, his clothes were also beginning to be infected by the pallor of this world, all colors turning dim. What kind of monster is that? Lumion dared not gaze at the distant giant bird anymore and could only look directly at the palace complex itself. After a few seconds, the increasingly ethereal voice of the Knight of Swords, Merrick, rang out. It might be the corpse of Gregrace. Gregrace, the Phoenix ancestor, the ancient death among the 8 ancient gods of the Second Epoch? Lumion blurted out in astonishment. Why would her body be here? After posing the question, Lumion felt it was somewhat meaningless. This was the underworld, and it was not strange for any deceased's body to appear here. The Phoenix ancestor ancient death had perished before the underworld anomaly. On the other hand, the absence of the Eggers family's death's corpse, hidden somewhere, was an anomaly. Lumion didn't expect the Knight of Swords to actually answer his question. It might be that the ancestor of the Eggers family, the former death, placed it here. Does that mean the Eggers family's death not only acquired the beyonder characteristics of the Phoenix ancestor Gregrace but also brought her body back to the underworld, hiding it somewhere in the palace complex? How did she know it end up on top of the palace? Is it just a corpse? Was it placed there initially? Or did the anomaly in the underworld come from this ancient god's corpse? With the reigning death dead, has the ancient god's corpse reanimated? Lumion suddenly had some thoughts. At that moment, he heard the Knight of Swords add, Sharon just saw the egg. The egg? The one the goat-faced demon wants? Is Sharon referring to the Temperance faction demigod within me? Lumion's heart leaped with joy before he quickly asked, Where is the egg? Below the belly of what seems to be the corpse of the Phoenix ancestor. It has a pitch-black shell and is engulfed in pale white flames, about a meter in diameter. The Knight of Swords briefly described the egg. Protected by the corpse of the ancient death? Lumion's scalp tingled at the thought. How am I supposed to retrieve it? This might as well be no different from slaying the devil monarch. Farbody. Of course, for those of high stature, a living ancient god and a beyonder characteristic lacking one reduced to a decaying corpse were not on the same level. The difficulty of these tasks was as different as heaven and the abyss. But for Lumion, they were equally insurmountable, both falling under the category of impossible even with self-sacrifice. Son of a sow. That goat-faced fellow really is a demon turned undead. Fine, if it can't be completed, then so be it. Just finish off the contractor as if there was no task at all. As malicious thoughts spread throughout his body, the Knight of Swords added, It's not entirely impossible to retrieve the egg. The state of the Phoenix ancestor's corpse is somewhat strange. Strange state of the corpse? Aren't there only 2 states for a corpse, eternal rest and reanimation? Lumion dared not use his own eyes to inspect the decaying corpse of the ancient death, Gregrace, and could only inquire of Sharon, the only one present who could withstand looking at the body of an ancient god to some extent. What's strange about it? The one responding was still the Knight of Swords. It's a sleep, the kind of deep sleep that's hard to awaken from. This doesn't align with the current state of this pale white nation. Asleep? Dead and transformed, yet still needing sleep? Lumion frowned slightly and asked, Why does that not align with the current state here? The Knight of Swords paused a few seconds before explaining. From what we've seen, one of the reasons for the original anomaly in the underworld was the reanimation of the Phoenix ancestor. It destroyed Death's palace, killed all of Death's blessed present, and turned this place into a pale white nation. We've encountered a few demigods from the Death domain. Since the underworld anomaly, they could still manage some affairs in the underworld, even enter directly, but none dared to venture deep into the underworld to search for the treasures within Death's palace. Their instincts told them it was too dangerous, absolutely not to be approached. But Sharon didn't have such a premonition for danger, so she agreed to come here. That means, for a long time after the underworld anomaly, the body of the Phoenix ancestor still roamed this pale white nation, keeping the high-ranked beings of the death domain at bay. But now it lies asleep. Lumion found the oddity from Merrick's description. When was the last time a high-ranking beyonder of the death pathway felt danger approaching deep into the underworld? Lumion tried to determine the approximate time frame. I don't know. The Knight of Swords answered promptly. Don't know. It seems then that the Phoenix ancestor's body has only fallen asleep in recent years. Otherwise, the high-ranked beyonders of the death pathway entering the underworld would have discovered that it's not so dangerous here anymore, and might have attempted exploration, not leaving without a trace nor without any news spreading. What happened in recent years? Lumion thought, unable to suppress his complaint. Why did the Eggers family's death bring back the Phoenix ancestor's corpse, leaving such a huge risk? As a true god, he could have directly destroyed this corpse. The Knight of Swords responded to Lumion's complaint. The underworld was established by the ancient death in the spirit world, and as an ancient god, she wasn't limited to the powers of the death pathway when she created the underworld. It might not have been easy for the Eggers family's death to initially take control of the underworld. He might have needed to use the corpse of the Phoenix ancestor. By the time he truly took control, his state might have changed, no longer concerned with such trivial matters. Does this mean the Eggers family's death went mad later? The underworld wasn't naturally formed. It was created by the ancient death, Greg race. Such a powerful ancient god. No wonder she could have undergone reanimation. Lumion reflected inwardly. The Knight of Swords, sensing his sigh, simply said, "It's said that even among those mad ancient gods, the Phoenix ancestor, Greg race, was particularly fond of stirring things up, much like the Blood Emperor Alista Tudor of the Fourth Epoch. Now that you put it that way, I can understand perfectly." Lumion's gaze continuously shifted among the pale sky, the wilderness, and the collapsed palace complex, pondering whether to seize the opportunity of the ancient god's corpse being asleep to steal the enormous black egg burning with pale white flames. Suddenly, he spotted a figure still capable of movement. It was a creature with a human head but the body of a giant bird. The creature's limbs were bent, with nails that flickered with a cold light. Its back sported wings covered in half-pale white, half-chestnut brown feathers. The development of its head seemed incomplete, resembling several infant heads slowly merging together. Oxyto's premature child? It's indeed here. Lumion recognized the creature's identity. That was the target he and the members of the Temperance faction had been tracking. At that moment, Oxyto's monstrous child was flapping its wings, continuously circling and stealthily drawing closer to the sleeping ancient god's corpse. Its target appeared to be the enormous black egg pressed beneath the corpse. "We must stop it. Sharon will handle cursing and controlling it, and will take care of the attack." The voice of the Knight of Swords echoed in Lumion's mind. "Okay." This time, Lumion didn't hesitate and sprinted out from the base of the pitch-black cathedral. As soon as he stepped into that pale white nation, his entire being was dyed pale white, devoid of any additional colors. This caused him to shiver both body and soul, wanting nothing more than to kneel down on the ground, lying prostrate and motionless. Silently, Lumion drew the sword of courage. The blade, now color-eroded by the pale whiteness, suddenly ignited with a bright white flame tinged with blue. Filled with the courage to battle against the heavens and to strike at true gods, Lumion stood straight and tall, unflinchingly facing the ruined palaces within the pale white nation. Just then, his eyelids dropped uncontrollably, shielding his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the Knight of Swords resonated once more in his ear. "Our target is Oxyto's child, not the ancient god's corpse." This was to prevent Lumion from looking directly across the pale white wilderness at the corpse of the ancient death god. "There's nothing to fear," Lumion quickly responded. His voice, once it left his mouth, was also infected by the pallor governing this world, becoming weak, hollow, and devoid of emotion. The Knight of Swords earnestly advised, "But this will affect our battle with Oxyto's child. We must resolve it quickly. Once that's done, you can do whatever you want. Lumion fell momentarily quiet before responding, Okay. Honestly, wearing the Eggers family's golden mask and in his undead state, Lumion felt a bloodline-based fear and an awe towards the Phoenix ancestor's corpse atop Death's palace, which the courage did not dispel and even somewhat weakened, creating a balance. Otherwise, Lumion, wielding the sword of courage, would not have been so agreeable. Immediately, Lumion ignited into a bright white flame, transforming into a long spear of light, hurling towards the still intact buildings at the edge of the palace complex. As the fiery spear cut through the sky, it too was eroded by the pallor, dissipating and dimming even faster, which meant Lumion only managed half the intended distance. Finally, as the pale white light extinguished, Lumion appeared mid-air, plummeting straight towards the ground. He landed softly on the wilderness, making only a slight sound, and all around was deadly silence. The bright, blazing spear of flame took to the air once again. After repeating this 5 times, Lumion finally reached a high tower adorned with numerous golden patterns and stood at its top, with the figure of Oxyto's monstrous child becoming clearer in his sight. Although the other did not display the potentially incomplete mythical creature form, merely seeing the bent human limbs, a head formed from several merged infant heads, and wings stretching from the torso with half pale white, half chestnut brown feathers, Lumion felt dizzy, accompanied by spasmodic pain. Additionally, something inside him seemed to be calling, slowly gathering towards his abdomen. It was the bloodline of Omabella. Lumion felt no fear from this. Wasn't this inevitable? In the next instant, 2 figures materialized before him. One figure wore a black Gothic-style court dress, complete with a matching petite bonnet and her light golden hair neatly bundled up. The other, slightly disheveled, donned a traditional black vest over a white shirt. Temperance faction demigod Sharon and a member of the Temperance faction, the holder of the Knight of Swords Minor Arcana Tarot card, Merrick. As they approached their primary target, they finally detached from Lumion's body, ready to battle. Indeed, both Sharon and Merrick bore colors derived from the impressions left by Lumion, not truly manifested, appearing pale white and dim. Moreover, their bodies were transparent and ghostly, in a state of wraiths. If not so, they would have instantly died, becoming real undead creatures devoid of consciousness. The monstrous child of Oxyto, hovering close to the belly of the ancient death god's corpse, sensed the proximity of Lumion and the others. From a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, it half-turned its body and looked over with its 12 clustered eyes. Lumion immediately felt the protective essence of his mind and consciousness, shielded by the Eggers family's golden mask, along with the life force deep within, showing signs of disintegration. In his eyes, the Temperance faction demigod named Sharon, using the reflective mirror effect of the pure gold surface, flickered twice between the crumbling palace and the high tower, coming within 300 to 400 meters of the Phoenix ancestor's corpse. She opened her mouth towards Oxyto's child and emitted a piercing scream. This was Lumion's first time hearing Sharon's voice. Eroded by the pallor during its journey of over 2,000 meters, the sound reached Lumion's ears as a faint echo, almost like an illusion. Oxyto's child didn't see it that way. The feathers on its wings, half pale white, half chestnut brown, rapidly fell off. One by one, the eyes on its face burst open, the flesh on its uncovered body festering down to the bone, as if struck by a potent curse. Seeing this, Lumion, fearless, transformed once again into the fiery spear of flame and hurled himself at the creature. Meanwhile, the Knight of Swords flickered forward on various reflective surfaces. Oxyto's child let out a mournful howl. Though distant and further muted by the dense pallor within Death's palace, the sound was soft when it reached Lumion, yet it still made him dizzy for a moment, a bloody stench of decay filling his nostrils, involuntarily causing him to revert from his fiery spear form. With this howl, Oxyto's monstrous child morphed into a writhing, twisted, huge pale white bud. The exploded eyeballs, festering flesh, and fallen feathers were all absorbed into the bud. In a blink, the bud blossomed, sopping wet, and produced 2 children. One was intertwined in pitch black and dark red, its sores festering rapidly until it stilled, turned pale, and fell to the ground. The other was an unscathed, massive bird-clawed monstrosity. Through this transformation, Oxito's monstrous child shed the curse and was reborn. But Sharon seized the moment, her figure reflected within its clustered 12 eyes. Oxito's monstrous child froze mid-air, just a few dozen meters from the Death's main hall where the Phoenix ancestor's corpse lay. In its 12 gleaming beautiful eyes, the figure of Sharon, wearing her petite bonnet, flickered in and out of view, soon illuminated by intense, bright white light. A flamboyant spear of flame shot forth, striking an ancient, partially collapsed tower nearby. As the light dispersed, Lumion, single-handedly wielding the sword of courage, appeared. He did not hesitate or feel fear. Despite the dizziness and pain in his head, his eyes turned an iron black. This iron-black shade emerged only to be eroded by the pallor, harmonizing completely with this nation. This did not impede Lumion's observation of his target's weaknesses, though all he saw was pallor. Compelled, Lumion relied on his hunter-kin senses to detect weaknesses, picking the most appealing and battle-raging spot among those pale hues. Once again, he became the increasingly pale and dimming fiery spear of flame, positioning himself above Oxito's monstrous child. His figure outlined. He grasped the sword of courage, blazing with bright white and blue flames, and plummeted like a boulder towards the body of Oxito's monstrous child. As they drew close, Lumion struck at the monstrous bird-clawed infant's abdomen with his broadsword, now tainted with pallor. He was using his cull. Before this, the Knight of Swords, Merrick, appeared atop the half-collapsed tower, slipping on a ring carved in the shape of the sun god's bird. In his hands, he quickly formed a lance as clear as pure sunlight. This caused the nearby pallor to fade slightly, erasing shadows and causing the wraith-like state of the Knight of Swords to melt inch by inch. Droplets of dim liquid fell like wax in a fire. The droplets evaporated quickly, leaving behind a bit of dust that slowly dispersed. Enduring the melting of his right side, Merrick's expression twisted into one of madness as he hurled the lance of sunlight towards Oxito's monstrous child. Considering that Oxito was a shaman king of the moon pathway, the Temperance faction had prepared a sun pathway sealed artifact in advance, which unexpectedly proved useful at this time. This sealed artifact, both in effect and trait, would bring significant harm to the wraiths. The clean and bright spear of flame became an anomaly in this pale world. It too was being eroded, but it was also dispersing the pallor, appearing to be able to strike the body of the monster child before Lumion's sword of courage could. Although the monstrous child of Oxito was possessed by the demigod Sharon and forcibly controlled, it wasn't completely turned into a statue to be slaughtered at will. It struggled against the influence of the wraith, as its reborn body slowly contracted, seemingly returning to an embryonic state, seeking the comfort of its mother's embrace, while unleashing its own Paramitha. The pale white wilderness quickly engulfed the surrounding ruined palaces and the half-collapsed tower, also drawing the bodies of a few blessed of death who had died in this area into its scope. In the deathly silence, a horrific giant snake, bearing only bones and some rotting flesh with exaggerated wings, sprung from the collapsed palace into the air, blocking the path of the Knight of Swords' spear of sunlight. The blinding sunlight burst forth, filling Lumion's eyes. His strike with the sword of courage did not slow down. He firmly slashed downwards. The sunlight blackened his pale, dim skin, sparking a burning smoke. A soft clang sounded as Lumion's sword of courage struck the head of the winged giant snake, splitting the target, which had become exceptionally fragile after absorbing most of the sunlight damage. In a barely audible silence, the snake's bones either evaporated or shattered, completely losing their support and falling like rain to the ground. With the help of the giant bone snake blocking a strike for him, Oxito's monstrous child, controlled by Sharon, contracted even more fiercely. Its half-pale white, half-chestnut-brown wings and bent limbs had merged with its body, forming a sphere with only its head, formed from several merged infant heads, still visible. Its Paramitha then encompassed the entire main hall of death and the corpse of the Phoenix ancestor. The pale white light quickly engulfed the bird-clawed infant's perimeter, rendering the spread-out wilderness dull and indistinguishable from the surrounding ruined palaces, towers, and corridors. This perimeter lost the features distinguishing the interior from the exterior, effectively withering and dying. As the bone serpent collapsed, Lumion fell straight down, landing amidst the broken walls and debris scattered across the wilderness. With a forceful bend of his waist and a forward flip, he landed firmly, not relying on his burning white spear form to avoid the damage from such a fall. In this pale white nation, even the rules of the world seemed corrupted. Falling from 50 meters felt no different than jumping from a 5-meter building. At this moment, the monstrous child of Oxito retracted its head into the pale white flesh sphere, forcing the Temperance faction demigod Sharon to detach and hover in midair. In the area near the main Hall of Death, 5 or 6 terrifying undead creatures, influenced by perimeter, shakily rose to their feet. Among them were 2 giant serpents with feathered wings and hairy corpses, a bloated, rotten giant, a humanoid mountain of white bones, and a woman with hair like thick snakes and a face 2/3 decayed. Each of these risen dead, summoned by the bird-clawed infant, exerted immense pressure on Knight of Swords Merrick. As a Sequence 5 of the prisoner pathway, he knew he couldn't control these corpses. Attempting to wake them would only result in his own immediate dismemberment. The undead, immense and horrifying, locked onto the Temperance faction demigod, Sharon, but their movements were sluggish, as if hindered by an unseen force, unable to attack immediately. Sharon, too, could control corpses and command the dead, and she was a true demigod with a higher rank than the premature bird-clawed infant. Sharon's divided focus to influence the former blessed of death gave Oxito's monstrous child a chance for rebirth. The pale white flesh sphere bloomed like a flower, revealing a giant baby cleansed by pure water, while the sphere itself withered rapidly, turning pale and decaying as it fell to the ground. Just as the giant baby spread its half-pale, half-chestnut wings, Sharon abandoned her control over the corpses. In her pale white eyes, the floating bird-clawed infant was reflected. She opened her mouth and let out a scream that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. The giant baby froze, instantly transforming into a lamb covered in pale fur. Unable to fly or use any Beyonder abilities, it plummeted towards the ground, towards Lumion, who stood with the Sword of Courage. Transfiguration curse. Without the monstrous child's support, perimeter began to collapse. The risen dead lost the foundation of their existence, gradually halting their movements and toppling over in the ruins. The lamb covered in pale white fur seemed corrupted from within. As it fell, its skin split, sprouting half-pale, half-chestnut feathers, and its belly swelled, as if nurturing new life. No creature could escape the fate of being corrupted and nurturing new life, not even an ordinary lamb. This was a trait of the Madam pathway, and the Transfiguration curse could not strip corresponding Beyonders of these traits. Sharon never expected to resolve Oxito's premature child with just the Transfiguration curse. Seizing the opportunity, she let her pale white figure reflect in the mutated lamb's eyes. The lamb's swelling belly began to slow, and the mutation caused by the corruption became less rapid. It continued to plummet towards the ground. Lumion, standing on the ground, looked up with a smile, raising the blue-hued blazing white sword of courage. As the lamb entered his attack range, a spear of pure, intense sunlight shot from the half-collapsed tower. Knight of Swords Merrick, enduring significant pain and damage, once again projected the spear that illuminated the pale white world. This time, the bird-clawed infant, still in lamb form, could not evade or find a helper to block the spear. It could only watch as the golden spear of sunlight pierced its abdomen and exploded. At this moment, as the scorching white sunlight engulfed the target, Sharon used Lumion's eyes and the pure gold in the nearby ruins to mirror jump away from the bright, sunlit, and fading pale area. Although the lamb's body shielded her from the direct harm of the sunlight explosion, she, as a spirit-like Beyonder, still suffered significant impact. When she reappeared in a golden pattern embedded in a wall hundreds of meters away, her figure had thinned noticeably, dripping waxy liquid like sweat. Lumion stood close to the pale white lamb, filled with courage, not dodging, but standing firmly, welcoming the spreading sunlight. Wearing the Eggers family's golden mask, his entire body ignited, blackening and melting like a candle, bringing extreme pain. Fortunately, he was not at the explosion's core, most of the damage falling on the bird-clawed infant, with Sharon taking some as well. Otherwise, the sunlight spear might have purified him in one blow. The sword of courage also absorbed half the damage, making his injuries not as severe as they appeared. Clenching his teeth, Lumion advanced instead of retreating, running towards the falling bird-clawed infant with the eroded white broadsword in hand. With a faint thud, the half-melted, ghastly pale lamb crashed onto the shattered stones. Lumion arrived a second later, his eyes turning from iron-black to pale white. He swung the sword of courage with both hands. Bright white and blue flames flared, the sharp sword striking the lamb's chest and abdomen. The explosion was not loud, but the flames and the violent shockwave lifted the surrounding rubble, tearing a jagged hole in the lamb's chest and abdomen. Boom! Boom! Lumion swung the sword twice more, splitting the bird-clawed infant's lamb form into charred fragments. The charred pieces were immediately eroded by the pale white color, bringing a sense of dark, dead silence. Just as Lumion was about to strike again, the pale lamb's abdomen exploded, scattering rotten flesh and liquid with a strange aura. Instinctively, Lumion slashed the void ahead with the sword of courage, cutting through everything there. Boom! Bright white flames and a violent shockwave formed a solid wall, blocking the rotten flesh and evil liquid. As the pale lamb's abdomen exploded, a small, phantom figure with bird claws and wings, covered in a layer of pure water, flew out, heading straight for the black bird egg beneath the ancient death's corpse. This time, the bird-clawed infant, reduced to a phantom, was no longer cautious, no longer circling. Knight of Swords Merrick could not throw the spear of sunlight again, as it would cause his severely injured body to dissolve in the light. Instead, he opened his arms, summoning a divine pillar of clean flame from the sky, aiming at the phantom heading for the main hall of death. The bird-clawed infant's figure first disappeared, then reappeared, evading the divine pillar's attack, but was immediately locked by Sharon's pale white eyes. Sharon transformed into a dim, stiff doll, encasing herself in layers of ice. Simultaneously, layers of crystalline ice emerged around the bird-clawed infant, briefly fixing it in place, preventing its disappearance or progress. The bird-clawed infant raised its head, letting out a howling wail within the ice cage. The ice cage silently shattered. The bird-clawed infant's body, covered in clear, pure water, splashed towards the ancient death's corpse, forming droplets of faint golden liquid. These droplets, drawn by an unseen force, converged into a river, carrying the bird-clawed infant towards the black bird egg burning with pale white flames. Seeing this, Lumion instinctively wanted to avoid the phoenix ancestor's corpse. He leaned back, raised his arm, and hurled the sword of courage. The broadsword, eroded to pale but blazing with white and blue flames, flew like a conscious missile, covering hundreds of meters, leaving a trail of flames in the air and striking the bird-clawed infant. Locked on. Rumble. The sky near the black bird egg erupted with expanding white flames, forming a mushroom cloud. Silently, charred shadowy fragments fell from the expanding flames and cloud, like a rain of dust. The dust turned pale before touching the ground, some blown by the wind onto the black bird egg. At that moment, Lumion heard an illusory shattering sound and felt his Reaper potion fully digest. He had no time to rejoice as his mind and consciousness, protected by the Eggers' family golden mask, were overwhelmed by fear and dread. He lowered his head, knelt to the ground, and hugged himself, trembling. He only wanted to obey the orders of the Phoenix ancestor's corpse. As an undead, he lost his courage, his vision darkening. Thump, splash. In extreme fear, Lumion heard the sound of a heartbeat and flowing blood. It came from nearby within this pale white nation. It resonated strangely with Lumion. Faintly, Lumion heard a mournful cry. "Child! My child! Who is your child? Who are you?" Lumion instinctively wondered. The mournful cry continued. "My child! Where are you?" The voice paused and then rose slightly. "Omabella! Where are you?" The mournful cry seemed to draw closer. "My child! Omabella! Where are you?" Hearing the name Omabella, Lumion shuddered violently, snapping out of his fear-induced daze. Who? Who is looking for Omabella? Why are they looking for Omabella? As he wondered, Lumion noticed the surrounding area growing darker, with a sense of confinement and imprisonment. He reached out, his hands brushing against a cold, hard wall. He pressed himself against it, trying to peer through its cracks. The wall was pitch black but semi-transparent, and Lumion could faintly see the pale white sky, the collapsed towers, and the shattered palaces. He also saw Sharon, the Temperance faction demigod dressed in a small bonnet and a Gothic dress, floating nearby. She extended her hand, summoning the Sword of Courage, now pale from erosion. Beyond Sharon, he looked down at the rubble-strewn ruins. A pale figure in tattered clothes was kneeling, bent over as if to crawl. The figure was trembling all over, struggling to raise its head and straighten up. It was a face wearing a golden mask, his own face. Me? If I'm outside, then who is here? Already half-conscious, Lumion felt even more bewildered. Almost simultaneously, he saw his outside self, with charred skin peeling off, sprouting half-pale, half-chestnut feathers. His belly writhed visibly, while wheat, mushrooms, and flowers grew from the sunlit wounds. Silently, Sharon leaped onto the golden mask and appeared before Lumion, placing the Sword of Courage into his hands. The surge of courage instantly dispelled the fear suppressing his mind and consciousness, making his vision pale white and no longer pitch black. The sense of confinement and entrapment around him also dissipated. He raised his head higher, no longer seeing himself or using a top-down perspective. His gaze fell on the black egg under the ancient death's corpse at the top of the main hall. He instinctively believed he had just been inside the egg, observing the outside through its shell. No, it wasn't me inside the black egg, but the part of me that lost courage and was subdued by the ancient god's aura resonating with the creature inside the egg, sharing its senses. So, I saw the scene outside the shell, heard the mournful cry for Omabella, and showed signs of corruption. Thinking this, Lumion quickly looked down at his body, seeing the feathers falling off, mixed with wheat, mushrooms, and flowers. They had all lost their color, turning pale and dim. Lumion also saw his belly flattening, feeling his blood, meant to be solid as a deceased, flowing throughout his body. Suddenly, he understood why Oxito risked so much to nurture a fetus with undead traits and an aura of the underworld. Even with just a bit of Omabella's bloodline, suppressed by the ancient god's corpse, he could resonate and interact with the creature inside the black egg. How much more could the bird-clawed infant, with more of the Great Mother's gifts, fused with Paramitha and the underworld, and perhaps also with Omabella's bloodline? If we hadn't taken out Oxito's premature child in time, it might have used the resonance and interaction to merge with the creature inside the black egg, controlling it from the source, or completing its catalysis. The premature birth meant the bird-clawed infant lacked the rank and traits, requiring extreme caution. Even if it reached the final step, there was a high chance of failure. Now, the question is, why could the creature inside the black egg hear the mother's call for Omabella? Who exactly is Omabella's mother? Can't really be the Great Mother, can it? Isn't she always outside the barrier? What is the relationship between the creature inside the black egg and Omabella? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion suddenly heard a faint cracking sound. He looked up in astonishment, seeing the pale white flames burning on the black egg dim significantly and peel away. The black egg itself developed a noticeable fissure. It seemed to be disintegrating to some extent. The next second, the entire pale white nation began to tremble. A deathly aura from the black egg, where the ancient death's corpse lay, started to emerge. Even with the Sword of Courage in hand, Lumion couldn't help but freeze, trembling. The surrounding palaces and towers, whether in ruins or half-collapsed, began to shake violently as if struck by an earthquake. A thought flashed through Lumion's mind. The Phoenix ancestor Grigrace's corpse is awakening. Run. Escape. He shouted this in his mind but couldn't turn his body or take a single step. The Temperance faction demigod Sharon grabbed him, and in his eyes reflected the dim figure of the Knight of Swords, who looked much fainter than before. Cracks appeared in the pale white sky, extending towards the trembling ground. An overwhelming sense of dread was rapidly accumulating at the top of the main hall of death. Sharon, holding Lumion, initiated spirit world traversal. This could be used in the underworld but would trigger retribution. Countless indescribable limbs reached out from the void, grabbing at the swiftly moving Sharon. Sharon endured the damage from these limbs, continuing to head towards the pitch-black cathedral at the edge of the pale white nation. Her body ignited with pale white flames, directly burning her spirit, causing clumps of powder to fall continuously. Sharon could no longer sustain it any more than 3 seconds, interrupting the spirit world traversal and falling onto the pale white wilderness outside the Palace of Death, nearly a kilometer from the pitch-black cathedral. Holding the Sword of Courage, Lumion, now outside Death's palace complex, no longer felt as afraid. He immediately pointed at himself, indicating for Sharon to possess him. At the same time, he saw numerous jagged cracks rapidly spreading from behind, revealing a bottomless darkness, spheres wrapped in blood-red substance, and mountains filled with tombs. Feeling Ackle within him, Lumion quickly ignited in blazing white flames, transforming into a magnificent spear, and launched towards the edge of the pale white nation. Above, below, and on all sides, countless cracks chased after him like shattered glass. Behind him, from the direction of the palace, a heavy sound emerged. Amid the pale erosion, the flaming spear disappeared and reappeared twice. Finally, Lumion escaped the pale white nation, landing in front of the towering pitch-black cathedral. Here, only the underground portion of the cathedral was visible, resembling a massive mountain. Lumion passed through the heavy wooden doors, once again transforming into a flaming spear and launched upwards. When the flames dispersed, he sheathed the Sword of Courage, climbing upwards using the collapsed stairs, peeling walls and broken pillars, repeatedly jumping between them, sometimes leaping across supportless areas as a flaming spear. Before long, the pitch-black cathedral began to shake violently. The already precarious corridors, stairs, walls, and pillars started to crack and fall. Seeing himself about to be crushed and buried by the collapsing building, Lumion prepared to draw the Sword of Courage to carve out an escape route. At this moment, he was surprised to find the stones and pillars above him seemed to have a life of their own, avoiding him and continuing to fall past his sides. In such a dangerous situation, Lumion remained unharmed. He guessed Sharon provided some help, not wasting any time, and continued his ascent, repeating the process. After an unknown amount of time, the violent shaking abruptly stopped. Lumion didn't relax, maintaining his pace and rhythm until he saw a pale green light above. A blazing white spear shot out from the dark hole within the half-collapsed church. With the flames dispersing, Lumion's figure appeared, standing firmly on the cracked stone slab, next to a broken wall embedded with several bone torches. A tall demon with a human-goat hybrid face slowly turned, dragging a white bone leg. At that moment, Lumion realized he hadn't retrieved the black egg, failing the demon's commission. Instantly, anger surged within him. Was this a task I could complete? You were sending me to my death. Truly a demon's commission. Fine, since completing the task is no longer an option, I have only one choice. Destroy the commissioner. Despite these thoughts, Lumion only reached into the traveler's bag, preparing to draw the Sword of Courage, without intending to fight immediately. He was concerned that the ancient Death's corpse's awakening would cause mutations to spread here, preferring to leave the depths of the underworld as soon as possible, especially given the unknown strength of the goat-faced demon. Hunched over, the goat-faced demon staggered in front of Lumion. It stared at Lumion silently before speaking in a hollow, decayed voice. This time, it used Dutanese. "You've taken that egg for yourself." Before it finished speaking, the goat-faced demon straightened its 4 or 5 meter tall body and swung the white bone leg at Lumion. As the goat-faced devil approached and stared at him, Lumion's hand was already gripping the hilt of the sword of courage. When the white bone leg came crashing down, he swiftly drew the iron-black sword, burning with a bright white and blue flame, and met the attack head-on. Clang! The clash echoed loudly, and Lumion's palm split open, spilling blackened, coagulated blood. The immense force from the goat-faced demon's strike made him lose his grip on the sword of courage, sending him flying and crashing into a pile of rubble. The goat-faced demon stepped over the fallen sword in 2 strides, standing before Lumion and raising the bone leg again. Suddenly, in its blood and pus-filled eyes, the figure of Sharon, the Temperance faction demigod, appeared. Its raised hands froze in midair. Seeing the goat-faced demon's movements slow down as if struggling against something, Lumion ignited with white flames, transforming into a spear and darting past the high-ranking undead to where the sword of courage had fallen. Perhaps because the goat-faced demon wasn't an undead created by the death pathway, its intimidating effect on Lumion was weak. It lacked the ability to enslave his body and mind, allowing Lumion to muster the courage to fight back. While retrieving the iron-black broadsword, Lumion released the spirituality he had accumulated using his ascetic ability. At the same time, his eyes turned iron-black, reflecting the many colors on the goat-faced demon. He quickly found a patch of pallor, took 2 steps towards the goat-faced demon, and leaped high. In midair, Lumion adjusted his posture, gripping the sword of courage with both hands and descending towards the slow-moving demon, still battling Sharon. This time, he used the sword of courage's cull ability. His spirituality surged into the iron-black broadsword, causing the bright white and blue flames to flare up and then condense inward. With a heavy thud, Lumion landed on the demon's back, stabbing the sword of courage into the junction of its neck and body. The blade sliced into the decayed flesh like butter. As pus splattered, the flames on the broadsword poured into the goat-faced demon's body. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed, and Sharon quickly withdrew from the demon's body. The demon disintegrated into a puddle of sticky black liquid, condensed from evil thoughts. The liquid, scattered by the expanding flames and shockwaves, swiftly flowed into the dark hole leading to the pale white nation, seemingly to reassemble itself. Holding the sword of courage, Lumion felt his released spirituality deplete by 2/3. He wanted to chase and fight the demon again but felt his body stiffen and his soul trapped in an invisible cage. "Retrieve your target item first." The faint voice of the Knight of Swords echoed in his ears. "Right?" Lumion agreed with the Knight of Swords' reasoning. "I don't fear the goat-faced demon. I can totally grab the abscessed hand's body before it reassembles." He transformed into a burning white spear, darting to the bone torches. To better move the abscessed hand's body, he temporarily stashed the sword of courage in the traveler's bag. Moments later, Lumion felt a pang of fear. "I only have 1/3 of my spirituality left, yet I was thinking of a life-or-death fight with the demon, and Sharon is clearly in poor condition. Now isn't the time for that. Shouldn't I grab the target item and leave the collapsing cathedral before the demon reassembles?" Thankfully, the Knight of Swords acted as a valve for my courage and found a convincing reason. Without hesitation, Lumion grasped the abscessed hand's half-body, trying to lift it. It was extremely heavy, like metal. Fortunately, Lumion was now a Sequence 5 Beyonder, from a pathway known for their strength. During this process, Lumion worried the body might suddenly reanimate and deliver a fatal blow. However, the abscessed hand's half-body, after enduring years of cutting by the goat-faced demon, seemed lifeless with no abnormal reaction. Lumion placed the half-corpse into the traveler's bag, relieved to see it sink inside. Living flesh couldn't be stored in the traveler's bag, and the abscessed hand's body had shown self-healing traits earlier. Lumion had thought if he couldn't store it, he'd carry it or have the Knight of Swords or Sharon possess it to make it move. With the body stored, Lumion heard creaking sounds from the dark hole. He immediately transformed into a blazing spear, darting out of the half-collapsed pitch-black cathedral. With a swoosh, the white flames left a burning trail in the dark, spreading quickly into the distance. Without the pale white nation's erosion, Lumion flew far in one breath. Under the golden humanoid lamplights, he repeatedly transformed into a blazing spear, finally reaching the shadowy river Styx. He saw the gloomy, tattered boat reappear, slowly approaching as the boatman rowed. Lumion waited anxiously, not daring to fly onto the boat as a spear. According to the Knight of Swords Merrick, doing so would make him sink into the river's depths, never to be saved. Behind him, pale green flames burned quietly, sometimes swaying with the ground's tremors, sometimes shaking with some vibrations. Lumion tensed, feeling an increasing danger, unsure if it was from the ancient death's corpse awakening or the goat-faced demon's pursuit. He looked at the slow-moving boat, using a hunter's method to calm his emotions. He chuckled and spoke to the Knight of Swords Merrick within him. I thought the goat-faced demon was powerful, just below the ancient gods, holding a grudge against the devil monarch and desiring the egg beneath the ancient death's corpse. But now, it seems it's just at the saint level, with only a corpse left, lacking beyond her characteristics. The Knight of Swords didn't respond. Lumion continued. The goat-faced demon's initial request to kill the devil monarch was likely a bluff, making us more likely to accept the second condition, thinking it reasonable. If Oxito's premature child hadn't interfered, we might have stolen the egg, only to face the ancient death's wrath, unrelated to the goat-faced demon. It also used the request to kill the devil monarch to build its image, making us think it was formidable, of high rank, preventing us from attacking it or abandoning the egg task. What a cunning demon! Lumion then remembered the demon's accusation. You've taken that egg for yourself. When did I take the egg? It's still under the phoenix ancestor's corpse. I only resonated with the creature inside. Hearing and seeing what it did the demon mistake this resonance for me taking and breaking the egg? As an undead, even if it was a saint-level demon in life, it might have little brain left, acting on its cunning demonic instinct. As Lumion pondered, the tattered boat finally reached the shore. He jumped aboard, standing behind the boatman. Though the boatman might attack later, compared to the goat-faced demon's pursuit and the ancient death's corpse's awakening, it was friendly. This was manageable. The rickety boat shook as it left the dark shore, slowly heading towards the middle of the shadowy river. Lumion looked back at the depths of the underworld, seeing the intense darkness calm down. No more tremors or heavy sounds. Everything was serene again. Lumion relaxed a bit, instinctively sighing. This underworld trip was indeed intense. Only now did he ponder the huge black egg issue. The creature inside seemed related to Omabella. From this, Lumion felt the Great Mother naming her child of God after the ancient god, Omabella, wasn't just for symbolic reasons to erode the Earth Mother's authority. The fallen goddess of harvest held significant secrets. But Omabella wasn't one of the 8 ancient gods ruling the sky and land, just the giant king's queen. Akin to an angel, how can her secrets affect the current era? Many key pieces of information are obscured by history's fog. Only a few high-ranking beings from the Second Epoch know a bit. Lumion mused as he watched the dark land of the underworld recede, until only the shadowy river Styx water filled his view. He suddenly felt the matter had finally come to an end. This time, the boatman didn't attack Lumion. Instead, he rowed the gloomy boat to the opposite shore. Jumping onto the wasteland covered in withered blood flowers, Lumion, whose spirituality was nearly exhausted, ran towards the pile of bones and corpses on higher ground. After running for a few minutes, he saw faint starlight piercing through the dim sky. Next, the void tore open like transparent paper. The tear blended with the starlight, forming a door of shimmering light. Standing beyond the door was Madame Magician, dressed in a loose orange dress. Madame Magician did not enter the underworld but floated in the void outside the door, smiling at Lumion and the others. Madame Magician. Lumion had expected another demigod from the Temperance faction, bringing a beyonder of the death pathway to open the door to the underworld to fetch him, Sharon, and Merrick. But it was the major arcana card holder, Madam Magician. She can find the underworld? She can tear through its barrier and create a door? Suppressing his curiosity, Lumion took a running start and jumped through the starlit door. He felt a wave of dizziness and his vision darkened before he saw the clear, pure Lake Dalsh and felt the thin air of the highlands. He reflexively removed the golden mask of the Eggers family from his face to avoid becoming a true undead from wearing it too long. During this, the figures of Sharon and the Knight of Swords Merrick appeared beside him. "Thank you." The Knight of Swords politely addressed Madam Magician. Wearing a small black and gothic dress, Sharon nodded silently. "It's only right," Madam Magician replied with a smile. "It's a pity we couldn't catch Oxito. The Great Mothers bestowed are very vigilant and skilled at rebirth, making them extremely hard to catch." After a few pleasantries, the Knight of Swords said goodbye. Before leaving, he and Sharon both nodded to Lumion, showing their approval. Although the Knight of Swords' request was only to help find Oxito, Lumion had far exceeded that by chasing Oxito's premature child into the underworld and eliminating it. In return, Sharon, despite being injured, helped Lumion control the goat-faced demon, giving him a chance to defeat it and take the abscessed hand's half-body. Thus, neither owed the other, and no additional payment was necessary. Of course, establishing a friendship and deepening his connection with the Knight of Swords was an added bonus. After Sharon and the Knight of Swords left, Madam Magician looked at Lumion with a teasing smile. "Wondering how I found the underworld? For a high-ranking member of the apprentice pathway, the underworld is just there. There's no question of finding it. Even if hidden, we can easily locate it by observing the gatekeepers and master the ability to summon a door to the underworld. But I didn't summon it. I just opened a door." "Then why did you say I had to wait for an opportunity to enter the underworld?" Lumion asked reflexively. "As Mr. Fool's Angel of Stars, couldn't you just open a door to the underworld for me? What opportunity was there to wait for?" Madam Magician chuckled. "Could you have retrieved part of the abscessed hand's body if I had sent you to the underworld back then?" "No," Lumion answered softly. Not only would he fail, but he might also die instantly from illegal teleportation. This time, with guidance from the Temperance faction and the help of a demigod, he had a chance to take the abscessed hand's body from the goat-faced demon. Of course, the risks had also increased significantly. "I sensed an opportunity and advised you to wait," Madam Magician said sincerely. "Not all abilities can be repeated. Not using them and using them to change one's state directly is very difficult." Lumion didn't dwell on it, recounting his experiences in the underworld with Sharon and the Knight of Swords. Madam Magician listened attentively without interrupting, sometimes showing a thoughtful expression. "What secrets are hidden in the body of the second epoch's goddess of harvest?" Lumion asked at the end. Madam Magician replied, shaking her head, "I don't know." She paused for a moment before adding, "There are things I hadn't planned to tell you so early because it's not good for you. But since you've merged with Omabella's bloodline and experienced the underworld, I can share a bit. Do you remember the relic of Omabella I mentioned?" "Yes," Lumion said. One of his reasons for merging with Omabella's bloodline being the hope of briefly using the Grade 0 sealed artifact formed from the relic. Madam Magician continued, "Do you know where it is?" Before Lumion could shake his head, she answered herself, "It's in the New City of Silver." New City of Silver? The Church of the Fool's headquarters? Lumion thought of the giant-like beings that made him feel like a dwarf. Omabella's relic is a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Church of the Fools in New City of Silver? Madam Magician pondered for a few seconds before saying, "First, you need to understand a piece of mystical knowledge. Marauders, the angels of the error pathway, can steal others' identities and destinies. In other words, someone whose identity and destiny are stolen will no longer be recognized by their parents, spouse, or children, gradually becoming rejected by fate." Lumion recalled the substitution spell in the inevitability domain, which also involved one's identity and fate. Though different from Madame Magician's description and on a much lower level, it helped Lumion understand her words. Seeing he had no questions, Madame Magician continued. According to what we know, I suspect the goddess of harvest Omabella had her identity and destiny stolen by a high-ranking member of the error pathway and was killed by her direct relatives. Up to this point, it sounds like nothing more than a horrific Khan's original, but think about it. Why would the body of the goddess of harvest, killed by her direct relatives and robbed of her identity and destiny, end up in the former city of Silver, not silently in a battlefield corner? And more strangely, the ancestors of the city of Silver knew it was Omabella's body and her true identity. At the time, the steal effect was still present. Lumion sensed something amiss and frowned. What's the city of Silver's records or speculations on this? Does Omabella's body contain Beyonder characteristics? None, Madame Magician answered firmly. The city of Silver's records are sparse due to the ancient sun god's rule in the third epoch. But their ancestors mentioned that the goddess of harvest walked to the city of Silver on her own. Heh, strange, right? You'll understand more when you can temporarily use that Grade O sealed artifact. Now is not the time. This confirms that Omabella held significant mysteries. Lumion asked cautiously. What did the goat-faced demon mean when it said I had taken the egg for myself? Madame Magician gazed at Lumion for a moment before saying, There's no change in your body, but I temporarily can't confirm whether it's the same for the egg. It'll need some observation. Lumion tersely acknowledged her words and pointed to the clear, serene Lake Dalsh. What's special about this lake? How is it related to the underworld? Madame Magician laughed. The Temperance faction had a king of angels and angels ruling here for 1,000 years. But they couldn't uncover the lake's secrets. Why would I find out in a short time? Even the direct descendants of the Eggers family don't know why Lake Dalsh is special. From your underworld trip, it seems the lake's uniqueness predates the Eggers' ancestor becoming Death. Related to the ancient Death, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace? Lumion inferred from Madame Magician's words. Thinking of the huge black egg beneath the ancient Death's corpse, he found this explanation plausible for why Oxito wanted the bird-clawed creature to be born with Lake Dalsh's help. Perhaps, Madame Magician replied uncertainly. Lumion was silent for a few seconds before changing the topic. Madame Magician, now that we have part of the abscessed hand's body, I want to go to Lenberg soon to find the city of exiles, Morora. You're feeling a sense of urgency, rather impatient as well, Madame Magician remarked. Relax for a few days, calm your mind, then go. We'll follow up on the Vortex matter. Your companions will investigate the Mirror people. You probably can't take your companions into the City of Exiles. Also, focus on learning languages. After dealing with the City of Exiles, prepare your team for the advancement. All right, Lumion agreed, feeling he needed to adjust his state. Trier, Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Lumion reunited with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. After recounting his experiences in the underworld, Franca said with genuine emotion, "So that's what the underworld is like. The river Styx really exists." Then she frowned immediately. "You've fully digested your Reaper potion, but I'm still a bit short on my pleasure." In this digestion, Lumion credited 80% to Madame Sharon, 10% to the Knight of Swords, and only 10% to himself. Without pride and after some thought, he said to Franca, "Maybe I can help you quickly digest pleasure." "Ha!" Franca raised an eyebrow while Jenna looked puzzled. Lumion smiled and explained, "I've accumulated fate fragments from Morana Vigny's lust outburst. If we find a powerful Beyonder to take this fate, wouldn't it allow you to digest pleasure significantly?" Pirate admirals out at sea would be perfect for this. Franca was dumbfounded. "Is that even possible? This can be recycled? It's not like it's water. I've already digested a lot of my pleasure potion because of Morana Vigny." "Why not?" Lumion said with a smile. "It's like wanting a powerful target to experience pleasure but needing my help to get close enough. Pleasure doesn't have to be one-on-one. Otherwise Brown Saron's female orgies wouldn't make sense." What we're doing is like dealing with Morana Vigny while also affecting another target. But Franca had to admit that Lumion had a point, and it was possible, but it felt like exploiting a loophole, like using a bug in a game. At the same time, Franca complained to herself about Lumion. Have you been reading too many illegal books or watching too many orgies? How can you talk about one-to-many so naturally? Also, borrowing your help for other things is fine. But when it comes to pleasure, this description is just too strange. Under the watchful eyes of Anthony and the still somewhat puzzled Jenna, Lumion turned to Franca and asked, "Let's imagine a scenario. You're experiencing pleasure with someone, and another person passes by and sees the scene, getting strongly aroused and experiencing pleasure themselves. Would that help you digest your pleasure potion?" "Yes," Franca answered with some certainty. Based on her experience, pleasure didn't have to involve direct contact or a fixed method. As long as it met the basic condition of the target experiencing pleasure because of her, it worked. It was even better if it left the target deeply immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Realizing this, Franca suddenly paused. If this were my world before I transmigrated over, as long as one could abandon decency, shame, and morality, digesting the pleasure potion would be incredibly easy. After the preparations, it might only take a few days or even hours to fully digest it. Lumion responded with a smile. "What's the fundamental difference between the scenario I described in transferring Morana Vigny's fate fragment to a pirate admiral, causing a lust outburst? None." Franca was convinced. She then sighed and said, "You're really good at exploiting bugs." "What's a bug here?" Jenna asked, confused. Lumion, having heard this strange word from his sister Aurora, helped explain. "Exploiting a bug means taking advantage of a loophole." Franca clicked her tongue and nodded. Sometimes I think you'd be better suited for the error pathway." "Then I'd probably become an Amon by now," Lumion replied with self-awareness, laughing. Franca, being an individual of action, otherwise, she wouldn't have drunk the witch potion, immediately asked, "Which pirate admiral should we target? Isn't it too dangerous?" Each pirate admiral has their own fleet with many beyonders and backing from powerful forces. We're just giving him pleasure, not doing anything else. What's there to worry about? Lumion replied casually. Even if we can't hold back and kill him, so what? We've already offended plenty of powerful forces. These pirate admirals aren't exactly law-abiding citizens. Seeing Franca still wanting to say something, Lumion added, "This will also be a good test for our team. Trust me, the few of us together are as good as any pirate admiral's crew. Plus, we can find opportunities for Jenna to digest her witch potion and for Anthony to digest his hypnotist potion." "All right," Franca nodded. "Let's gather intelligence on the pirate admirals and see who we can locate." First, they needed to find someone. Having settled that, Franca once again commented on Lumion's underworld trip. "That ended so quickly. I couldn't contact 007 last night to give him Jenna's messenger summoning method. I thought I'd return to Trier tonight to complete this task. Who knew the whole mission would end so soon? We don't need to go to the southern continent or give 007 the summoning method." She had expected the mission to last several days, maybe a week or two, but it was done in one morning. In St. Vive Cathedral, Angoulême, wearing a brown wool coat, stood at the door of the room, gazing up the stairs leading to the higher floor. Yesterday, he and several colleagues were ordered to stay on night duty without being given a reason. Angoulême could vaguely guess the reason, as he had provided the relevant information to the higher-ups. As time slowly passed, a middle-aged man in a white robe with golden threads came up the grand staircase. The man had black hair and brown eyes, an authoritative presence, and neatly trimmed mustache. Angoulême recognized him. They had interacted a few times while handling some occult cases in the Trier region. This was Peacock, senior deacon of the Purifiers and one of the heads of the Inquisition. He wasn't Angoulême's direct superior, as he was in charge of the surrounding areas of Trier, essentially the entire Trier district except for Trier itself. He was not a demigod of the Sun pathway but a sequence 4 of the Lawyer pathway, a Earl of the Fallen. Seeing Peacock, Angoulême averted his gaze and retreated further into the room. He suspected that Peacock was a core member of April Fools outside the curly-haired Baboon Research Society, who had orchestrated the release of the humanoid sealed artifact 1-147 from church control. Angoulême's reasoning was simple. The April Fool's core member within the church had used a broker's under-the-table transaction to get other purifiers to release 1-147 for various purposes. The lawyer pathway was similar to the broker pathway, adept at twisting terms in deals and agreements to achieve their goals. This pathway's demigods had been involved in numerous shady transactions, making them most likely to come into contact with or be contacted by a broker. Before Overseer Pearl was discovered, Peacock wasn't on the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's investigation list because 1-147 wasn't in his jurisdiction, and he hadn't left his Inquisition during that time. Despite knowing the location and information of most Grade 1 sealed artifacts as a senior deacon, he wasn't suspected. Today, Peacock was at St. Vive Cathedral for a meeting. The official reason was to discuss disrupting the Mirror People's plans and eliminating these hidden rats. The demigods of the Trier district needed to meet face-to-face to finalize their strategy. After Peacock's figure in the white robe with golden threads disappeared up the stairs, Angoulême slowly exhaled and became more vigilant about what might happen. A minute or two later, Angoulême felt the whole cathedral gently tremble. This lasted only a few seconds before stopping. Few noticed except those already on alert for such occurrences. In a sunlit room near the dome, Cardinal of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and Archbishop of Trier, Plessy, with high cheekbones and blonde hair turning white, stood beside a woman in a white robe, beautiful yet sacred. She was Saint Vive, Trier's guardian angel. Opposite them, near the door, Peacock's body twisted, mostly melted, revealing an interior seemingly filled with white wax. The senior deacon of the purifiers laughed heartily. The overseer informed me immediately that she was compromised. I've been using this wax figure to act for days. His real body hid in the shadows, observing without interacting with anyone from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Just as expected, Trier Archbishop Plessy sighed. This had been anticipated. The overseer's escape made this development inevitable. Though the church had kept the overseer's escape secret, they hadn't held much hope. The wax figure of the Earl of the Fallen Peacock quickly melted. Looking at Saint Vive's impassive face, his voice turned sharp as he laughed again. I made the only right choice. The Crimson will come. Only by submitting to the great existences can we survive the apocalypse. The Crimson will come. After shouting, Peacock's wax figure completely melted into a half-solidified, half-liquid mess. Saint Vive, dressed in a white robe with golden threads and no other ornaments, watched silently before speaking a few seconds later. Who made this wax figure for him? Probably acquired through a broker. Trier Archbishop Plessy replied gravely. Saint Vive, her tone unchanged, said, Few Beyonders can make such a wax figure. Yes, that's a lead to follow. Plessy nodded. A wax figure that could initially fool an angel's senses wasn't simple. Finding its maker might lead to uncovering the broker and the hidden overseer. Saint Vive continued, Inform all bishops, padres, and purifiers about Peacock's fall, but don't issue a wanted notice. Yes, Plessy agreed that a wanted notice for a demigod would be useless and might damage the church's image among the public. A few days later, Franca, Anthony, and the others used different channels to gather the latest sightings and rumored whereabouts of the pirate admirals. Looking at the information, Franca patted the top sheet and said to Lumion, How about this one? Lumion glanced at the name and read it silently. Admiral Deep Sea Howell Constantine. Lumion had already looked through the information Franca had gathered and could guess her reasoning for this choice. Howell Constantine, Admiral Deep Sea with rumored sea monster blood, often went to an island called Banamo west of the Fog Sea for supplies. A few days ago, someone spotted Howell Constantine's flagship, the Newans, surfacing on a route to Banamo, allowing the crew to breathe fresh air and enjoy their precious freedom. Based on the distance, speed, route conditions, and weather in the Fog Sea, it was estimated that the Newans would reach Banamo in about 2 to 3 days. Among all the pirate admirals, he was the only one with a predictable trajectory in the near future. We can give it a try, Lumion responded nonchalantly to Franca's suggestion. Having participated in battles at the demigod level and played a significant role, he felt that which pirate admiral they targeted didn't matter much as long as they could locate him. Franca glanced at Lumion and mumbled, I think there's something wrong with your attitude. You can't underestimate the best of the Sequence Fives. You're not a demigod yet, and your body is still fragile. Underestimating Admiral Deep Sea could cost you dearly. There's a saying from my homeland. Strategically, you can underestimate your enemy, but tactically, you must respect them. I know. Aurora used to remind me of that, telling me not to underestimate the villagers' intelligence and think my pranks would always succeed without problems. After being chased by them a few times, I understood it well. Lumion said earnestly, Your homeland also has another saying, weakness and ignorance aren't barriers to survival, but arrogance is. Stop, Franca grumbled. As long as you know it, don't turn this into an exchange of famous sayings. Seeing they had decided on the target, Jenna spoke up. The problem now is, how do we get to Banamo Island? Banamo, located in the northwest of the Fog Sea, was once a Faesac Empire colony. Later, as the Faesac Empire declined and the natives of Banamo resisted actively, the island gained independence. It helped that Banamo lacked valuable resources and was only a base for exploring the Fog Sea's end. Giving it up wasn't a big loss. After gaining independence, Banamo developed into a pirate haven, offering a place for pirates to trade and resupply. Jenna's point was clear. Even with clear routes and good weather, it would take 2 to 3 weeks to sail from Trier to Banamo. Any issues requiring detours or delays could stretch the journey to a month. By then, Admiral Deep Sea would likely have left Banamo, and finding a pirate admiral on the open sea would be almost impossible without a stroke of fate. Given the circumstances, only teleportation could ensure the team reached Banamo in time to wait for Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine. However, neither Lumion nor Franca had the spirit world coordinates for Banamo Island, making long-distance teleportation impossible without getting lost in the spirit world. Lumion thought for a moment and asked Franca, Can we contact anyone on Banamo Island? We should be able to. There's a telegraph office on Banamo Island, Franca answered thoughtfully. We can ask adventurers who've been to Banamo to send a telegram to their friends on the island. Lumion chuckled. Good. If everything goes well, we can arrive at Banamo Island tonight. Banamo Island in the Fog Sea, shrouded in perennial fog and gloomy weather. In the island's only port, Mason, carrying a bundle of items, navigated through the bustling pirates and entered an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse had been destroyed in a pirate skirmish and never repaired, becoming a desolate spot. Mason was an adventurer who despised the brutal and ruthless pirates, but couldn't leave Banamo because the pirate haven was full of opportunities. Even if he didn't hunt down solitary, bounty-carrying pirates, he could wait for pirate feuds to end and take the remaining goods from the losers. This was how he became a Beyonder, now a Sequence 8 pugilist. Note: From the Twilight Giant Pathway. Today, Mason took on a task supposedly very simple but with a reward of 1,000 Vril d'Or, seeking a secluded place to complete it. He quickly cleared the pile of broken wooden crates, stacking them to form an altar. Following the task description, he placed candles, incense, and essential oils on the altar. After the preparations, Mason took out the neatly folded task description and read the next steps. The most challenging part of this task is the necessary knowledge, including basic ancient Hermes and proficient Hermes. If you don't meet these conditions, don't take the commission. Fortunately, I learned some ancient Hermes and enough Hermes from other adventurers. Mason felt lucky for his past decision when taking this task. It wasn't that he was more studious than other adventurers, but the items he had previously acquired involved Hermes. To understand their true value, he had paid an adventurer proficient in Hermes to teach him for a while. After quickly reading the second half of the task description, Mason assessed the potential dangers and felt confident it wouldn't be a big problem. He then arduously created a wall of spirituality, lit the candles, dripped the incense, and took 2 steps back, chanting in ancient Hermes, "I." This was one of the few words he knew in ancient Hermes. He then switched to Hermes. I summon in my name, a creature wandering above the world, the penitent who awakens from the flames of pain, a messenger that belongs solely to Lumian Li. As Mason finished, the candle flames surged, turning a deep green, almost black. In the firelight, a tall figure in a black clergyman's robe emerged. Mason took a step back in fear at the sight. The figure's exposed parts seemed long scorched by flames, with blackened flesh and skin clinging to the bones. Its eye sockets were dark, burning with deep-colored flames, and its body was oozing a viscous black fluid like water. It looked like an undead creature. Mason had seen similar beings in Banamo port, as some pirates were adept at communicating with corpses. However, the summoned penitent made Mason instinctively fearful, sensing it was fundamentally different from ordinary undead. Even the pirate admirals who had visited Banamo port hadn't given Mason this feeling. Seeing the dried corpse in a black clergyman's robe looking at him, Mason shakily handed over the letter. His task was to deliver a letter to someone named Lumian Li. The blackened, burning corpse messenger took the letter and disappeared into the dark green candlelight. The abandoned warehouse returned to normal. Mason wiped his cold sweat and muttered to himself, "This seems more complicated than I thought. I've heard of people being lured into special rituals, summoning evil gods or devils, destroying themselves and their towns. Was that what just happened? Is a catastrophe coming to Banamo port? Is Lumian Li the true name of an evil god or demon?" One Mason had previously seen that the ritual only summoned a messenger, unrelated to evil gods or demons. As a Sequence 8 Beyonder, he had taken the risk, but the messenger made him uneasy. Muttering to himself, Mason cleaned up the items on the altar. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. "I think I've heard the name Lumian Li somewhere before." He tried to recall but couldn't remember. Before leaving the abandoned warehouse, Mason glanced back at the makeshift altar, seeing shadows shifting within the broken crates. His heart tightened. Pretending he hadn't seen anything, Mason quickly left the warehouse. In Trier, within Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, in the apartment rented by Franca and Jenna, Lumian saw penitent Banefell step out of the void and hand him a letter. He didn't even open it, knowing it contained only blank paper. He asked his messenger, "Can you deliver a reply to the sender?" "I can," penitent Banefell answered in a low voice. Lumian smiled and pointed to himself. "Lam the reply." In the foggy Banamo port, Lumian leaned against the outer wall of the abandoned warehouse, watching the sender walk out with a fearful expression and quickly leave. He smiled, took a golden straw hat from the traveler's backpack, looked at it for a moment, and put it back. Having the famous adventurer Louis Barry appear here would arouse unnecessary suspicion and might cause Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine to change his destination and avoid Banamo port. Lumian straightened up, tightened his thick jacket, and walked slowly along the streets of Banamo port, his hands in his pockets. He planned to take a look around before returning to fetch Franca and the others. Trier late at night. Angoulême arrived at the agreed-upon empty house to retrieve emergency contact information from Hidden Blade. He quickly found the note and read its contents. "In case of emergency, summon my friend's messenger. Rabbit-shaped spirit that wanders about the unfounded. A runner who pursues knowledge. A messenger that belongs solely to the Seven of Cups." Seven of Cups. From the Tarot Club? "Hidden Blade, your friend is you, right?" Angoulême muttered to himself. He felt he understood why Hidden Blade always had so many troublesome matters. Banamo port. As Lumian strolled along the streets, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had arrived in Backlund, the capital of the Lone Kingdom. Although he had never been there, the foggy sky and damp, cold environment mirrored Trier's newspapers and magazines' mockery of Backlund. Of course, the architectural style here was distinctly different from Backlund's. There were two main types. One was large yet not crude, with typical Faceac characteristics, and the other was a mix of stone and wood, simple and rough, often crowded together without any clear planning. Most of the people on the streets were dressed like typical pirates, with short knives strapped to their waists and guns tucked into their belts. not bothering to conceal their weapons. In contrast, the locals with dark brown skin always wore smiles, their faces full of deference. Lumion fully understood the mindset of the natives. After all, angering a pirate could result in being dragged into a corner and killed, or having someone sneak into their home at night to murder them. The killer would then sail away on their pirate ship without a care. The current rulers of Banamo Island were trying to recruit pirates and adventurers to maintain order and hoped the great pirates would agree on a pirate code to regulate behavior in the port. However, these measures had limited effectiveness. This was because seasoned pirates couldn't suddenly start obeying laws and strict rules, even if they became sheriffs or police officers. Moreover, there wasn't a strong enough force on the island to keep them in check. As a result, it was common for sheriffs to break the law and accept bribes to shield criminals. The pirate code, agreed upon by the great pirates, wasn't mandatory. Even if someone broke it, they would only face minor punishment within their own crew. No one would hand over their own men to be dealt with by others. These measures' greatest effect was making Banamo Port appear somewhat orderly. As Lumion admired the bustling street scenes, he occasionally heard screams or gunshots from the alleys. This place is perfect for a hunter, he thought, genuinely appreciating it. When two groups of pirates started a brawl in the middle of the street, Lumion had a sudden idea. A large-scale plague for a Demoness of Despair advancement ritual could work here, but I would need to develop medicine to prevent infection or severe illness and secretly distribute it to the locals. The only problem is that there aren't 30,000 pirates here. However, there are quite a few Beyonders among them. Infecting them and causing them suffering and despair should significantly reduce the number needed for the ritual. As Lumion watched the pirate brawl with interest, he pondered the feasibility of holding the Demoness of Despair ritual in Banamo Port. When the fight was almost over, the sheriffs finally arrived, dispersing the two groups and symbolically arresting a few people. They were just waiting for the respective pirate crews to pay the fines. As for the grievances between the two groups, the sheriffs didn't care. If they wanted revenge, they would have to settle it out at sea. Meanwhile, adventurers and locals quietly dragged away some of the pirate corpses left on the street. Lumion felt like applauding this kind of order. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight and the sun filtering through the fog, he continued his leisurely stroll through Banamo Port. Passing a stone house with a small square, he saw a dozen or so people gathered, mostly locals. A pirate wearing a bicorn hat and blue woolen clothes stood on a stone platform in front of them. The pirate was shouting in Faceac, "You're just a bunch of pups fresh from your mother's embrace. If you want to become proper pirates, you need training. Today, I'll give you your first lesson. Who you can and can't mess with at sea." Faceac was the language with the least difference from ancient Faceac. Lumion, skilled in ancient Faceac, barely understood what the pirate was saying. He realized that the pirate crew was recruiting newcomers and providing basic training. Why does this feel like a big company in Trier hiring new employees? Lumion grumbled to himself as he watched the pirate display wanted posters and portraits, introducing the 6 kings, 9 admirals, and notable adventurers. This was exactly the information Lumion needed. He stopped and listened from a distance. As expected, he saw a portrait and detailed introduction of Louis Barry. At the end, the pirate with the bicorn hat pointed to a portrait and said, "His bounty isn't high, but you must never underestimate him, or even have any contact with him." No contact at Ali? Lumion focused on the portrait, seeing a burly man in his 30s with thick brown body hair, wearing suspenders and a white shirt. The pirate's tone became serious as he introduced the man to the new pirates. "His name is Frank Lee, the first mate of the Queen of Stars. He's a druid." "What is a druid?" "I'll explain when we cover Beyonder knowledge. For now, just know that a druid is sequence 5 on par with the pirate admirals. So, understand how terrifying Frank Lee is? But that's not the main reason adventurers and pirates fear him. I don't know the exact reason either. I only know that every pirate and adventurer who's encountered Frank Lee acts like they've gone mad. They jump out of their chairs and sometimes vomit when his name is mentioned. They always warn me to stay away from Frank Lee and not to leave any blood near him or eat anything found around him. So, The legendary druid Frank Lee is the first mate of the Pirate King. But why are so many pirates and adventurers so terrified of him? Even if he has the strength of a pirate admiral and is ruthless, it shouldn't cause this reaction. Lumion silently mused as he listened to the pirate's introduction. He was curious about what made Frank Lee so special. After watching the pirate crew's recruitment, Lumion headed to the nearby carnival bar. He pushed through the unapologetically pirate crowd and sat on a high stool at the bar, ordering a lanty proof. The common language in Banamo Port was Faisac, but pirates spoke various languages, and few were multilingual. Those who spoke Faisac formed one circle, those who spoke Intijan another, and so on. Lumion chose the carnival bar because all its signage was in Intijan. In the noisy, lively environment, Lumion took 2 sips of his drink, put down his glass, and asked the bartender loudly in Intijan, "Do you have detailed information on the 9 pirate admirals? Something beyond the wanted posters." Suddenly, the entire bar went silent. Every pirate turned to look at Lumion at the bar. It became so quiet that the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. The bartender's expression turned awkward and amused. He asked Lumion, "Are you an adventurer?" An adventurer coming to a pirate bar to ask for detailed information on the pirate admirals. Lumion didn't answer the bartender. He half-turned to look at the staring pirates. Around him, one by one, crimson-white fireballs began to form and float in the air. Lumion smiled, raising his chin slightly. "Even though your bounties are low and I don't want to bother, if anyone wants to give me money voluntarily, I won't mind accepting it." The pirates' expressions changed, but Lumion's gaze remained steady. He scanned their faces and sneered. "Anyone want to try?" Silence. The entire carnival bar remained silent. Everyone could feel the danger in those crimson-white fireballs. Lumion stopped provoking them, pointing to a chair a few meters behind him. "Don't appear behind me. Don't think about using the crowd to get close and assassinate me. If anyone crosses that chair, I'll kill them." After speaking, Lumion turned back, smiling at the bartender amid the fireballs. "Now you can answer my question." Seeing this adventurer not introduce himself or boast about his exploits, but show absolute confidence and a nonchalant attitude toward killing, the bartender forced a smile. "We know about the same as the wanted posters. If you want more hidden details, ask the enemies of the pirate admirals. Emperor Roselle once said the person who knows you best is your enemy." "Tell me about each pirate admiral's enemies," Lumion said, taking another sip of his lanty proof. In the bar, the pirates resumed their conversations, while some quietly left, seemingly to find help upon seeing the adventurer easily maintain the fireballs. Lumion didn't stop them or even look their way. When the bartender finished, Lumion had a general understanding of who Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine's enemies were. This pirate admiral with sea monster blood was usually low-key and mysterious. Besides doing pirate work in a bloody and brutal manner, he rarely clashed with other pirate admirals or major forces. However, the former Vice Admiral Dusk, now the King of Dusk, Bulatov Ivan, suspected Howl Constantine's 2 submarine ships came from a legendary sea treasure, the Lost Nuans. He targeted Admiral Deep Sea, seeking information on the Nuans, leading to multiple conflicts. When Bulatov became a king over the seas, Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine had no choice but to avoid this powerhouse and his fleet. Lumion listened to the bartender recount the rivalries and grudges of the pirate admirals while the pirates behind him grew increasingly restless. They were all hoping someone would make the first move, either by shooting or stabbing the arrogant adventurer, so they could all rush him at once. But the threat of those crimson-white fireballs deterred them. They looked at each other, but no one dared cross the chair Lumion had designated. They figured anyone this brazen had to be pretty strong, and the carnival bar was low-tier with no high-profile pirates around. They could only hope those who had left would return with someone more formidable. After about 10 minutes, one of the pirates who had left pushed open the heavy wooden door. Behind him was a middle-aged man wearing a tricorn hat and dressed in dark blue. The pirates in the bar immediately straightened up, holding their breath. The noisy, lively atmosphere quickly returned to silence. Some of them recognized the man, knowing him as Captain Flying Hadmack of the Rosemary, a well-known pirate just below the pirate admirals, active on the five seas for over a decade. The pirate who opened the door flashed a flattering smile and pointed at Lumien's back. "Captain, that's the adventurer I mentioned." He dared to provoke all the pirates in Banamo port. Hadmack, with his thick, dark hair and imposing presence, stared at Lumien's back for a few seconds. He paused before asking, "How long has he been maintaining those fireballs?" "I don't know. They were there when I left the bar, but he might not have kept them up the whole time," the pirate replied. He grabbed a young pirate sitting by the door, pointing at Lumien and growling, "How long has he been keeping those fireballs up?" The young pirate, a bit flustered, glanced at the old clock on the wall and stammered, Almost 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Flying Hadmack's eyelid twitched, and he suddenly looked like he remembered something important. He immediately cursed at his sailor. "Did you forget about our important deal at the docks? Bastard! Is your brain filled with nothing but booze, women, and pride?" Cursing, Flying Haddock turned and walked out of the carnival bar. His sailor, though dumbfounded, instinctively followed him. The captain is always right. The carnival bar remained quiet as Lumien finished his lanty-proof and stood up. With those crimson-white fireballs still floating around him, he swept his gaze over the pirates once more. Then he smiled, raised his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers to his lips, and blew softly. It was like he was blowing away the smoke from a gun after shooting everyone in the bar. As the pirate's eyes and expressions shifted, Lumien leisurely walked towards the door with his hands in his pockets. One by one, the pirates instinctively moved out of his way. Some felt aggrieved, some ground their teeth, and others consoled themselves with thoughts like, "It's not fear. Those fireballs are just too blinding." Lumien seemed utterly unafraid of being ambushed as he walked out of the carnival bar, almost like he was receiving their admiration and welcome. Late at night, in an inconspicuous hotel room in Banamo port, leaning back in his chair, Lumien said to Franca, "Disguise yourself and spread the word that an unknown adventurer has been provoking all the pirates, claiming they're cowards with no real strength, and that he could crush any pirate's head under his boot." Franca's mouth twitched slightly. "Fishing again? You're quite the expert at this." Lumien chuckled in response. "According to the information we've gathered, Admiral Deep Sea prefers to stay out of the public eye because of his sea monster bloodline. Even if he comes to Banamo port, he'll likely stay on his flagship, the Nuans. If he wants women or food, someone will bring it to him. In this situation, we'll have to risk sneaking onto the Nuans. It's an alchemical ship from some ancient ruins, and we have no idea what traps or mechanisms it might have. Plus, there are bound to be many Beyonder pirates on board. As a hunter, we should avoid fighting on someone else's turf. I deliberately provoked the pirates in Banamo port because I know no pirate admirals are here right now. I have enough confidence to handle the other notable pirates. They should soon figure this out too. Expecting pirate crews to work together against me overestimates their trust in each other. Who would they rather rob? I don't expect the pirates to have collective pride, but they definitely want to show off their abilities and earn more fear and respect. The pirates in Banamo port are waiting for a pirate strong enough to deal with me. At that point, when the Nuans arrives and Admiral Deep Sea is here, what do you think will happen? Jenna suddenly understood. If Admiral Deep Sea leaves the Nuans and takes action himself, that would be the best outcome. We would be fighting on our terms. Even if he isn't interested, his top men won't miss the chance. With Admiral Deep Sea as their backup, they won't fear failure and will be more willing to challenge you. This will reduce the number of Beyonders on the Nuans, giving us our chance. Good psychological analysis, Lumien teased. Jenna shot him a look. A good actor needs to understand people's minds. And then perform for the spectators? Lumien joked. Anthony didn't react. Franca scoffed. What if a pirate king's fleet arrives before the Nuans? Lumien spread his hands and said, "That's why the adventurer is unknown. The benefit is that he can disappear without a trace. Change his face and appearance, and we can execute another plan. A conspirer is really an outright schemer, Franca muttered. All right, let's do it. Lumion then discussed the possibility of using a large-scale plague in Banamo port, emphasizing the need to secretly distribute preventive medicine to the locals beforehand. Franca was stunned. After a few seconds, she said, "You even thought of that? How about we start a plague company?" Just kidding, there's some plausibility in this, but in this day and age, there are no vaccines, preventive medicine. Normally, we wouldn't have it, but we can turn to mysticism, Lumion replied. The apothecary path specializes in this. We just need to provide them with a number of infected individuals for observation, research, and experimentation. They should be able to create effective preventive or curative medicine. We won't have trouble finding an apothecary. The Fool Pharmaceutical Company has plenty of them. Lumion knew from Miss Magician that the Fool Pharmaceutical Company had many ties to the Tarot Club. Jenna began to calculate. A medicine with mystical effects would cost at least 100 Vril d'Or per bottle. There are probably over 10,000 non-pirate residents in Banamo port. We'd need to prepare at least 1,000,000 Vril d'Or. We can't expect the apothecaries from the Fool Pharmaceutical Company to work for free or cover the material costs. 1,000,000 Vril d'Or wasn't a small sum. Even a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic only cost around 200,000 Vril d'Or. 1,000,000 Vril d'Or to become a demigod is a good deal. Lumion suddenly laughed. 1,000,000 Vril d'Or is just an Admiral Deep Sea. Even if we can't kill him, his top men are valuable too. Franca sighed and replied, "You're starting to sound a bit like Gehrman Sparrow." But while Gehrman Sparrow treated pirates as his piggy bank, only targeting high-bounty ones, you're aiming to eradicate them completely. A plague like that would likely affect thousands, if not tens of thousands, of pirates. Before Lumion could respond, Franca self-mockingly laughed. Poor Admiral Deep Sea, just sitting on his flagship, doing nothing, and suddenly he's our target. Lumion chuckled and said with some realization, "Nothing to pity. A hunter's job is to create chaos and strife, and your primary job as a demoness is to bring catastrophe and affliction. It's better to inflict these on pirates than innocent people." Franca and Jenna fell silent for a moment. Achoo! Banamo port. Mason, sitting at the docks with a bottle of rye beer, suddenly sneezed. He immediately thought of the messenger summoning ritual he had completed that afternoon and the unsettling messenger it had summoned, muttering to himself, "Could that sneeze be some kind of spirituality warning? Am I really going to be the protagonist of some occult event? The fool who makes a mistake and attracts an evil god or devil. Did the ritual I performed bring some kind of catastrophe to Banamo port? Have hidden dangers and problems started quietly spreading in the shadows?" Gulping down a large swig of beer, Mason tried to reassure himself that he was just scaring himself. From afternoon until now, there had been no signs of calamity or reports of strange phenomena. It was just a messenger summoning. It should be fine. 2 days later, at a quiet spot on the docks of Banamo port, Jenna, dressed in a black outfit that looked like a cross between a dress and a robe, gazed out over the blue ocean shrouded in a thin fog. Her task was to monitor the docks and be the first to spot Admiral Deep Sea's flagship, the Nuans. Of course, this was just one of her responsibilities. The most critical part was to ensure no Pirate King's fleet arrived at Banamo port before the Nuans. If that happened, she had to quickly inform Lumion so the unknown adventurer could disappear. Jenna paced back and forth or found a spot to sit, patiently waiting for her target. Suddenly, she saw a colossal shape break the surface of the water, emerging from the depths. The massive object was jet black and metallic, with seawater cascading off its surface. It resembled an elongated, inflated spindle with a thin, curved metal tube extending from its top like a snail's eye stalk. In the next moment, the metal tube retracted, and the upper half of the behemoth split open, unfolding outward to reveal a broad deck, numerous cannons, and hundreds of pirates. Masts and sails were raised. Jenna was momentarily mesmerized. Though Lumion had described how Bone Splitter Basil's black octopus submerged, surfaced, and unfolded, seeing it in person was stunning. There was a strong sense of mechanical beauty. Moreover, the behemoth was no smaller than the latest steam-powered ocean liners, vastly superior to traditional sailing pirate ships. Jenna didn't need further confirmation to know this was Admiral Deep-Sea Howl Constantine's flagship, the Nuans. She quickly deduced that the Nuans had arrived alone, without the Black Octopus. Since Vice Admiral Dusk Bulatov Ivan became the King of Dusk, other ships in Admiral Deep-Sea's fleet rarely traveled with the flagship. The Nuans and the Black Octopus could submerge and travel secretly, which other ships couldn't do. Forcing them to follow would only expose Howl Constantine's movements. This was one reason Franca had targeted Admiral Deep-Sea. What a beautiful piece of alchemical machinery, Jenna thought, staring at the Nuans. Her father had been a worker, and his appreciation for machinery had deeply influenced her and her brother Julian. With Trier full of all sorts of useful and odd machines, Julian had almost given up his faith in the eternal blazing sun in his youth to join the god of steam and machinery's church. Jenna withdrew her gaze and walked away from the dock, somewhat worried about something else. Her brother Julian would return to Trier in just over a month after his exchange studies. She didn't want him to continue living in this dangerous city built on a caldera. She wanted Julian to settle in a place with strong official forces but not as dangerous as Trier. Port Lusur, where he was currently staying, or another similar town would be ideal. Jenna knew she couldn't persuade Julian. He would worry about her unless she found a reliable person to marry. Besides, Julian had grown up in Trier, and it offered him more opportunities. How could he leave his hometown? I need to find a way, something temporary to convince him. Permanent relocation is something Julian would never accept. As Franca said, maybe try for 3 years, then another 3. Jenna didn't consider having Anthony directly hypnotize Julian. Just then, 2 drunken pirates stumbled onto the dock and spotted Jenna in her hooded, dress-like outfit. They looked her up and down for a few seconds, exchanged glances and blocked her path. "Hey lady, name your price. If you don't want to, we'll just decide for ourselves." As they spoke, the pirates reached out to grab Jenna. In Banamo port, this wasn't uncommon. Local women either worked as streetwalkers in protected places like bars or stayed home to avoid attracting pirates. The best outcome would be the arrival of the sheriff and receive compensation, and the worst would be being killed on the spot by pirates unwilling to pay, their bodies thrown into the sea or taken aboard a ship and sold elsewhere. Before the pirates could touch her, they suddenly found themselves engulfed in silent, evil black flames. They felt a surge of fear and pain, sobering up instantly, and turned to flee in terror. As they ran, they screamed, "Witch! Witch!" Jenna felt a bit of her witch potion digest from their fear and pain. She watched them weaken under the black flames, collapsing and dying as they ran. Jenna then faced a dilemma. Should I maintain the mysterious and evil image of a witch or follow my instincts and take the money from their corpses? In a bar in Banamo port, Anthony sat on a barstool with a mug of beer, listening to a pirate across from him boast. His task for the past 2 days had been to blend in with the pirates, monitor, and guide the public opinion. Although Lumian had analyzed a lot, he wasn't entirely sure how the pirate community would react. Human nature was unpredictable, and among so many pirates, it was normal for some to act in ways that defied logic. A conspirer couldn't predict events with certainty like a high-ranked seer, prophet, or spectator. They needed to prepare extra measures to ensure things went as planned and not fall apart at the first deviation. So, Anthony frequented the pirates' favorite bars, making as many friends as possible to understand their reactions to the unknown adventurer's provocations. He identified voices that could significantly influence the outcome and used his hypnotist abilities to quietly guide and change the attitudes of a few influential pirates, ensuring the public opinion matched Lumian's goals. This large-scale, covert guidance helped Anthony digest a good portion of his hypnotist potion. It involved actual hypnosis and seemed to indirectly guide the collective psyche of the pirates in Banamo port. Gulping down golden beer, the pirate beside Anthony admired his new friend. To him, this new friend was not only amiable but also a good listener among pirates, not interrupting to show off during others' stories. "Holy Lord of Storms, It's rare to meet a pirate like this. I finally got to finish my story. The pirate Stillwell praised the god in his heart and asked Anthony, "Interested in joining our crew?" Anthony smiled and replied, "I don't think I'm skilled enough to be one of you." "Ha ha." Stillwell laughed proudly. Anthony glanced around and lowered his voice. "Have you heard about the unknown adventurer?" Stillwell's smile vanished instantly. "Yeah, I heard. There's so many pirate captains here, but none have taught that adventurer a lesson. What are they waiting for? This is their chance to gain more fame. They might even become the 10th pirate admiral." In his rant, Stillwell never mentioned challenging the arrogant adventurer himself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the bar. "What's happening?" Stillwell picked up his beer and mumbled, heading towards the table. After a while, he returned to the bar, excitedly telling Anthony, "Admiral Deep Sea is in Banamo." "Admiral Deep Sea is here?" Anthony looked delighted. "Yes, someone will teach that bastard a lesson." Stillwell sat back on his stool, enthusiastically. "That's a pirate admiral. Every pirate admiral earned their title through real battles, not just boasting. They could kill all the adventurers here if they wanted to." When Stillwell finished, Anthony echoed, "I'm already looking forward to it." Gulp. Stillwell picked up his beer mug again and took a sip. He boasted, "I thought Admiral Deep Sea would come to end the humiliation caused by those so-called notable pirates." "Why do you say that?" Anthony asked curiously. Stillwell glanced at him. "You don't know?" Anthony smiled and explained, "Although I'm from Intis, our boss often intercepts ships in the Berserk Sea and rarely comes to the Fog Sea." "That explains it." Stillwell nodded understandingly. He lowered his voice. "We suspect Admiral Deep Sea comes to Banamo port every year to find that legendary treasure." "Treasure? The Lost Newens?" Anthony acted like a genuine pirate. The Lost Newens was one of the most famous treasure legends on the Five Seas, rumored to be at the bottom of a certain part of the Fog Sea. It was said to be the site of an ancient civilization of intelligent beings, long destroyed. Strange items often appeared in the area, all pointing to the ancient Newens. "Yes." Stillwell nodded emphatically. "Think about it. Admiral Deep Sea's flagship was found in some ruins and named the Newens. Anyone would suspect those ruins are the Lost Newens. Besides, the area where the Newens supposedly sank isn't far from here. Banamo Port, Carnival Bar." Adventurer Mason had donned the loose pants and thick jacket favored by pirates. He looked toward the unknown adventurer drinking strong liquor with his back to him, feeling a constant tension. He wasn't worried about being hurt but was anxious about when this kind of life would end. Pirates were never reasonable. They would always vent their anger on others. After no one stepped up to respond to the arrogant, unknown adventurer, many pirates tried to take their anger out on other adventurers in Banamo Port. Frequent adventurers in Banamo Port were used to a life of hiding. They would never openly identify as adventurers, disguising themselves as other professions instead. Otherwise, bodies would be found in alleys or floating near the docks. In this pirate-dominated port, being an adventurer was clearly a dangerous and elusive profession. People like Mason had regular identities to disguise themselves, sometimes even joining pirate crews to help gather supplies while stationed in Banamo Port. Taking on commissions wouldn't expose an adventurer's identity because many pirates also took jobs for rewards. For example, if they killed a rival pirate, they could collect a bounty through connections. Who wouldn't want that? Pirates approach tasks differently from adventurers. They would first identify the mission issuer and decide if they could kill the client directly. Some adventurers would naturally turn into bandits in lawless areas. Mason had recently lost his job at a trading company. With his distinct, non-native features, he had to dress as a pirate to avoid trouble. His thoughts drifted to a corner of the carnival bar near the window. The walls were charred, the glass cracked, and overturned tables and chairs lay amidst two charred bodies that had been burning for a long time. These were two pirates. Earlier that afternoon, they had recognized an adventurer they had encountered before and decided to vent their malice on him. The unknown adventurer at the bar counter didn't even turn his head. Summoning one fiery raven after another, blasting the pirates apart and burning them. This convinced the watching pirates that the unknown adventurer was a man of his word. If he said he would kill, he would kill. If he promised punishment for crossing the line, there would be punishment, even in a pirate port watched by thousands of pirates and many beyonders. And the pirate's captain didn't dare retaliate. Mason had witnessed the entire scene. He noticed that the two pirates were familiar with the pyromaniac's abilities and were quite skilled, with one being a low-sequence beyonder. Despite their precautions, they couldn't escape the ravens. They were covered in flames by the window before they could escape from the center of the bar. This filled Mason with admiration and longing. When will I have such power? When can I become an adventurer who can intimidate so many pirates? Mason had intended to kindly help the pirates deal with the bodies, but to his regret, their captain and first mate quickly arrived and collected their inheritance. I should stick close to this adventurer. If I'm recognized, I'm done for, Mason muttered, gulping down his dark beer. How did my life change so drastically? Though he hadn't been harmed, he felt implicated. This heightened his fear that he might have brought disaster to Banamo Port, though it didn't seem like a disaster yet. He hoped it would end when the unknown adventurer left or a pirate admiral or king arrived. Never perform rituals you don't fully understand, Mason warned himself. He then raised his glass to his reflection on the wall, toasting to his resolution. In the shadow, Franca was intently observing the carnival bar inside and out. This was her task. Even though Lumion was vigilant and prepared, he could still be ambushed. The Beyonder world had many strange, unpredictable, and hard-to-defend abilities, rituals, and spells. Thus, Franca stayed hidden, monitoring the surroundings from another angle, ready to intervene or provide a mirror substitution. In the past few days of wandering around Banamo Port with Lumion, Franca had seen pirates drinking, chatting, joking, eating, gambling, venting, and sleeping, making them seem no different from ordinary people. She felt a bit guilty about the possible plague plan. But after witnessing pirate battles and hearing about killings, kidnappings, bullying, robbery, and rape, she genuinely felt that letting these scum die from the plague would purify the world and be a good deed. Ignoring her hunger, Franca grumbled about Lumion. This guy, doesn't he know it's been an hour past lunch? You get to eat, but I don't. Based on our previous understanding, shouldn't we shake off potential trackers, hide back at the inn, and let me rest and eat something? Despite her complaints, Franca continued to dutifully monitor the surroundings. At that moment, a few pirates entered, bringing a lively, joyful, and excited atmosphere to different tables. Franca melded into the shadows, sticking to the wall, and stealthily approached a group of pirates to listen in. Admiral Deep Sea is really here? The Newens has already docked. Do they know about the adventurer? Oh, Admiral Deep Sea is finally here, Franca silently confirmed with a guess. Since Jenna hadn't issued a warning, it meant no pirate king had arrived in Banamo Port. Franca began to anticipate Admiral Deep Sea's reaction and actions. She was sure Admiral Deep Sea and his key subordinates were aware of the unknown adventurer's provocation. It was a simple deduction. Since Admiral Deep Sea was avoiding the King of Dusk, he would first confirm the situation in Banamo Port before coming to resupply. The common practice was to send lesser-known pirates from the fleet on other ships to scout Banamo Port. If Banamo Port was a regular stop, trusted subordinates might be stationed there long-term, reporting back promptly. Of course, local forces could also provide warnings. In any case, Admiral Deep Sea would be well aware of recent events in Banamo Port. Otherwise, he wouldn't surface the Newens. Franca calmed herself, no longer distracted by hunger. But like the pirates, she waited half an hour without seeing Admiral Deep Sea or his key subordinates, growing puzzled. Why haven't they shown up? Could it be that Admiral Deep Sea is also a cautious person? But Lumion is only showing the strength of a strong Sequence 6. This crafty guy is using crimson-white flames, not the Reaper's white flames. Franca thought carefully and understood the reason. If she were in his shoes, targeted by the King of Dusk, she wouldn't cause trouble right after arriving at a port. She would complete the resupply first and prepare for another dive. That way, even if something unexpected happened, they could leave Banamo port immediately and not complete their primary objective here. Also, Lumion, the unknown adventurer, had been in Banamo port for 2 or 3 days. He didn't seem to be hunting bounties of lesser-known pirates, as if he were waiting for something. This could make people suspicious of his true intentions. Admiral Deep Sea would naturally be cautious. Phew. Franca sighed silently. Her gaze continued to sweep across the carnival bar, wary of any surprises. In the process, her eyes inevitably swept over Lumion, noticing her companion's slight smile and good mood, holding a cup of amber-colored lantiproof mixed with something unknown. Lumion played with his glass, using his hunter's exceptional hearing to roughly understand why the pirates were suddenly excited and anxious. His target had arrived. Lumion wasn't surprised since he already knew Jenna had come by earlier and left a note under his hand, concealed by shadows. Knowing Admiral Deep Sea wouldn't come looking for him immediately, Lumion remained calm, acting unaware of the commotion behind him. He glanced at the bartender, trying to control his expression, and smiled. "The wind is quite noisy today," Lumion said. The bartender didn't know how to respond, forcing a stiff smile. "True." Lumion said nothing more, feeling his emotions and state change. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous about facing a pirate admiral with his fleet. But it also made his blood boil slightly. He had never been one to shy away from challenges. Since becoming a hunter, he had tasted the allure of challenges even more. With that thought, Lumion raised his cup of Lumion to his lips, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. Banamo port, near the docks. Jenna hid in the shadows, watching Anthony mingle with the crowd, blending in with the pirates. She didn't deliberately track the famous pirates who arrived on the Nuans when it docked. On the one hand, she feared being discovered, which would alert Admiral Deep Sea to a Grand Khan's original awaiting him at Banamo port. On the other hand, she didn't need to follow them to know the whereabouts of the Nuans' first mate, second mate, and bosun. The pirates in Banamo port were eagerly anticipating Admiral Deep Sea or his capable subordinates to teach the unknown adventurer a lesson. Naturally, they kept an eye on these individuals and shared information with their companions and friends. In other words, with so much attention on the situation, most of the pirates in Banamo port had become unofficial reporters. Admiral Deep Sea's key subordinates couldn't go anywhere without being noticed and widely discussed. If they used stealth abilities or invisibility, they might avoid the curious eyes spread throughout Banamo port. However, they were currently gathering supplies, which meant they couldn't hide the large quantities of goods. Thus, information flowed swiftly into Anthony's ears. Great Shark is at Firth Trading Company. Ship Destroyer is heading towards the Carnival Bar. Holy Lord of Storms. Those guys are meeting at Blackstone Square. They're 1 street away from the Carnival Bar. They've stopped for now, discussing something. They seem to be heading to Old Dante's for large barrels of pale ale. Anthony sensed the commotion among the pirates, watching them leave the current street and head towards the Carnival Bar. He stood up as well to avoid standing out. During this, he gave Jenna's hidden shadow a look. Jenna understood immediately, using the shadows along the street to slip through the growing crowd towards the Carnival Bar. Lumion sipped the freshly poured amber-colored lantiproof, nodding to himself. He then looked at the bartender behind the counter, smiling as he said, "You might want to move the valuable liquor and items out of here for now. It's probably best if no one stays inside." The bartender froze for a few seconds before responding hastily, "All right." No one wanted to alert Lumion by passing on messages that might affect the plan, but he guessed something was brewing from the pirates gathering outside the bar. He was both excited and nervous, knowing the impending conflict would take place in the Carnival Bar, where he was. Watching the bartender instruct the waiters to move valuable items out the back door, Lumion pulled out a blank sketchbook and an ink pen, casually sketching as he asked, "How much is your bar worth, including this 2-story building?" "Ah." The bartender was stunned again. What does this mean? Is he implying the bar might get destroyed in the upcoming conflict, collapsing the whole building? Recalling the powerful crimson-white fireballs, the bartender grew even more anxious, forcing a smile as he said, "Are you offering compensation? You decide, or let the loser pay. This building is a simple structure built by locals. It's definitely cheap. Your bar caters to low-level pirates, so the furniture and decor are all the cheapest kind." Lumion continued his assessment without looking up, still sketching in the blank book. "Yes, that's right." The bartender nodded quickly, agreeing. Lumion looked up, shaking his head with a smile. "Whatever I say, you agree. It's making things difficult for me." The bartender closed his mouth, unsure how to respond. Lumion lowered his head again. "How about 2,000 Vril d'Or?" "Okay." The bartender used a different word, not even trying to bargain. Lumion didn't pause his sketching, his tone calm. "Payment will be after assessing the damage. If the big pirates coming later want to help compensate, that works too." "All right." The bartender responded quickly. He looked around, wishing he could sprout wings and fly out of the carnival bar. From their conversation, he feared staying could lead to him becoming a mangled corpse. A few minutes later, the waiters had moved the few valuable items out, leaving only the cheap goods in the bar. The bartender left through the back door, and the other patrons, including Mason, exited to wait and watch outside. They didn't dare stay in this anticipated battlefield. This was the lesson of experience. Lumion sketched for a while, then put down his pen and slowly sipped the remaining Lanti-proof. A few minutes later, Franca sneaked into the shadows near the bar and whispered, "Admiral Deep Sea didn't come, but his first mate, Great Shark, and others are almost here. They'll be here in about 2 minutes." Lumion picked up the ink pen again and continued sketching in the book. He chuckled and said, "Remember to prepare the 2,000 Vril d'Or compensation, and when we get back, return the 1,000 Vril d'Or bounty for summoning the messenger." "Ah!" Franca was a bit surprised. Lumion chuckled and said, "All of this is to help you digest pleasure. You should cover all expenses, including consumed Beyonder items." "No problem." Franca wasn't resisting. She was just surprised Lumion brought it up suddenly. She watched Lumion finish his sketch on the blank page, curious as she asked, "Why not just take out the pride armor, disguise it as a person with a robe, and have it sit in this chair facing away from the incoming pirates?" With Lumion present, the pride armor couldn't be used, so it might as well serve some purpose by being placed here. "Do you really want this building destroyed?" Lumion chuckled. "Besides, the pride armor can't use lie and can't disguise itself as me. The subordinates of Admiral Deep Sea would notice something's wrong before even entering." As he spoke, Lumion finished the last stroke on the blank page. It was a sketch outlined in deep blue ink, depicting Lumion himself. The paper gradually turned translucent, and the sketch of Lumion suddenly came to life, thickening and expanding like a balloon. In an instant, a stoic-faced Lumion appeared before the bar counter, blocked by Lumion's body. It had the instinct to complete a few minutes of combat and possessed some of Lumion's abilities, obeying the sketcher's commands. As the sketched Lumion sat in a chair facing away from the bar door, Lumion transformed into a shadow creature, disappearing from the bar. Soon, Great Shark, the first mate of the Nuans, arrived at the carnival bar with a few companions of similar strength, surrounded by a crowd of pirates. The tall, muscular, bald Great Shark glanced at the unknown adventurer calmly sitting at the bar and gestured, leading the way through the door. As the Beyonders from the Nuans entered the bar, Lumion, disguised and watching from the window, placed his right hand on the glass. A black mark hidden under his clothes glowed. Bottle of fiction. He trapped the carnival bar inside the bottle of fiction, setting the condition for exit to be non-Beyonders. Lumion turned, and in the chaos of the pirates losing sight of the bar's interior, he squeezed through the crowd and headed to a nearby alley, teleporting to the docks with Franca. They met Jenna and Anthony at the designated spot, using shadows and psychological invisibility to remain hidden as they boarded the alchemical ship Nuans. Compared to when they arrived, there were fewer pirates on the ship, just enough to maintain basic vigilance. Lumion wasn't worried their actions would alert Admiral Deep Sea. According to gathered intel, Hal Constantine wasn't a beyonder of the Devil Pathway and couldn't sense malice. His abilities resembled a Sequence 5 ocean songster of the Storm Pathway, and according to the Tarot Club, Admiral Deep Sea had no ties to the Church of Storms. Thus, Lumion had Jenna confirm if the Black Octopus had followed the Nuans to Banamo Port. The Black Octopus's captain, Bonesplitter Basil, was a devil. Considering the changing situation at the Carnival Bar might alert Admiral Deep Sea, Lumion and his team didn't waste time, swiftly sneaking into the ship's hold. Within a minute, they found a lone pirate in a corridor room. Franca checked the surrounding mechanical devices for alarms, then whispered to shadow form Lumion, "It's show time." Lumion immediately slipped into the room, moving behind the lone pirate and emerging, giving a harumph. 2 flashes of white light, and the pirate fell unconscious. Anthony entered the room quickly, beginning hypnosis. Jenna and Franca guarded the door from the shadows, soon hearing friendly conversation inside. "Where's the Admiral?" "In the captain's cabin." "The Admiral must have a powerful backer to be one of the most famous pirates, right?" "I don't know, but the Admiral is indeed mysterious." After a brief inquiry, Anthony made the pirate forget he had such a friend on board. They then sneaked to the upper deck, stopping outside the captain's cabin. Lumion's eyes twitched as he gazed at the silver-white metal door. He realized Admiral Deep Sea's possible pathway and sequence. On an alchemical ship like this, an ocean songster's power might not be inferior to being in the deep sea or the air. While Lumion pondered, 2 pirates pushed a food cart to the captain's cabin using a mechanical lift. Lumion immediately retreated into the nearby shadows, closely watching the slowly opening metal door of the captain's cabin. As the cart filled with various foods was pushed in, he finally saw their target, Admiral Deep Sea Hal Constantine. Though he had heard many rumors and seen the wanted posters, nothing compared to witnessing the reality of his sea monster lineage firsthand. Admiral Deep Sea Hal Constantine's face looked as if a translucent, palm-sized octopus clung to it, with numerous slimy tentacles hanging down to his chest. His deep blue, almost black hair was thick and coarse, falling to his shoulders, and his body was entirely wrapped in a black cloak, even his hands hidden within. He was nothing like a normal human. Lumion couldn't help but feel this was unusual. His face, fused with an octopus, was exposed, so what was there to hide about his body? Even if he was truly an octopus beneath the cloak, no one around would be surprised. The only reason to cover his body so tightly was if there was something even more unpresentable there. Puzzled, Lumion carefully observed Hal Constantine's fate. Being in shadow form didn't prevent him from doing this since shadow beings could still see the real world, though the perspective was slightly different. As the 2 pirates arranged the food on the long table in the captain's cabin, Lumion's eyes reflected the illusory river of fate composed of complex mercury symbols. Given that they were less than 15 meters apart, Lumion extended his right palm, letting it stay at the edge of the shadow, and remotely touched Hal Constantine's river of fate. Most of Admiral Deep Sea's fate fragments instantly materialized, flowing turbulently. Knowing time was limited, Lumion could only browse briefly. He saw Hal Constantine diving in the dark, lightless ocean depths, fighting a half-giant over 2.5 meters tall wielding a huge sword. He watched as Admiral Deep Sea passed through ruins filled with bizarre buildings and saw his future self removing the translucent octopus from his face. Removing the octopus clinging to his face? It isn't Hal Constantine's face. It's a mask? He isn't a descendant of sea monsters? Lumion was stunned. Reflexively, he decided on the fate fragment he would exchange. It was a fragment of Hal Constantine being injured on the seabed. In this fate fragment, back when he was only sequence 7 or 6, Hal Constantine failed to return to the surface in time, suffering the crushing pressure of deep water and the suffocating sensation of liquid flooding his lungs. This was different in severity from Moran Admiral Deep Sea's fate fragment of Lust Outburst, which had irrevocably changed Moran's fate, forcing him to an early death. In contrast, this fragment merely influenced Hal Constantine's subsequent exploration style, making him more cautious. However, Lumion couldn't find a more suitable fragment in such a short time. As fate began to swap, Hal Constantine, who was seeing off the two pirates, suddenly turned his gaze towards Lumion's hiding spot. His spirituality had warned him. Almost simultaneously, Admiral Deepsea's eyes lit up with intense lightning. With a crackling sound, thick lightning struck Lumion's hiding spot, hitting the wall and shattering into countless tiny electric serpents, which spread out, covering the area with their fierce and erratic energy. Using the properties of the metal door, walls, and floor to launch indiscriminate attacks inside and outside the captain's cabin. The two food-delivering pirates were hit first, their bodies trembling and convulsing as if performing a grotesque dance. Their skin quickly charred. Amid the cracking sound, mirrors hidden in the shadows where Franca and Jenna were hiding shattered, but the demoness's figures did not appear. At the carnival bar, Great Shark Jorg and his companions, including Ship Destroyer, had just entered the hall and were staring at the unknown adventurer's back. Before they could speak, the noisy surroundings abruptly fell silent. The pirates' chatter and conversations seemed muffled, vanishing instantly. Great Shark Jorg instinctively looked towards the window, seeing the dim sunlight through the fog replaced by deep darkness. At that moment, Lumion, sitting at the bar, turned on his stool. His expression was indifferent, his gaze calm, looking at the few big pirates as if they were dead men. A huge crimson-white fireball shot out. Boom! Amidst the flames and wind from the explosion, the pirates either used their agility or abilities to dodge in different directions. Behind Ship Destroyer, Lumion's figure swiftly emerged in the chaos, letting out a hum. Two beams of white light shot from his nose, causing Ship Destroyer to faint instantly. Witnessing this, Great Shark Jorg felt a chill down his spine, instinctively muttering to himself, "Formidable!" Aboard the Nuance, having used the lightning strike ability and created an area attack effect utilizing the current environment, Admiral Deepsea Hal Constantine had a figure suddenly appear behind him. It was Franca, dressed in an assassin's suit. Franca gripped an almost invisible triangular spike in her right hand while raising her left palm, with an iron-black spiked ring targeting Hal Constantine. Lightning flickered in her eyes. As Franca used psychic piercing on Hal Constantine, Jenna appeared by the door, throwing a Lewis door at Admiral Deepsea, seemingly to distract him and make him momentarily ignore Franca's assassination attempt. A golden brooch carved into a gorse flower was pinned to her chest. Covered in gray-white scales, Anthony appeared in the corridor, with tiny electric serpents still crawling over his body, paralyzing him and preventing rapid movement. But this didn't stop Anthony from using his ability. Staring at Admiral Deepsea, with a translucent octopus clinging to his face, his pupils turned vertical, glowing golden. Oh! This ability made the target feel as if they encountered a true dragon, panicking instantly. As fate began to swap and Hal Constantine noticed the anomaly, he struck out lightning. At that moment, Lumion teleported into the captain's cabin, landing on a wooden chair by the window. Soon, tiny electric serpents covered the area, but they didn't last long due to the wooden chair's material. This caused Lumion's body to show signs of paralysis. However, he didn't reveal himself because he was now a true shadow creature, and no shadow being would leave the shadows due to a mild electric shock. Lumion chose to stay in the shadow provided by the wooden chair, quietly watching the upcoming battle. During the fate exchange, he couldn't attack Hal Constantine, which would interrupt the process. So, the next step was to see if Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, 3 Beyonders below Sequence 5, could hold off Admiral Deepsea for at least 2 minutes. Of course, if they really needed to kill Hal Constantine, Anthony could do it quickly with the Winter is Coming revolver, but that was impractical and went against their original goal. Awe and psychic piercing hit Hal Constantine, but the Admiral's face, fused with the translucent octopus, glowed faintly, protecting his soul and spirit, causing only minor effects. As his octopus-like face dimmed slightly, Hal Constantine, puzzled by the unfamiliar assassins, suspected some adventurer group wanted to make a name for themselves and earn a huge bounty. Enduring the dizziness, he grabbed an obsidian trident from the nearby weapon rack and thrust it at Franca. The trident immediately surged with violently flickering silver-white lightning, its heavy tip seemingly trying to pull Franca onto itself. Crack! Franca's body, clad in the assassin's suit, shattered into numerous mirror fragments, while Jenna threw a silent black flame at Howl Constantine before hiding in the shadows again. Anthony also pulled out the exquisite Winter is Coming revolver, aiming at Admiral Deep Sea for a standard shot. The gunshot had just sounded when a sharp wind pierced everyone's ears. Howl Constantine, wrapped in a whirlwind, flew into the air, avoiding the yellow bullet and eerie black flame. He then pointed the obsidian trident at Anthony. The silver-white currents on the trident converged into thick lightning, shooting out. Anthony, experienced as ever, immediately dove away from the door, changing his position and avoiding the direct hit from the lightning, though the resulting tiny electric serpents still affected him, causing his body to tremble and paralyze. The two pirates, just recovering from the previous shock, were struck by the new wave, falling unconscious and twitching on the ground. Franca and Jenna were also affected by the indiscriminate attack, revealing themselves from their hidden states. Admiral Deep Sea, Howl Constantine, showed no joy or bloodthirsty emotion but grew more vigilant, his octopus-like face showing doubt. There should be one more assassin. Why hasn't he appeared? What is he preparing? At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, How? Constantine saw a figure leisurely sitting on the wooden chair near the window. The figure had black hair, blue eyes, a handsome face, and wore a thick dark jacket, reclining against the chair with his right foot resting on his left knee, a mocking smile on his face. Seeing the assassin who had been hiding suddenly sit openly on a chair by the window, calmly watching him as if he didn't care about the ongoing battle, Admiral Deep Sea, Howl Constantine, felt a sudden heavy weight in his heart. Such a posture and expression suggested that the opponent didn't consider him a threat and was absolutely confident in dealing with him. That's why he didn't attack immediately to support his companions but instead sat there, arrogantly smiling and observing. Without any hesitation, Howl Constantine instinctively aimed his obsidian trident at Lumion. A bolt of silver-white lightning formed in his hand, amplified by the trident's tip, and shot out like a raging thunder serpent towards Lumion. Lumion kept his right foot on his left knee, his face bearing a mocking smile as if Howl Constantine's desperate counterattack was just child's play, incapable of changing the outcome at all. Of course, this was just a front he put on. In reality, he couldn't attack Howl Constantine or leave the 100-meter range, or else the fate exchange would be interrupted. But not being able to attack didn't mean he couldn't influence the current battle. Lumion left his shadow form and deliberately revealed his presence to Howl Constantine, using himself as bait to attract most of Admiral Deep Sea's attention and create a sense of pressure and fear, forcing him to react hastily and increase the chance of making mistakes. Even a hunter who couldn't strike, speak, or communicate could still provoke, scheme, and set traps. The thick silver-white thunder serpent struck Lumion. With a crack, Lumion's figure shattered like a mirror, leaving only the quickly charred wooden chair behind in the ravaging lightning. He disappeared again, and the thunder serpent, constrained by the chair's material, didn't dissipate much. This made Howl Constantine anxious, considering whether to break through the window and dive into the sea. Underwater, he feared no beyond or below demigod level. Even many saints couldn't dive into the depths to fight him. Just then, he felt his limbs and body being bound layer by layer, making it difficult to move or turn the obsidian trident quickly. The bindings tightened rapidly, taking advantage of Lumion drawing away most of Howl Constantine's attention and caution. Franca had set up the spider silk of a demoness of pleasure, entangling Admiral Deep Sea layer by layer. Faced with this restricted situation, Howl Constantine stopped and let the translucent octopus on his face glow with dawn-like brilliance. The light suddenly exploded into countless fragments, sweeping through the captain's cabin like a storm. The long table with food shattered into pieces, the metal walls were marked with deep scratches, and Franca and Jenna's figures shattered into countless mirror fragments again, while the invisible spider silk broke inch by inch, unable to restrain Howell Constantine any longer. In the corridor, away from the captain's cabin door, Anthony was unaffected by the light storm, as was Lumion outlined beside him. Lumion placed his hand on the metal sliding door of the staircase, using his contractual ability. He enclosed the area within the bottle of fiction, with the entry and exit condition being female. This effectively blocked any rescue attempts by the pirates, preventing interference in their battle. Except for teams with female captains, most pirate ships had very few female beyonders, if any at all. The non-beyonder women on board were merely ship prostitutes, incapable of becoming regular pirates. Outside the carnival bar, the real pirates, the disguised mason, and the rest simultaneously noticed that the glass windows no longer reflected the scene of Great Shark Jorg and the others fighting the unknown adventurer. The glass appeared dim, showing the bar's interior with no bartender or customers. "What happened?" a pirate asked loudly, uncertainly. "What ability was used?" Similar questions echoed. They all suspected the unknown adventurer was behind the changes, as Great Shark and his crew wouldn't hide their fight. They would want to showcase their strength to more pirates. Within the bottle of fiction, Great Shark Jorg, wearing black gloves, was surrounded by signs of explosions and charred marks. He had timely distorted the unknown adventurer's attack intent, avoiding injury in the recent bombardment. However, his companion, Ship Destroyer, another Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, had long been unconscious from a combination of Beyonder powers and explosion damage. The other pirates were also scattered, none unscathed. Gazing at the unknown black-haired, blue-eyed adventurer several meters away, Great Shark Jorg cursed the teleportation ability. Just as he was about to shift positions and attempt a bribe, the handsome adventurer's figure rapidly faded like a projection and disappeared. Worried it was another teleportation, Great Shark Jorg dove to the side, turning to look behind him. Nothing happened. Jorg and the remaining pirates, suspicious and tense, maneuvered cautiously multiple times, but the adventurer never reappeared. Finally, the bald Great Shark began to grasp the situation. "That was just an illusion? We fought an illusion and nearly lost? Where did the real one go?" Realizing this, Great Shark Jorg blurted out, "Shit! The Nuans!" The unknown adventurer's real target was the Nuans and the Admiral. Jorg and the others grew anxious but were trapped in the bottle of fiction, unable to get out. After trying several methods and abilities without success, they resorted to violent disassembly. Aboard the Nuans, as the light storm began to subside, Jenna quickly appeared behind Admiral Deep Sea, in a blind spot created by his own body. Then, using all her strength, she stabbed a dagger covered in silent black flames into Howell Constantine's back. Although he couldn't turn or redirect the trident in time, Howell Constantine remained unfazed. From his cloak emerged a silver-white lightning bolt that struck Jenna at a speed too fast to dodge. Countless tiny electric serpents coursed over Jenna's body, but she seemed largely unharmed and only slightly slowed. The dagger covered in black flames pierced Howell Constantine's black cloak. At the beginning of the fight, Jenna had thrown a Louis d'Or at Howell Constantine, not to seek luck but to activate the decency brooch, completing a bribe that significantly weakened his attacks, defenses, and controls against her for a while. Since then, neither the rampaging lightning nor the light storm had affected her as much as she let on. Her frantic dodging and use of the mirror substitution were meant to psychologically deceive Admiral Deep Sea. She didn't expect Howell Constantine to be unaware of the bribe ability, given that his deputy was likely a briber. Instead, she performed as if the bribe had failed, leading him to attribute the Louis d'Or toss to another ability. At the start, Howell Constantine might still have guarded against the bribe, but in the heat of battle and with time running short, he instinctively responded without caution. Thus, he ignored the bribe from before and didn't stop Jenna's assassination. With a puff, the black-flamed dagger pierced Howell Constantine's cloak and flesh. Acting was for a better assassination. After the successful strike, Jenna felt a strong resistance and wriggling flesh as if alive, preventing further progress with the dagger despite her full strength. She abandoned force, instead channeling the black flames into Howl Constantine's body. As the black flames surged, Admiral Deep Sea howled in pain. Franca seized the opportunity to reach Howl Constantine's side, stabbing the transparent wintry blade into Admiral Deep Sea. The wintry blade pierced the skin and flesh but couldn't go deeper into Howl Constantine's body. But it was enough. Howl Constantine's body stiffened as if frozen, and his thoughts became sluggish. Franca slid to Jenna's side, retracting the wintry blade. Simultaneously, she flipped out a compact mirror with her left hand, reflecting Howl Constantine's body. Then, with her right hand, she smeared black flames on the mirror's surface. Demoness curse. Black flames erupted from Howl Constantine's body, burning it but not touching the octopus on his face. Howl Constantine let out a pained shriek, breaking free from the stiffness and mental fog, slamming the obsidian trident onto the metal floor. Blinding lightning burst forth. Arcs of silver lightning shot from the obsidian trident, turning the entire captain's cabin into a hell of electricity. Despite having bribed Howl Constantine and weakened his attacks, Jenna didn't dare risk her fragile body against the powerful lightning at such close range. She and Franca shattered into pieces amid the dancing arcs, reflecting the blinding light. Their figures reappeared at the cabin door, where lightning still raged. Franca didn't hesitate. She grabbed Jenna's arm and activated the last gem on her 7-stone bracelet before the paralysis set in. Blink! They vanished from the cabin door, blinking to a wooden table in a room diagonally opposite. During this process, Franca and Jenna saw metal panels sliding open on the cabin ceiling, revealing several dark holes. With a splash, blue seawater poured into the captain's cabin like a waterfall, and the metal door shut tight. When Franca and Jenna's figures reappeared, their bodies still crackled with residual electricity, and they trembled uncontrollably. Immediately, the last gem on the 7-stone bracelet shattered, leaving only the 2 diamonds representing teleport. In the corridor near the stairwell, Lumion and Anthony remained unharmed by the electric storm. It wasn't because the lightning hadn't spread through the metal floor and walls, but because Lumion had taken out the gray-white lightning-shaped brooch Fury of the Sea from his traveler's bag and thrown it ahead. One of its side effects was that it had a high chance of attracting lightning during storms. This meant that it greatly attracted lightning. As expected, most of the small electric arcs converged on Fury of the Sea, making it bloom like a bright silver flower. Thus, Lumion and Anthony only felt a mild tingling, retaining their ability to move. Looking at the now-closed cabin door, Lumion raised an eyebrow and murmured, "Did Howl Constantine get seriously injured in the last attack and decide to seal the cabin to recover?" To Lumion, Admiral Deep Sea's response wasn't wrong. If possible, it was indeed one of the best choices under the circumstances, especially since Howl Constantine couldn't gauge the strength of Lumion, who had been merely watching and not acting, nor did he know the full extent of Franca, Jenna, and Anthony's abilities. If faced with something like a banshee's terrifying scream, Howl Constantine, having been weakened by a demoness black flames, would likely die instantly. But sealing the cabin to recover was precisely what Lumion and his companions hoped for. They hadn't planned to kill Howl Constantine before the fate exchange was complete. This quiet waiting scenario was exactly what they wanted. Watch out for secret passages in the cabin. Howl Constantine might escape or jump into the sea. Franca cautioned Lumion as she recovered. She had rich experience in assassinations. "I'm keeping an eye on it," Lumion replied concisely, picking up the Fury of the Sea. He was monitoring the fate exchange situation and his own senses and spirituality. If Admiral Deep Sea showed any signs of fleeing, Lumion would immediately blow open the cabin door. As long as he didn't directly attack Howl Constantine, the fate exchange wouldn't be interrupted. Franca's hands still trembled slightly, and she exuded a faint burnt smell as she remarked, "Howl Constantine's lightning strikes and spirit body and mental protection from items almost ruined all our efforts, along with this unique environment. If not for our abundance of mystical items and our good teamwork, we might have been forced to give up the plan and have you join the battle personally. What's the phrase? An unstoppable force overcomes all obstacles. No matter what supernatural abilities you use, I'll counter with lightning and turn it into a weaker version of a lightning storm using the environment. Jenna, who was also trembling and smelled burnt but was in better shape, nodded slightly in agreement. As the one fighting on the front lines, she deeply understood this. Outside the carnival bar, the pirates and disguised pirates saw the heavy wooden door suddenly swell and shatter. Boom! An explosion followed, sending the door frame and fragments flying. The figures of Great Shark Jorg and his men finally appeared to the onlookers. Most of them were injured to varying degrees, their expressions grim, as they sprinted towards the dock without bothering to disguise themselves. Seeing this, both real and fake pirates had similar thoughts. They lost? Even with all of Admiral Deepsea's top men, they lost? Are they running to seek help from Admiral Deepsea? They're fleeing in such a sorry state. As thoughts raced through their minds, the onlookers turned their gaze back to the inside of the carnival bar. They saw broken tables and chairs, exploded barrels, and the mingling scents of alcohol and scorch, but no sign of the unknown adventurer. This left the pirates and impostors bewildered, unsure of what it meant. In the sealed captain's cabin, now filled with blue seawater, Hal Constantine's cloaked body floated, bubbles constantly rising. His face, with the translucent octopus, hung slightly down, gazing at the submerged metal floor, feeling his soul being nourished, quickly shaking off his weakened state. After several seconds, Hal Constantine slowly but steadily raised his head, looking at the closed metal door. Outside, Lumion turned to Franca and said, "It's almost done. Stand by the door and show your face." If Hal Constantine sees the real face of a demoness of pleasure, he might feel extreme pleasure, which will help with the digestion. "This is so weird," Franca muttered as she moved to stand opposite the captain's cabin door, leaning against the metal wall. She pulled down her hood, revealing her radiant and beautiful face. She wanted to strike a pose, but couldn't bring herself to do it under everyone's eyes. Lumion, calculating the progress, walked to the door of the captain's cabin and placed his hands on the metal. White-hot flames instantly gathered, compressing layer by layer into the metal door. Rumble! The metal door rapidly caved inwards and then exploded. With a splash, the blue seawater gushed out, momentarily driven back by the explosion's shockwave. Hal Constantine's figure emerged before Lumion, Franca, and the others, a hopeful smile playing on his lips. Taking advantage of the respite, he had activated the Nuen's defense system. He was ready to fight the 4 assassins with the help of this alchemical ship. In that state, he was confident he could hold his own against even a demigod for a while. This was the main reason he hadn't jumped into the sea when the cabin door closed. Suddenly, he saw an exceptionally beautiful face and a figure despite partially covered by leather armor that radiated allure. He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Hal Constantine's mind buzzed, going blank. That emptiness was immediately filled with extreme pleasure, which erupted, seemingly shattering his soul and scattering it in all directions. He froze in place, his blood staining the blue seawater that hadn't yet flowed out of the cabin. Tears streamed from his eyes, mixing with the seawater. They were tears of pain and tears of joy. Silently, the translucent octopus fell from Hal Constantine's face, revealing his true visage. It was a handsome face, but the features were not deep, rather soft. Seeing this, Franca's heart suddenly raced. This face bore a striking resemblance to the man she had encountered in the Trier catacombs, Harrison, who was suspected to be from Resurrection Island. Not in detailed appearance, but in style. It was an Eastern-style face, but not purely so, more like a mixed heritage. Stunned, Franca heard an illusory sound of something shattering and felt the complete digestion of the pleasure potion. She saw an illusory starry sky filled with twinkling stars. Lumion was about to kill the severely injured Hal Constantine when he suddenly sensed the environment becoming extremely dangerous. He heard the mechanical sounds of the entire Nuen's mechanism activating. It was like a killing machine awakening. Lumion didn't hesitate. He reached out, grabbing Franca and Jenna's shoulders, and lifted the bottle of fiction. Anthony stepped forward, grabbing Lumien's clothes. The four of them quickly disappeared from the corridor outside the captain's cabin. They teleported back to the motel in Banamo port. Soon, the pirates near the dock noticed the Nuans retract its masts and sails, sealing itself up and submerging into the sea. Great Shark Jorg and his men hadn't even reached the dock. Fleeing? Admiral Deep Sea just fled? He didn't even fight the adventurer, just ran, leaving behind his first mate, second mate, and bosun? Various thoughts surged in the minds of the pirates near the dock. When Great Shark Jorg and his men arrived at the dock, the spot where the Nuans had been moored was now empty, with only the gentle ripples of blue water moving softly in the light fog. At that moment, Jorg and the other pirates stood frozen, as if they were staring at a surreal painting beyond their imagination. Soon, a deep panic gripped them. The admiral fled on the Nuans. What do we do now? If that unknown adventurer couldn't kill the admiral and let him escape, will he turn his attention to us for revenge? He used illusions to deal with us. He must have really come to hunt the admiral. Their thoughts raced, and Great Shark Jorg and his men turned and ran, fleeing the dock area. They needed to find the Nuans contacts in Banamo port, relying on their local knowledge to find a secret place to hide, and then contact Admiral Deep Sea to decide their next steps. Inside the captain's cabin of the Nuans, Howell Constantine, having donned his translucent octopus mask again, stared at the nearly lightless, swaying seawater outside the thick glass window, feeling his internal and external wounds gradually healing with the help of medicinal potions. He couldn't help but recall his recent encounter. Though it was extremely painful, it brought him an unprecedented pleasure, leaving his soul almost completely blank. The joy it gave him far surpassed that of the women brought to the ship, making him want to experience it again despite his strong will. Phew! Howell Constantine exhaled, grateful that he had activated the Nuans defense system in time. Otherwise, under the influence of that extreme pleasure, he would have been easily killed in the next second. He believed the assassins had felt the Nuans become extremely dangerous, leading them to retreat and flee the alchemical ship without pursuing him further. He did not regret not activating the defense system earlier. Being caught off guard, he had no time to do so. What puzzled Howell Constantine now was when the seed of pleasure had been planted in him, causing an explosive reaction upon seeing the true face and figure of that demoness. He muttered to himself, "Is that why the male assassin never attacked? Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't, not until the pleasure seed had fully rooted in my soul? What are their true intentions beyond assassinating me? Are they after the secrets of the Nuans and the lost Nuans?" Lacking the necessary clues, Admiral Deep Sea found it hard to make a decisive judgment and could only suppress his emotions for now, planning to contact his subordinates in Banamo port once his body and soul had fully recovered to check if they had noticed anything unusual. Instinctively, he reviewed the recent events, trying to find investigative details. But removing the true intentions of the assassins made the whole affair seem like a deliberate setup by two demonesses and their companions to give him an ultimate pleasure, with the near-death experience being a normal part of it. In this world, many have died from pleasure without being attacked. Reflecting on this, Howell Constantine noticed a shiny gold Louis d'Or at the cabin door. It was left by the two demonesses. Staring at the water at the doorstep and the gold coin, which had clearly been treated to prevent tracking, Howell Constantine suddenly had a ridiculous thought and fell into an indescribable silence. In the motel room rented by Lumien and Company in Banamo port, Jenna quickly removed the Scotch broom-like decency brooch and submerged it in the aluminum military flask Lumien had given her. Almost simultaneously, Jenna felt the eyes of Lumien, Franca, and Anthony change significantly. Their gazes now held undisguised disgust, aversion, and malice. Jenna had felt malice from some people in the bars and dance halls of Triers Rue Pasteur, but it was often mixed with desire and longing, unlike the pure hatred and loathing now directed at her. Of course, Jenna also noticed a certain amount of desire in Franca's disgust and aversion, as if she wanted to satisfy herself by domineering over Jenna. Lumien, though his expression remained relatively normal, had a change in his eyes, reflecting an ascetic's endurance. He nodded at Jenna and said, "The decency brooch's negative effect has taken hold. Go to the next room for an hour." "I know." Jenna glanced at Lumion, recalling past events. Back then, she had been tasked with protecting Lumion under the negative effect of the decency brooch, and she had felt the urge to beat him up. She regretted not taking the chance to draw piles of dog's hit on his face. Recalling these memories, Jenna smiled slightly, left the room, and went to wait for the negative effect to wear off in the next room. "Phew, the decency brooch's negative effect is really strong," Franca commented sincerely. Lumion gave her a sidelong glance and laughed. "I think your hatred and disgust weren't pure enough." Franca immediately felt embarrassed, awkwardly smiling as she said, "Sometimes, hatred and disgust can also spark desire. Just ask Anthony." Before Lumion could turn to him, Anthony spoke up, "It's true. The human brain and soul are complex. Different people might develop the same desire from different stimuli. Some get pleasure from pain, others from jealousy, breaking taboos, being scolded or tortured, or sharing with others, gaining their affection. The possibilities are endless. In simple terms, the world is full of perverts?" Lumion mocked Franca. Franca didn't take the bait, her expression growing serious as she frowned slightly. Once free from the decency brooch's negative effect, she recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier. After some thought, she said, "Do you think Admiral Deep Sea's real appearance resembles Harrison from Resurrection Island?" Lumion recalled and said, "You mean they both have noticeable Eastern features?" He had seen Franca's drawing of Harrison. "Yes, but more like a mix of someone like Harrison and an Intision or person from the North Continent," Franca said thoughtfully. Because Anthony was present, she didn't mention the transmigration matter, instead steering towards Resurrection Island. With a nod, Lumion replied, "Draw Howell Constantine's portrait, and we'll write to the Tarot Club Major Arcana card holders. No need to ask Madam Judgment or Madam Magician yet. I'll try with magic mirror divination first," Franca responded immediately. She began preparing the ritual in the room, sketching Howell Constantine's features from memory. This included an appearance similar to Resurrection Island residents: slightly pointed ears, dark blue near-black thick hair, and the tentacle-like dark veins on his hands when holding the obsidian trident. Some details Franca hadn't noticed during the fight were now retrieved from her memory through the ritual. Lumion examined the portrait for a moment and said, "It does have an Eastern style." Franca nodded, then busied herself with the magic mirror divination. Soon, the mirror on the desk turned dark, with faint sounds of water echoing within. Franca picked up the portrait of Admiral Deep Sea and asked the target of the magic mirror divination, "What does this appearance signify?" She didn't directly ask about Howell Constantine's origins, fearing it was beyond the magic mirror divination's knowledge. A hoarse, elderly voice emerged from the mirror. "This is an elf." "An elf?" Lumion's temples throbbed. This was a legendary Beyonder race. Previously, Lumion had only known of elves as a mythical race from ancient times, living on the Sonia Sea's Sonia Island. He learned they were powerful, with their queen, Saniathrim, being one of the 8 ancient gods, ruling the sky and sea. In the real world, encountering a true elf since the 5th epoch was rare, only seeing occasional descendants with diluted bloodlines. Franca was equally shocked, blurting out, "An elf? Or a half-elf mixed with humans?" "Half-elf," the hoarse voice responded. Though a half-elf, Howell Constantine's features show a strong elven bloodline. In theory, the sequence 5 ocean songster shouldn't cause such changes. A half-elf? Could the elves be descendants of transmigrators, living and thriving in this world? Elf legends date back to the 2nd epoch. Franca thought deeply, almost forgetting to ask the 3rd question. Gathering her thoughts, she pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Is the lost Nuins an ancient elven relic?" Though elves supposedly lived on Sonia Island in ancient times, they once ruled the seas, so leaving relics in other seas was plausible. Yes, if Howell Constantine is a pure-blooded half-elf, it makes sense he wore a mask to disguise as a sea monster. The Church of the Lord of Storms supposedly hates pure-blooded elves. The elderly voice in the mirror answered Franca's third question. I don't know. All right. Franca ended the magic mirror divination and fell into a long silence. She suddenly regretted using Admiral Deep Sea Howl Constantine merely to digest the pleasure potion this time. Instead of training the team and exchanging fate, they should have gotten Lumion to strike fully with their support to see if they could capture the elf alive. Seeing the magic mirror divination come to an end, Lumion turned his gaze to Anthony. The Nuins has definitely fled. Go out and gather information from the pirates. Find out if Great Shark Jorg and the key crew members managed to board the ship. If they didn't, find out where they are now. Understood. Anthony knew Lumion wanted to quickly determine the whereabouts of Great Shark Jorg and his men to see if they could use them to visit the Nuins again and learn about the elves and the true nature of the lost Nuins. Lumion couldn't go himself. The pirates would avoid him, and even if he forced the information out of them, it would alert Great Shark Jorg and his men if they were still in Banamo port, making them hide deeper. Disguising himself wouldn't work either. The pirates wouldn't be friendly or forthcoming. The same applied to Franca. Only Anthony, who had befriended many pirates, could naturally obtain the needed intel. After watching Anthony leave the room, Franca sat down at the desk with a sigh and said, "This whole transmigration thing keeps getting more complicated. You used to treat it too simply," Lumion scoffed. Franca didn't argue, staying silent for a moment before changing the subject. "I've fully digested the pleasure potion. After a few days of rest, I'll be ready to attempt the Demoness of Affliction ritual. Honestly, it feels like a dream. Have I really digested it?" She still seemed somewhat incredulous. Lumion chuckled in response. "What else were you expecting? If Admiral Deep Sea knew our main goal was to help you digest the pleasure potion, he'd think the world was absurd. He'd wonder if it was necessary and suggest that with a Demoness of Pleasure's conditions, we could have just asked for his help with a notarized agreement to prevent harm, and he'd happily assist. It's just hard for me to accept," Franca muttered. "And I know what you mean. In our world, plenty would say, helping a Demoness of Pleasure digest a potion is too wicked, please let me help. But that's superficial pleasure and low-quality digestion. Real pleasure comes from experiencing it in pain and sinking into it. Targeting people like Morana Vigny and Howl Constantine aligns more with the essence of the Demoness path." Lumion was just joking and didn't continue the topic. Franca was silent for a while, then looked at Lumion and carefully said, "About your plan to spread a plague among the pirates in Banamo port, I don't think it's viable." "Why?" Lumion raised an eyebrow, amused. Franca straightened, her gaze unwavering. "I don't think we can completely separate the guilty pirates from innocent bystanders. The plague would inevitably affect the latter, causing them to die in despair." Lumion chuckled. "It was just a concept, a direction. We can refine the plan to address those concerns, and if it's not feasible, we can abandon it. We can't limit our thinking right from the start. For example, by then, I might be a demigod and find a high-level replacement for the bottle of fiction, capable of containing all of Banamo port with conditions allowing only pirates to enter or exit." "No," Franca shook her head. "There are adventurers who moonlight as pirates, and many of them haven't committed crimes deserving death." Lumion smiled and sighed. "Then we'll collaborate with the Aurora Order or find a Sequence 5 artifact from the Broker Path to identify guilty targets." Franca seriously thought for a moment. "That won't work either. We have our own crimes. Many adventurers have killed pirates. Does that count as guilty?" Lumion was momentarily speechless, then laughed. "You really are suited for switching to Provoker. I was just raising examples. My point being that a plan shouldn't be dismissed outright. We need to analyze its feasibility and consider future changes." "Okay." Franca expressed her opinion and sighed quietly. After some thought, she decided to speak frankly to Lumion. "Since discovering the Vortex plan, you've become more aggressive, like when you first came to Trier. Or is it the devil's whispers from Hisoka that's constantly stirring your malice? The Traveler's Bag only mitigates its influence. It doesn't completely eliminate the negative effects." Lumion chuckled. somewhat self-deprecatingly. It's a bit of both. He then grew serious. But more importantly, I've come to some realizations. What realizations? Franca asked, puzzled. Lumion nodded. I was going to remind you anyway. You've been a demoness for a long time. Haven't you noticed the inherent nature of this pathway? Franca fell silent. Lumion continued in a low voice. Like the hunter pathway, it inevitably brings catastrophe and calamity. We are destined to belong to darkness and represent destruction. Think about it. What's the general perception of hunters and demonesses among Beyonders? Danger. Hunters are seen as bloody dangers, and demonesses as evil dangers. We can't escape this impression, nor can we deny it. The subsequent potion digestion and advancement rituals will push us deeper into darkness unless you choose to stop advancing and remain where you are. Otherwise, we'll face challenges that test our very souls. You could consider switching paths, but your only option would be the hunter pathway. Seeing Franca's expression change but still remaining silent, Lumion suddenly laughed. What I'm trying to say is, give up on purity. Don't shy away from darkness and evil. We need to confront these things. Only then can we find ways to avoid evil and discover the light within the darkness. We will all be tainted by darkness. We are stained black. We must strive not to fall, not to betray our inner principles. Franca was silent for a while before sighing deeply. Affliction and despair give me bad premonitions. But walking in darkness, seeking light within it, won't we be corrupted bit by bit and eventually fall completely? Lumion chuckled. Do we have any other choice? We can only keep fighting our own darkness and evil until we die. Franca tersely acknowledged his words and expressed her thoughts. Actually, all Beyonders are like this. The paths of gods are inherently dangerous and inevitably lead to madness. Hunters and demonesses just make it more obvious and direct. She couldn't imagine the struggles and pain if she had chosen the devil pathway. When the negative effects of Jenna's decency brooch wore off, Anthony returned and briefed Lumion and the others on the current situation in Banamo port. The Nuins had indeed fled, and Great Shark Jorg and his men hadn't boarded and were now missing. In the following 2 days, Lumion and his team disguised themselves and searched Banamo port for the first mate, second mate, and bosun of the Nuins. However, they found no significant leads, whether through social investigation or mystical tracking. Instead, they discovered some suspected associates of Admiral Deepsea had also disappeared. Lumion suspected Great Shark Jorg and his men had left Banamo port through some secret means. Whether they returned to the Nuins remained unknown. In Trier, in an apartment in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative, Angoulême de François set up a ritual and summoned the messenger of the Seven of Cups. He saw a rabbit-shaped spirit body emerge from the flames, dressed in an odd manner. A miniature silk top hat between its ears, tiny gold-rimmed glasses on its nose, a black trench coat clearly not meant for a rabbit, and holding an iron-black revolver sized for a large rabbit. The messenger of Hidden Blade is quite cute, with a unique style. Who knew she would dress her messenger like this? Angoulême picked up the pre-written letter and handed it to the adorably dressed rabbit messenger. The rabbit gave him a cold, sharp glance. Angoulême retracted his previous thoughts. In one of the motel rooms rented by Lumion and company in Banamo Harbor, Franca read Angoulême's letter and said with some difficulty, 007 has a lead on the Mirror People and wants us to follow up, but we still haven't found Great Shark Jorg. She was more interested in the secrets of the elves than the Mirror People. Lumion leaned back, relaxed, and said, the worst-case scenario is that Great Shark Jorg and his men have already returned to the Nuins through secret means. We won't get any results staying here. So let's leave. Once the alert is lifted, those people might come out. Meanwhile, we can make long-term plans to keep an eye on Banamo port. Maybe the Nuins will return for supplies. Agreed. Franca accepted reality. At that moment, Jenna noticed a problem. Rabbit Chassel was still in the room. She hadn't paid it for delivering the message. Jenna observed Rabbit Chassel, who increasingly resembled Gehrman Sparrow, and carefully asked, what do you need this time? One of the later volumes of The Great Adventurer. or something else. Luckily, few people knew about her messenger, and Rabbit Chaucel didn't deliver messages frequently. Otherwise, Jenna would have to consider providing different knowledge. Rabbit Chaucel lowered its paw holding the revolver and said in a thoughtful tone, "Get me a pair of boxing gloves that a rabbit can wear." "What kind of request is that?" Lumion said with a chuckle. "I don't remember Gairman Sparrow ever wearing boxing gloves. This imitation doesn't quite fit the persona." "True, but Gairman Sparrow has blazing danets. I need my own danets. I want to develop one in our community," Rabbit Chaucel explained earnestly. "Danets uses boxing gloves." For a moment, Franca, Jenna, and Lumion didn't know how to respond. After several seconds, Jenna nodded and said, "I'll have a pair custom-made for you. Normal rabbit of knowledge size, not your size." "That's right." Rabbit Chaucel raised its right hand, blew on the small revolver's muzzle, satisfied. "But this gesture isn't fitting for the current scene." Franca noticed that Rabbit Chaucel was still an immature rabbit of knowledge, mimicking and repeating much without truly mastering it. In the darkness of Banamo Port, only a few street lamps with candles flickered. Pirates gathered in bars, drinking heavily or going upstairs with women, enjoying pleasures unavailable at sea. With the Nuins gone and the unknown adventurer disappeared, the pirates gradually put the incident behind them. After all, everyone felt embarrassed. No one would ridicule another. As pirates, they knew they might die in a storm, during a robbery, or in a mutiny on their next voyage. Dwelling on past problems was meaningless. Indulging in the present was the only option. Of course, they also talked about the unknown adventurer's strength and what had happened inside the Nuins, wondering why Admiral Deep Sea fled in such a hurry. "I think that adventurer was waiting for Admiral Deep Sea. Does he want to recreate Gairman Sparrow's great feats?" "Pooey, son of a bitch. What great feats? We're pirates." "He succeeded but didn't completely succeed? He defeated Admiral Deep Sea but let him escape. Is he close to the power of the kings? What's happening on the sea?" Every so often, a powerful adventurer appears. There was that Lewis Barry before, too. Disguised as a non-pirate, Mason mingled in several bars, listening to the pirates discuss recent events, hoping they'd start a fight. On his way to the next bar, Mason turned into a quieter alley and saw a figure standing ahead, seemingly waiting for him. The figure had black hair and blue eyes, with sharp features and a handsome face. It was the same unknown adventurer who had challenged all the pirates in Banamo Port and forced Admiral Deep Sea to flee. Mason suddenly heard his heart pounding and blurted out, "I'm not a pirate." Lumion strolled forward and smiled. "I have a task for you." Hearing this, Mason relaxed a bit and carefully said, "What can I do for you? I'm not sure if my abilities can meet your needs." He feared that while completing the task might be easy, the aftermath could be problematic. Pirates might hack him to pieces once the adventurer left. Lumion said bluntly, "It's a simple and secret task. Keep an eye on Banamo Port. As soon as the Nuins returns or you spot Great Shark Jorg and his men, summon my messenger immediately." Hearing messenger, Mason was suddenly struck by a thought. He remembered his last task, summoning a terrifying messenger through a ritual. Unable to control his expression, Mason asked in slight terror, "Are you Lumion Lee, sir? The master of that terrifying messenger?" "Perceptive," Lumion replied, not too sincerely. Mason connected the recent events in his mind. Was the REAI purpose of that task to bring Lumion Lee to Banamo Port? And Lumion Lee's goal was to deal with Admiral Deep Sea, Hal Constantine, for the lost Nuins? My spiritual intuition was partly correct. The ritual indeed brought something bad to Banamo Port, though it didn't turn into a catastrophe. Lumion continued, "The payment is 5,000 Vril d'Or. The task is indeed simple, and I likely wouldn't be discovered by the pirates. The reward is generous. If I refused, knowing the task details might bring trouble." After weighing it for over 10 seconds, Mason said, "No problem. I think I can handle this task." Lumion nodded slightly, paid a 1,000 Vril d'Or deposit, and turned to leave the quiet alley. Watching Lumien's figure disappear into the darkness, Mason silently repeated his name. Lumien Lee, Lumien Lee. Mason finally remembered where he had heard the name. On a wanted poster aboard a ship. The poster described Lumien Lee as a survivor of a sacrificial ritual to an evil god that destroyed a village, severely corrupted by the evil god. In Trier, in the prison district at the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground. Returning to Trier for 2 days, Franca, feeling ready for the Demoness of Affliction advancement ritual, decided to proceed. 007's lead on the Mirror People came from Enor Scholar of the Trier Cave Association. The Purifiers had planned to investigate all the associations or scholars, but one had mysteriously disappeared before they could visit. Recently, someone had seen her in underground Trier, suspected to be Palia, a mirror person. Franca looked at the stake and sighed sincerely. When I became a witch, I wondered if I'd end up burned at the stake. Who knew? I have to tie myself up here. As she spoke, she took out the brown-red wooden suitcase, given by Demoness of Black Clarice from the traveler's bag, and unlocked the metal clasp. Next, she retrieved a red wine glass, crushed the crystalline ice containing potion ingredients, and poured in flower-faced bat blood and human blood from a seriously ill person. Both were dark red, and when combined, they turned almost black. She then added the flower-faced bat's head, a 2-tailed black snake's gallbladder and tail tip, and 10 drops of Enfinita's eucalyptus essential oil. As the ingredients were added, the dark red blood in the glass turned pitch black, with occasional nauseating green bubbles. It's like a cup of untreated sewage, Lumien commented honestly. Damn it! Shut up! Franca grew more disgusted as she looked at the Demoness of Affliction potion. She handed the potion to Lumien and lightly jumped onto the stake, tying herself up with Jenna's help. During this, Franca muttered, "Damn! This feels so weird." She adjusted her mindset for several seconds and nodded to Lumien. "I'm ready." Lumien handed the potion to Jenna and extended his right palm. A ball of crimson-white flames flew out, landing on Franca, who immediately felt pain. Her body instinctively wanted to dodge and contract, but the ropes held her firmly. Jenna quickly jumped to her side, one hand holding the ropes and the other bringing the potion to her mouth. Franca forced herself to gulp down the pathogen-like dark green potion. Whether from the flames or the potion, her head quickly grew hot, and her mind became fuzzy from the heat. She involuntarily recalled past pleasures, including her own experiences and the feedback from her partners. At that moment, Franca was both the giver and receiver of pleasure, drowning in it from body to soul, almost dissolving like spring water. Her thoughts drifted, her will sank, and her self was lost in various intense pleasures. However, the pain accompanying those pleasures kept her slightly conscious. It was the mental resistance and spiritual conflict with Gardner Martin, the emotional gap with Jenna, as if they could never truly unite body and soul. The extreme pain from the burning flames on her body was like invisible threads pulling her self and consciousness, making her sway like a kite in a storm, not completely out of control. Swaying, Franca instinctively cursed in her mind. Damn, it hurts so much. This ritual is trying to kill me, isn't it? Cough, cough, hot smoke in my throat and lungs. So uncomfortable. Am I dying? Damn it, I can say I smell good now, like food, the scent of roasted meat. Lumien, Jenna, and Anthony stood before the stake, watching Franca's body gradually turn black and her expression twist beyond beauty. Even Lugano, ready to provide medical help, felt a bit heated, their minds wandering with certain thoughts and urges. Facing this horrifying scene, they had inappropriate desires. Fortunately, it wasn't severe and was bearable. After several more seconds, the crimson flames on Franca's body turned pitch black, then into crystalline ice shards, falling off in pieces. The shards took the charred skin with them, revealing Franca's new, tender, and glistening skin underneath. Even with his ascetic's endurance, Lumien instinctively looked away. Not only did Lumien avoid looking at Franca, but Jenna and Anthony also instinctively turned their heads, as if evading a temptation that could pierce their hearts. Damn it! My clothes almost got burned up, just one step away from running around naked. Thankfully, Franca's cursing reached Lumion and the others' ears, bringing a sense of familiarity and dispelling the earlier temptations. Franca then disappeared from sight, took out a set of clothes from the traveler's bag, and changed in a nearby secluded corner. She then deactivated her invisibility, tied up her ponytail, and walked back to Lumion and the others. The beautifying effect is really impressive. Franca took out a mirror, examined herself, and poked her cheek as if testing her skin's elasticity and smoothness. Lumion chuckled and said, "Is that the only change the affliction potion brought?" Franca was about to speak when she suddenly remembered something and glanced at Lugano. Lugano immediately said, "I need to go back and prepare dinner for Ludwig." "Okay." Lumion nodded. After Lugano left, Franca felt the changes in her body and spoke slowly. Enhancing appearance, figure, and charm is just one aspect, and it's the least important. No, it's not unimportant, but it has little to do with becoming stronger. No, I remember someone saying beauty is part of a woman's power, just like handsomeness is part of a man's. Anyway, you get the idea. The other changes include charm becoming an active ability instead of a passive state. As a Beyonder in the Demoness pathway, Jenna easily understood Franca's meaning. Before, you showcased your appearance, figure, and aura, naturally enchanting anyone who saw you. Now, a glance, a gesture, a word can completely charm someone. "Yes," Franca said with a smile, "but combined with showcasing my appearance, figure, and aura, the active charm ability will be more effective. Charmed enemies will hesitate to harm us, unable to use their full strength. Some might even give up resisting just to get closer to us. In daily interactions, if charm is used repeatedly on someone, they will truly fall in love with us over time." Franca glanced at Lumion, her eyes twinkling. She wanted to test the effect of charm and see how it compared to the endurance of an ascetic. Lumion suddenly felt Franca's lake blue eyes deepen, as if hiding countless words, and her fair, smooth skin seemed delicate enough to break with a touch. An indescribable feeling surged within Lumion, causing him to curse aloud. "Damn it! Stop experimenting with your abilities here. Charm works well if it can make an ascetic curse." Franca thought to herself, then said seriously, "It's just that I've just advanced, and the potion's power is leaking out, making it hard to control. Do you think I'll believe that?" Lumion retorted, realizing he felt unusually agitated. For a provoker, staying calm while provoking others was crucial. Franca withdrew her gaze and continued explaining the affliction potion's abilities. The core ability is Plague. It can create various pathogens within a 30-meter range. Once I get used to the affliction potion and truly master its power, this range can expand beyond 40 meters and eventually to 50 meters as the potion is digested. A demoness of affliction can create multiple pathogens, accelerating their infection and the onset of diseases. The initial 10 seconds are the incubation period, followed by mild symptoms like allergies, fever, cough, and sneezing. The symptoms quickly worsen, leading to severe illnesses like pneumonia. In 2 to 3 minutes, the disease will become critical, potentially causing sudden death or incapacitation. Done with explaining Plague, Franca excitedly envisioned. This pairs well with an assassin. Stealthily get within a few dozen meters of the target, silently spread pathogens to cover the area. When the target shows mild symptoms and realizes something is wrong, strike as their strength decreases, their state affected, and many abilities disrupted. If the first strike fails, reposition and keep trying, dragging the target into severe illness. Plague should be something a guardian's abilities can't defend against. Their invisible barriers don't seem to block air. The people they protect can still breathe normally. I'm not sure if the barriers have a sterilizing function. Heh, next time I face Admiral Deep Sea, I won't worry about his octopus mask. It seems to only protect the spirit and mind, maybe also making the body tougher and more resilient. It's indeed well suited for assassination and prolonged fights. Lumion evaluated from a hunter's perspective. He pondered and asked, "Does the infection and onset time of Plague vary based on the target's constitution?" Can the pathogens you create be burned by a hunter's flames? He was recalling his battle with a bestowed from the order of all extinction. Of course, there's a difference. Undead creatures won't be infected unless I become a demoness of despair, Franca said introspectively. I'm not sure if the pathogens can be burned by a hunter's flames. Want to test it? Sure. Lumion also wanted to confirm. This could be useful if he ever faced a demoness of affliction. Jenna and Anthony immediately distanced themselves, moving to the edge of the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground. In the early winter night, Lumion's body suddenly ignited with brilliant white flames, spreading around and burning the air within a 7 to 8 meter radius. Franca stood over 10 meters away, her lake blue eyes deepening. As the flames crackled, time passed, and Lumion gradually felt a discomfort in his throat, as if swallowing a foreign object, making him want to cough it out. His nose also felt sore and itchy. Franca stopped the experiment and concluded, Hunter's flames can indeed kill many pathogens created by a demoness of affliction, reducing the disease's impact. It took me about a minute to give you mild symptoms. Lumion sneezed, coughed twice, and the white flames quickly dissipated. When Jenna and Anthony returned, Franca continued, A demoness webs have also been significantly enhanced. As a demoness of pleasure, I could only roughly control them to entangle and bind targets. Now, they're like extensions of my arms, capable of more precise actions, like... Franca suddenly smiled. Tickling you. As she spoke, Lumion and Jenna felt something soft and invisible tickling their waists, causing a tingling sensation. Immature, haven't you grown up? Lumion mocked, then added, But it's useful in combat. Franca withdrew the invisible webs, untied her ponytail, and let her hair fall. Her flaxen-colored hair didn't drop but floated, each strand distinct and lively. Now, my hair is also a weapon, Franca proudly announced. It can pierce skin, inject black flames, and cause stiffness in the contacted area, effective in close combat. She let her hair down, tied it again, and took out a mirror. My curses are also stronger and more targeted. Before, I had to reflect the target's full image in a mirror to curse them with black flames. Now, I can reflect just a part of the body, affecting the corresponding area. My other abilities have also been enhanced, including black magic and mirror magic. Jenna listened quietly and sincerely remarked, Compared to a demoness of pleasure, this is a significant improvement. After all, it's sequence 5, Franca said, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing this, Lumion nodded slightly. I won't be participating in the Mirror People investigation for now. I plan to leave for Lenberg tomorrow, to find the city of exiles, Morora. He had been studying the Lenberg language and discovered it was essentially the same as the Feynapotter Kingdom's Highlander. With some dialectal differences, Lenberg split from Feynapotter after the Battle of the Violated Oath in the 5th Epoch. So, having learned Highlander, Lumion quickly mastered the Lenberg language in a few days. So soon? Well, you've digested the Reaper potion and need to consider advancing to demigod. Franca suddenly felt wistful. Lumion glanced outside the Royce Comprehensive Execution Ground and said to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony, Take care of Ludwig for me and keep an eye on Lugano. Based on the information from 0-01 and Madame Magician's hints, it was best for Lumion to go to Morora alone. Initially, he considered taking Ludwig, his godson, but given his angelic nature and divinity, he might cause unnecessary changes in Morora. So he abandoned the idea. In comparison, Termaboros, sealed by Mr. Fool, could be temporarily ignored. Theoretically, he wouldn't trigger 0-01. Okay. Franca and the others responded to Lumion. After dinner, Franca and Jenna returned to 9 Rue Orisi's apartment 702. Finally, it worked. Franca raised her hands and stretched lazily. Next, should we find Palia the mirror person first, report to the demoness of black, or tell her tomorrow morning that I've become a demoness of affliction? She said that once I advanced to affliction, she would share some secrets of the demoness sect with me. Franca was curious but also a bit fearful about knowing these secrets. Additionally, She felt that her progress in digesting the pleasure potion was much faster than expected, which might arouse the demoness of pleasure's suspicion. She didn't want to report anything related to Admiral Deep Sea yet. This involved the secret of the curly-haired baboons research society's transmigration. So far, Franca and Lumion had only mentioned Admiral Deep Sea's suspected connection to elves to their respective arcana cards and had yet to receive any response. Jenna thought for a moment and then said, "Even if you don't go to the Demoness of Black tomorrow, you should do it soon. The sooner we understand the Demoness sex secrets, the better we can plan our actions and avoid potential pitfalls." Understanding Franca's concerns, she added with a smile, "Just tell the Demoness of Black that Lumion has become a reaper, and he helped you digest the pleasure potion." Ah! Franca was taken aback. "That's true, but the way you put it doesn't feel right." "That's exactly the kind of misunderstanding we need," Jenna replied with a soft smile. She glanced out at the night sky and said, "Finding Palia should be enough with just you and Anthony. I want to visit Julian in Port Lusur in the next few days. We haven't seen each other for almost 2 months, and I want to gauge his intentions, see if he really plans to return to Trier." "Sure." Franca understood Jenna's concerns. Jenna nodded. "I'll go home tonight, pack some things for him, and try to leave tomorrow morning. The sooner I go, the sooner I can come back." There were plenty of steam locomotives and riverboats heading to Port Lusur, so she didn't worry about not getting a ticket on the spot. After a brief conversation, Jenna packed her luggage, took her suitcase, and left the apartment. She hadn't followed Julian's instructions to cancel the lease on the Rue Pasteur apartment while he was away for his exchange program in Port Lusur, saving money. She still occasionally stayed there, as if she had never left. Watching Jenna leave, Franca felt a pang of disappointment and muttered, "I was hoping we could celebrate tonight." She walked slowly back to her bedroom and saw that some of Jenna's clothes and belongings had been taken away. As she looked at the now tidier and cleaner bedroom, Franca seemed to understand something. She fell silent. She felt that the affliction potion had been somewhat digested. Chug, chug, chug. A cream-colored steam train with brass patterns sped along the tracks, heading towards the capital of Lemberg, Azhara, nestled among the mountains. Lumion sat in a second-class carriage, looking around leisurely. Without coordinates for Azhara and unwilling to go through the messenger hassle again, he chose to teleport back to the Riston province, take a steam train to the border, and then smuggle himself across the mountains. With pre-exchanged Lemberg currency, knowledge of black market traders and intermediaries, Lumion easily obtained new identification and bought a ticket to Azhara. Lemberg was a small country, so he would reach his destination by the evening. As Lumion observed, he noticed that Lemberg residents favored light-colored clothes and brass accessories, each carrying a book to read quietly during the journey. Even those who conversed did so in hushed tones. At stops, passengers were eager to help elderly people or those dressed as scholars, showing heartfelt respect. "No wonder this is the land of the god of knowledge and wisdom," Lumion silently mused. Lemberg was a nation of single faith without a royal family, where the Church of Knowledge exerted strong control and influence over the country. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the young man next to him, holding a book, glanced at Lumion's Lemberg travel guide, and asked with a low laugh, "Are you a foreigner?" He spoke in Lemberg, then switched to Highlander, Loanese, Intisian, and Fasak. Lumion was a bit surprised. A typical Lemberg second-class passenger knew so many languages? Moreover, it felt like the man was showing off. "Yes, I'm from Intis, and I speak Lemberg," Lumion replied cooperatively. "What's your name? It's impressive you know all the North Continent languages." The young man adjusted his light-framed glasses and smiled. "My name is Salent, and I'm just a small company employee. Actually, once you learn one language from the North Continent, the others are easy. If you start with Ancient Fasak, it's even simpler. We Lembergers begin learning Ancient Fasak in our compulsory education." Salent's tone carried a hint of pride, almost looking down on other countries still plagued by illiteracy and people who didn't know foreign languages. "In theory, yes, otherwise I wouldn't have mastered Highlander so quickly." My Dutanese is just barely passable. Lumian didn't mind Salant's slight arrogance. The Lenburgers he met this morning all had a similar attitude. Keeping his voice low, Lumian said with a smile, "You're quite civilized, showing great respect for the elderly and scholars, and reading on the train instead of chatting or playing." Salant replied with restrained pride. "In Lenburg, knowledge is the most precious, and scholars have more knowledge. Elders, throughout their lives, accumulate a lot of experiential knowledge." Salant let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Reading is a habit from childhood and a necessity. You wouldn't know that our lives are filled with exams and evaluations in school, in companies, and even in church, where we take theological tests during grand masses to show our piety and respect for the God of knowledge." Lumian suddenly felt this wasn't necessarily a good thing. No wonder Ludwig is reluctant to return to the Church of Knowledge. But Aurora would love it here. She wouldn't want to live here herself, but she'd certainly want to send me here to study. Seeing the foreigner beside him fall silent, Salant sighed and said, "That's why I didn't stay in Azhara after graduating. The pressure is overwhelming: qualification exams, annual competency reviews, monthly company evaluations, job training exams, and so on." Lumian couldn't help but hiss internally. So this is the daily life of Lenburgers, especially those in Azhara? Ludwig's vague descriptions didn't prepare me for this. I thought only students had it hard. Thank goodness Aurora took me in and not some Lenburger. Talking about this made Salant feel melancholic, prompting him to lower his head and return to his book. Judging by the time, Lumian realized they were close to Azhara, so he started pondering the issue of the city of exiles, Morora. He hesitated and then asked Salant, "Have you heard of a city called Morora?" Salant thought carefully and then replied, "No, neither in reality nor in any legends." Lumian gave a non-committal grunt and turned his gaze back to the quickly receding mountain scenery outside, as if their conversation was just casual small talk. "If Madame Magician couldn't find it, I probably can't either, unless I kidnap a demigod of the Church of Knowledge. Since the Church of Knowledge placed parts of the abscessed hand in Morora, can I use the connection between the body parts to find the city? The Church of Knowledge expects and allows me to go to Morora, perhaps even hoping for it. Will they give me a hint?" With these thoughts, Lumian grew more determined. As dusk fell, the steam locomotive stopped at a platform paved with gray and white stone slabs. Lumian, carrying a small suitcase, walked with Salant through the station decorated with book sculptures and brass patterns. The wind howled through the mountains, bringing cold but refreshing air. As they approached the entrance of Azhara steam train station, Lumian saw several clergy members from the Church of Knowledge in white robes trimmed with brass blocking the way, checking the documents of passengers. "What's going on?" Lumian asked. Salant glanced over and casually replied, "Routine exit checks, done alternately by the church and the government. I thought they might randomly stop people to test their knowledge," Lumian joked. Salant turned his head sharply, eyes filled with fear, as if to say, "Are you a devil? Even the church bishops wouldn't think of that." Lumian shrugged and stepped forward to have his documents checked by the clergy. The elder leading the group scrutinized Lumian, glanced at his documents, then signaled to the others. Lumian was quickly surrounded by the clergy, all poised for action. The elder stared at him and said sternly, "We found a wanted criminal. Take him away." Lumian raised an eyebrow. In a split second, he decided not to resist, extending his hands to let the clergy cuff him with silver handcuffs. Inside the slow-moving carriage, Lumian, handcuffed and shackled, stared at the window with iron bars welded and covered with thick cloth. His belief in his own judgment grew stronger. When the clergy from the Church of Knowledge accused him of being a wanted criminal, his first reaction wasn't to be on guard but to feel a wave of confusion. He sensed that those performing the routine exit check were there specifically for him. But apart from Ludwig and the 0-01 incident, he had no interaction with the Church of Knowledge and hadn't harmed their interests. "Why are you Lenburgers so enthusiastic about catching an Intisian criminal? Did you even verify the details and the target's current abilities?" As thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian, noticing Salant's surprised, fearful yet relieved gaze, thought of a possibility. Is this the hint from the Church of Knowledge? No, this isn't just a hint. They're directly escorting me to the destination. The City of Exiles, as the name suggests, is a place for exiling criminals. When I'm arrested as a wanted criminal and sentenced to exile, I'll naturally be sent to Morora. Isn't this method a bit too straightforward? How did they know I was coming? Although I didn't disguise myself, I kept a low profile the entire way. Are high-sequence beyonders of the reader pathway adept at prophecy or divination? Lumion glanced at his waist, looking at the traveler's bag that hadn't been confiscated. He couldn't help but silently grumble. They didn't confiscate a wanted criminal's belongings or take measures against potential dangerous criminals to restrict the use of beyonder powers. This performance is too unconvincing. Are they afraid I won't notice and might resist, causing losses? Lumion silently took the traveler's bag from his belt and tucked it into the inner pocket of his thick jacket. He didn't want to make things difficult for the clergy of the Church of Knowledge. Their poor acting doesn't matter, but I can't be equally patronizing. What if other serious offenders, nearby as Hara citizens, or assisting police officers see the traveler's bag? They'd think the clergy of the Church of Knowledge are unprofessional. After driving for a while, the vehicle finally stopped. Under the strict guard of several clergy members in white robes trimmed with brass, Lumion was escorted to a massive white tower. Before he could take a good look at the tower's full appearance or even see its spire to confirm its grandeur, he was pushed through a side door, down a stone staircase, through a dim corridor lit by several gas wall lamps, and into a cell made of black iron. Lumion glanced around and saw about 8 people already inside, all handcuffed and shackled. Some were even chained through their collarbones, fixed in place. Such restraints would be effective even against beyonders, but they couldn't suppress those with more mystical abilities. If it were me, being locked up like this would render my hunter combat skills useless, but it wouldn't stop me from starting fires, provoking, scouting for weaknesses, swapping fates, or teleporting to escape. Come on, can't you be more professional? This performance is too fake. Lumion thought as he watched the elder who had arrested him open the iron cell door. The slightly aged clergyman stepped aside and said to Lumion, "Stay here and await your judgment." Judgment? You haven't even done the judgment yet? Have you given up on pretending? Lumion cooperatively shuffled into the cell. Clang! The iron cell door was closed and locked. Lumion looked around, found a metal chair fixed to the ground, and sat down, casting his gaze at the serious offenders who were sizing him up. A young man with glasses, sitting opposite him, raised his chin and said, "Didn't expect someone younger than me to arrive. Brother, what crime did you commit?" Without answering, Lumion asked in return, "What about you?" The young man with glasses smiled and said, "Murder. Most people here are murderers." "How many did you kill?" A middle-aged man with a sturdy build and chains through his collarbones asked curiously. 7 or 8. I'm not sure if one of them died in the end. The young man replied with a reminiscent look. Ending a human life with my own hands, feeling their pain, struggle, and despair, having their warm blood splatter on my face, is intoxicating. At that moment, I felt like their god, their lord. A serial killer? Lumion silently watched, not interrupting the exchange among these serious offenders. The young man sighed in the end. Unfortunately, as Hara has too many detectives, they eventually found me. What about you? How many did you kill and why? He asked the middle-aged man with chained collarbones. The man replied indifferently, as if describing his breakfast. Don't know. Too many. Do you keep count of how many slices of bread you eat in a month? That's a quote from Emperor Roselle of Intis, right? I read it in a biography. The young man replied with a smile. I remember eating 123 slices last month. The middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds and then said, I kill because they deserve to die, and the more deserving they are, the tastier their flesh. You eat the people you kill? The young man's expression changed slightly. Depending on how much they deserve it, there are different cooking methods, the middle-aged man replied seriously. You two are both freaks, a sullen man in his 30s snorted. The young man didn't get angry and asked curiously, "Why did you kill?" "I didn't kill for the sake of killing. I just wanted to rape them, blame them on resisting too much." The sullen man answered with a look of disdain, as if saying he was different from these perverts. The young man laughed and pointed to a woman with disheveled brown hair and collarbone chains. "She also rapes and kills, but that's incidental. Her main purpose is collecting reproductive organs." Sitting quietly on a metal chair, slightly leaning forward, Lumion couldn't help but shake his head. Does Lenberg have too many murderers? On average, each has a few body counts. The gentlemanly young man looked at Lumion again. "What about you? What major crime did you commit?" Lumion thought seriously for a moment and said, "Murder, blasphemy, arson, kidnapping, extortion, intimidation, deceit, causing explosions, inducing miscarriages, worshipping evil gods, attacking government officials, blackmailing the Orthodox churches." The young man was stunned for a few seconds and then laughed. "Brother, haven't you committed too many crimes? Why else would I be here?" Lumion replied casually. "True." The young man and the other serious offenders looked at Lumion with more respect. "How many did you kill exactly?" the young man asked, as if he could immerse himself in the details. Lumion shook his head and said in a low voice, "I didn't count and don't want to answer. It's not something to boast about. It's like a farmer culling wheat. I am just doing my job. Would you be happy doing your daily job well?" The young man was silent for a moment and then said, "What's your name?" "I'm Gay. Maybe we'll meet again in the land of death." Lumion simply replied, "Louis." He didn't want to use his real name among these people or in the city of exiles. In mysticism, knowing someone's real name could lead to curses. The inevitability pathway had similar contractabilities. "What about you guys?" Gay asked the others. "Les," the middle-aged man replied. The sullen man hesitated but answered, "Vijpan." "Julie," said the woman with disheveled brown hair, her gaze lingering greedily on Gay and the others' crotches. After the serious offenders introduced themselves, Lumion smiled and said, "I didn't expect Lenberg's security to be so bad, with so many serial killers. Right? I'm from Intis. I haven't been in Lenberg long." Gay, the most talkative, raised his handcuffed hands, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, "Actually, it's not bad, even quite good, because Lenberg has the most and best detectives in the world. But there are still many people like us. Twisted personalities combined with a lot of knowledge easily create a batch of formidable criminals. And criminals from other countries come here, wanting to challenge Lenberg's detectives. Detectives are sequence 7 of the reader pathway, which belongs to the Church of Knowledge. There are indeed many here. Could there be real criminals and serial killers among these criminals, using the detectives for their own roleplay? But then again, if the detectives catch the devil pathway criminals, they can better and faster digest their own potions. Lumion thought, nodding slightly and replying with a smile, "Am I one of them? You have a clear understanding of your own personality. The more knowledge you have, the more dangerous you become." Gay coughed and said, "Yes, I now regret not having more knowledge." As the serious offenders alternated between silence and idle chatter, time seemed to pass without notice. Finally, the clergy from before escorted a woman to the cell. She wore a shirt with white lace flowers at the collar, a beige coat with brass trim, a dark knee-length skirt, and brown boots. Her face was oval, her light blue eyes like spring water, her nose high and straight, and her brown hair simply tied back with a bun. A very beautiful woman. Seeing her, Vijpan's eyes lit up. "You have been judged, and I will announce the verdict," the beautiful woman said before turning and walking toward the end of the dim corridor. The other clergy opened the cell and escorted Lumion, Gay, and the others behind her. They descended stone stairs, going deeper and deeper underground, until they reached a large double brass door. The beautiful woman with the oval face stopped and turned to face Lumion and the others, her expression serious. "Your verdict is exile, never to return." "Exile to where?" Gay asked, both surprised and confused. Not a death sentence? The woman pointed to the brass double doors behind her. Exile beyond these doors. As soon as she finished speaking, a chilling, indistinct sound came from behind the doors. Hearing the sounds from behind the door, the faces of all the serious offenders changed, except for Lumion. Gay blurted out, "What's behind the door? Could exile actually mean being sent to some monster to be its food?" "Behind the door is a path leading to your place of exile," the beautiful woman with the oval face answered simply. "There are no monsters waiting to eat you, but it is indeed dangerous. I don't know the specifics, but there's definitely a chance for you to survive. It's much better than being hanged or shot." Gay, Les, and the others exchanged glances, then looked at the clergy in white robes trimmed with brass. They were tempted but eventually suppressed their urge. They believed they were no match for the clergy of the Church of Knowledge, especially the beautiful woman who clearly held a higher status. Gay glanced at Lumion and saw that the wanted criminal, who claimed to have committed various serious crimes, looked calm and unafraid. "I will open the door in a moment. You will enter on your own. Anyone who stays behind will have an additional charge tagged on and be sentenced to death on the spot," the beautiful woman said, raising her hands. In her light blue eyes, countless illusory lights seemed to float. Dark, dim rain fell silently from a height of about 4 meters, drenching Lumion and the others. Lumion immediately felt irritated, a wave of violent emotions surging within him. It seemed like the blood of Omabella was stirring. "What did you do to us?" Gay asked, unsure and alarmed. The beautiful woman in the beige coat with brass trim explained in a teaching tone. "This is a mystic technique called Harp's Reign of Sterility. It renders you infertile but can be reversed with the corresponding mystic technique or by a professional doctor. We don't want babies born in the place of exile. They are innocent." Reign of Sterility. No wonder Omabella's blood reacted so strongly. "I wonder if this secret technique will affect me or if the special properties of Omabella's bloodline will neutralize it. If it works, would it prevent embryos from implanting if I were influenced by the Great Mother in the future? It probably depends on the rank of the influence." Lumion thought that the reign of sterility might not be a bad thing. The other serious offenders didn't see it as a problem either. Some already had children, while others were too cold-blooded or twisted to think much about offspring. The beautiful woman stepped back a few paces, faced the brass doors, and pressed her hands in the air. The doors emitted a heavy, metallic creaking sound and slowly opened. For some reason, Gay and the others felt an urge to go through the doors, stepping into the dim passage beyond. They didn't notice that, except for the beautiful woman, the clergy of the Church of Knowledge had retreated to the edge of the corridor, standing on the steps when the doors opened. Lumion felt the same urge, sensing something familiar yet unknown calling to him from deep within the passage. He walked in the middle of the group, hearing the clang of the closing doors behind them. The passage dimmed significantly, illuminated only by glowing gems embedded in the walls. How extravagant, Lumion instinctively thought. Gay glanced around and whispered, "Should we stay here and wait until there are fewer guards outside, then find a way to escape? Do you think the exiled people before us didn't think of that?" Vijpan sneered. "And we're still shackled. How do we escape?" Lumion watched coldly, noticing that Gay could somewhat resist the urge to flee while the other serious offenders were finding excuses to reject his suggestion. After they argued for 2 or 3 minutes, Lumion casually asked, "Do we have any food? What if the guards only have a lapse every few days?" Without waiting for Gay to answer, Lumion continued, "Actually, there is food. Each one of you is food." He turned to Les, the human chef, and asked with a smile, "How would you prepare us?" "Suitable for stewing and pickling. You need the right spices to prevent the taste from turning sour," Les replied, his face lighting up. Gay fell silent for a few seconds, then, handcuffed and shackled, began to walk slowly down the passage. Lumion followed at the same pace. They walked for what felt like 7 or 8 hours, though Lumion suspected his sense of time was distorted. During this time, no one chose to stop. It seemed like they were heading not for a city of exiles but a land of hope. They frequently heard the indescribable terrifying sounds, prompting the human chef, Les, to comment. It's like we're walking down a monster's long esophagus, heading for its stomach. The sounds are its digestive movements. Lumion agreed while the others felt their hair stand on end. Finally, they saw stone steps leading upwards. This seemed to signify that the end was near. Climbing the steps and pushing open a heavy wooden door, Lumion and the others were momentarily blinded by the bright sunlight, causing them to instinctively close their eyes. The indescribable, chilling sounds ceased. Almost simultaneously, a gentle voice said, "Welcome to the city of exiles, Morora." Just as I thought. Lumion sighed silently, opened his eyes and looked around. They were in a grand prayer hall of a cathedral. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, creating a sacred and radiant scene. The walls without windows were adorned with murals depicting mythical stories, while below stood brass bookshelves filled with various books and scrolls. Felt more like a library than a church. The speaker was an old man in a white robe trimmed with brass. He was in his 60s or 70s, with graying hair, gentle and clear amber eyes, and no trace of cloudiness. He held a thick book in his left hand, a standard scholar clergyman of the Church of Knowledge. Yet Lumion felt he wasn't a real person, suspecting he was a specially crafted puppet. "Morora? This place is called Morora?" Gay asked curiously, opening his eyes. The old man nodded. "I am Heraberg, responsible for all theological affairs in Morora." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, pointing at Lumion and the others. The shackles, handcuffs, and chains through their collarbones softened instantly, as if made of mud. With a clatter, they fell from the bodies of the serious offenders, hitting the gray and white stone floor with metallic thuds. The serious offenders' hearts sank, abandoning any bad thoughts. Heraberg handed out the thick book and a brass-cased pen. "Register your names. This signifies your official status as residents of Morora." Lumion complied, taking the book and writing Lewis. Next was Gay. He took the book and pen and tentatively asked Heraberg, "How do you know we're writing our real names?" Heraberg replied calmly, "The past is not important. In Morora, the present and the future matter." Gay pondered for a while, unsure of the clergyman Heraberg's meaning. Considering that the Church of Knowledge could exchange information via telegram, he didn't use a fake name but wrote his real name honestly. After all the serious offenders finished registering, Heraberg looked at them and said, "You must follow the rules here. Most laws are the same as in other cities in Lenberg, but dueling is legal if both parties agree. Nonviolent protests are also allowed. We have a dedicated team to maintain order in Morora." The honest-looking, middle-aged Les asked, "Can we join the enforcement team?" "The enforcement team is made up entirely of experimental personnel," Heraberg replied warmly. Gay asked, "How do we become experimental personnel?" Vijpan asked grimly, "What happens if we break the law here? Jail time or death penalty?" Heraberg smiled. "The worst punishment for breaking the law here is becoming an experimental personnel. Wouldn't that make us enforcers?" Gay was stunned. "Isn't that encouraging us to break the law?" Lumion recalled the term experimental personnel, frequently appearing in the 0-01 sealed information. Just from that, he knew becoming experimental personnel was definitely not a good thing. Heraberg's expression remained unchanged. "Yes, but remember, besides the church's overseers, at least 2 experimental personnel are discarded daily." Discarded? Gay and the others found this term strangely terrifying. "How many people are in Morora now?" Lumion asked a peculiar question. Heraberg replied with a smile, "Nearly 200,000. The city has farms, mines, and factories around it, all part of Morora." "Nearly 200,000? Does Lenberg have that many serious offenders?" Lumion was slightly surprised. Heraberg professionally explained, "It's accumulated over generations, and we also spend money to import serious offenders from abroad." "Import? Makes it sound like importing talent. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, not in a hurry to commit a crime. Planning to apply to become experimental personnel, hoping to get close to the sealed 0-01. He bade farewell to Harrisburg and headed for the exit of the library-like cathedral, intending to first find the two parts of the abscessed hand. Behind Lumion, Vijpan continued questioning Harrisburg, the clergy of the Church of Knowledge. In a legal duel, can I do anything to the other party without facing punishment? Yes, Harrisburg confirmed. Vijpan's eyes lit up, feeling as if he had found paradise. He excitedly swallowed. Gulp. He heard a similar sound next to him. He turned his head and saw that the sound came from a woman with long brown hair. Julie. The collector was also excited, while the human chef, Les, licked his lips. He was already hungry. Lumion didn't bother watching the other offenders' performances. He left the library-like cathedral and surveyed the surroundings. The buildings in this area were ancient, reminiscent of early 5th epoch styles with their heavy columns and arches, giving a sense of grandeur and simplicity. Behind the cathedral was a seemingly endless graveyard. Tombstones stood amidst the trees, with many raised graves dotting the landscape. This reminded Lumion of a line from the 0-01 sealed information. Place it in an underground mausoleum with a large number of soldier mannequins. Construct a cemetery with more than 1 million corpses above it. Is the underground mausoleum ceiling 0-01 right below? Just as Lumion withdrew his gaze, the previously sunny sky darkened. Thick clouds gathered, and the sound of thunder rumbled. The weather changes so quickly. No wonder the information mentioned Morora frequently experiencing extreme weather. Lumion sighed as he looked into the distance, seeing mountain ranges resembling giant beasts lying at the horizon, blocking anyone who might want to leave secretly. Of course, this was just a metaphor, as the residents of Morora never thought of leaving the city. Lumion felt a slight reluctance too. The underground was calling to him. We need to find a place to settle down quickly, or we'll get soaked. Gay's voice came from beside Lumion. He had also left the cathedral, and as a local of Azhara, his words were quite formal. Yeah, Lumion replied with a smile, as he walked into the large square in front of the cathedral. Gay followed, glancing back and saying in surprise, "There's such a large graveyard here? A graveyard with over 1 million, even tens of millions of corpses," Lumion replied casually. Gay nodded thoughtfully. History books record a large-scale grave relocation in the early 5th epoch in the Lemberg region to address the aftermath of the Pale disaster. Was it moved here? Perhaps, Lumion said as they crossed the square. He quietly activated the black mark representing the abscessed hand, but did not actually use it. He was sensing the approximate location of the other two parts of the abscessed hand. To his surprise, he sensed more than two parts. Different directions within the city of exiles had subtle responses. Hand Bro's body parts got dismembered? Lumion silently muttered. He chose the direction with the strongest response. After walking about a street's length, he heard the clashing of metal and saw two men fiercely fighting with sharp swords as a crowd watched. Duels with fatalities happen daily. Lumion reviewed the 0-01 sealed information. He didn't hurry, deciding to watch for a while. Gay did the same, seemingly assessing the strength of Merora's residents. The fight lasted 2 or 3 minutes, ending with a man in a black jacket being slashed across the chest and stomach, his intestines spilling out as he convulsed and died. A team of men and women in black robes, their expressions indifferent, appeared, silently dragging the stripped corpse away and cleaning the blood from the street, like machines following a set procedure. The onlookers dispersed. A small man in a brown-green cap, smiling kindly, walked past Lumion and Gay, glancing at them. "New here?" the small man asked warmly. "How can you tell?" Gay asked curiously. The small man laughed. "You still have that new look, not yet fully integrated into Morora." His voice suddenly turned sharp, as if possessed by something unknown. Lumion watched the small man in silence, observing his changes. The small man waved. "Haha, I'm Worms. Let's have a drink sometime. As Worms walked down another street, Gay suddenly spoke to Lumion. Don't you feel like you're missing something? I noticed, Lumion replied nonchalantly. He's quick. He had only noticed his traveler's bag was about to be taken when Worms withdrew his hand. He must be a real beyonder, a true marauder. That sudden state change was likely a performance to distract attention. Why didn't you expose him if you noticed? Afraid of retaliation. Gay didn't understand Lumion's reaction. I wanted to see what he would do, Lumion replied with a smile, hands in his pockets, slowly following the route Worms had taken. Gay watched his back for a while, then decided to find a place to stay first. Once out of Lumion and Gay's sight, Worms quickened his pace, darting through several alleys in a circuitous route. After confirming he had shaken off any potential pursuers, he stopped in a secluded alley and took out a dark black coin pouch from inside his clothes. It was Lumion's traveler's bag. Haha! These new fools are so careless. Let's see what's inside. Worms reached into the traveler's bag. His expression changed slightly, filled with intense surprise. He could see the pouch's value, sensing many items with spirituality inside, but he hadn't expected it to be a rare spatial item, holding what felt like a small room. What a pleasant surprise. Worms pulled out one of the items. What greeted his eyes was a half-decomposed, dark blue swollen corpse, dripping yellowish red pus. Smack! Worms recoiled, letting the half-corpse fall to the ground. His face turned horrified. Who carries a half-decomposed corpse around? And a highly decayed corpse at that. Even in Morora, filled with countless murderers, this is the most twisted thing. No wonder he was exiled here. Steadying himself, Worms reached into the traveler's bag again, pulling out a piece of smooth, white leather. He couldn't take his eyes off it, as if staring at the skin of a dream lover. He quickly noticed some black words on the leather that he didn't recognize. Seems to be words that can trigger beyonder powers. This leather must be very valuable. I should copy it and find someone to decipher it without arousing suspicion. Worms thought in delight, caressing the leather, unwilling to let go. Suddenly, he felt his throat itch. Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing, more and more violently. Within seconds, he coughed so hard it felt like his heart would tear apart. Worms spat out a mouthful of blood. This isn't right. How did I suddenly get so sick? Worms, vaguely understanding, threw the leather to the ground. But his coughing continued, even more violently. While coughing, he thought of a way to save himself. That guy put such dangerous leather in his pocket. He must have prepared a cure. Yes, there must be one. Worms reached into the traveler's bag again. He first pulled out a gray-white lightning-shaped brooch. A thick, silvery white lightning bolt suddenly descended from the stacked clouds, striking him. Boom! The thunder echoed, and Worms fell, his body charred and twitching. Already gravely ill, the lightning strike left him near death. How could I suddenly be struck by lightning? Worms's vision darkened, his confusion and regret lingering as he closed his eyes. He soon stopped breathing. About 10 seconds later, Lumion turned into the alley, walked to Worms, looked down at his body, and shook his head with a smile. Rummaging through others' belongings is very dangerous. After a pause, Lumion regrettably sighed. I wanted to follow you and get in touch with Merora's Beyonders. You let me down. And you didn't even get to the more dangerous items. As he spoke, Lumion picked up the traveler's bag, placing the items back inside in their compressed form. The fury of the sea brooch, the demoness of despair human leather, and the half-corpse of the abscessed hand. I guess being a generous soul is all you can do, Lumion muttered, extracting 537 Sasson gold from Worms. That was about 2,863 Vril d'Or. Pocketing the generous soul's gift, Lumion waited for Worms's beyonder characteristics to manifest. About 2 minutes later, a team of black-robed enforcers entered the alley. The leader looked at Lumion expressionlessly and said, Did you kill him? No, he was struck by lightning. Maybe he did too many bad things. Lumion replied with a smile, explaining earnestly. He was a thief and stole my stuff, so I chased him here. The enforcers stared at Lumion as if verifying his truthfulness. After a moment, the leader nodded. You may leave. Lumion didn't move, smiling as he said, his belongings should be mine, right? The leader of the enforcers was around 40, clean-shaven, with dark brown eyes. He responded to Lumion's question without any expression. There's no such rule. He meant there was no rule stating that all items on a thief's body should go to the victim. Lumion smiled and asked, but there's also no law specifically prohibiting it, right? Right. The leader of the enforcers nodded slowly. Lumion's smile broadened. Coming to Morora means cutting all ties with the past, right? This was inferred from what the clergyman Heriberg had said in the cathedral. Yes, the enforcer did not deny it. Lumion probed further. And this thief doesn't have any other heirs in Morora, does he? Before being sent to Morora, serious criminals were sterilized. Unless they were part of a criminal family or found a partner with similar criminal interests here, no one in Morora had legal heirs. The enforcer didn't answer Lumion immediately. He pulled a thick book from under his black robe and started searching for the relevant records. Do you know this thief's name? Lumion asked thoughtfully. The enforcer nodded. His name is Worms. Soon the records were found. The enforcer read in a flat voice. His parents and siblings are not in Morora, and he hasn't married here, at least not officially registered. So, according to the laws from where I come from, a thief's possessions go to the person who caught them if there are no other heirs or claimants. Lumion began to explain. Just like in a legal duel, the victor can take the spoils. The enforcer stared at Lumion for a few seconds before saying, okay. He and his team stood patiently as Worms's Beyonder characteristics manifested, merging with one of his fingers, which then broke off, turning semi-transparent black. Lumion put away the Beyonder characteristics but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed, watching as the enforcers dragged away the body and cleaned the blood and scorch marks from the alley. The clouds above thickened, and lightning and thunder grew more frequent. Finally, the alley was clean and quiet, with only Lumion remaining. Lumion nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. The enforcers seemed to remember the appearance and names of every Morora resident. After becoming enforcers, they are still human but not quite human anymore. He felt that the so-called enforcers, who were actually experimental personnel, acted like puppets following set procedures, lacking self-awareness and deep thinking. He had deliberately asked if Worms's belongings were his, not out of greed for the Beyonder characteristics, although that played a small part, as Beyonder characteristics were valuable. He had long figured that Worms wasn't a Sequence 7 marauder, as a Sequence 7 called Cryptologist would have deciphered some of the secrets of the items in the traveler's bag and understood their dangers, not dying just after examining 3 items. Lumion even doubted Worms had reached Sequence 8 Swindler, because the thief didn't seem smart enough. Lumion's questions to the enforcers were not to showcase his talent in being a negotiator or exploit loopholes but to test the enforcer's state. And he had his answer. He felt that after becoming enforcers, these serious criminals became like the wax figures in the Sauron family's Red Swan Castle or a combination of the Iron and Blood Cross Order Supervisor Olsen, but without the violent madness, instead exhibiting a gentle indifference. Is this the combined effect of the 0-01 corruption and Merora's sealing influence? Lumion was unsure if he would retain his self-awareness if he joined the enforcers, or end up just following Merora's rules, becoming a puppet of the City of Exiles or 0-01. This made him waver in his original plan to approach 0-01 as an enforcer. He laughed softly, asking in a low voice, Termaboros, do you want to be Merora's puppet? Termaboros ignored him. Whoosh! The downpour finally arrived, shrouding Morora in a mist of rain and a doomsday-like gloom. Lumion followed the shelter of the huge buildings, avoiding the rain as he headed to the place where the strongest feedback from the abscessed hand's missing parts came from. When he reached his destination, his clothes were half soaked by the wind and rain, and the water on the street was nearly up to the steps. Lumion glanced to the side, seeing a sign by the door depicting a knife, fork, and wine glass, with the words in Lemberg, carnivore, a bar serving food? Carnivore. Lumion pondered the bar's name, suddenly having a strange guess. The feedback indicated that parts of Handbro's body are scattered across Morora. But originally there were only two pieces, the demon with the goat face in the underworld cut and 8 Handbro's rotten flesh daily. And it regenerated. This bar is called carnivore. Could it be that one piece of Handbro's body was obtained by the bar's owner, saving them the cost of buying meat and using it as a substitute? Other bar owners in different cities might not do this, but in Morora, they likely would, since they were exiled here for serious crimes. The bar owner might even be a perverted butcher who killed people and sold their meat. If that's true, things will be troublesome. Who knows how many people have eaten and integrated Handbro's rotten flesh, and what impact that might have. Can I merge the remaining parts once I find the original two pieces? Lumion muttered silently for a while, then ran through the rain and pushed open the heavy wooden door of the carnivore bar. Upon arriving in Morora, after almost reassembling the abscessed hand's body, he had started referring to it as Handbro, half jokingly and half to show closeness, hoping it wouldn't attack him when fully restored, as there might be other dangers then. Just as he entered the bar, bringing in the rain, Lumion saw a familiar figure. That figure sat on a high stool in front of the bar, their hair tinged with red, eyebrows and eyes leaning towards brown, looking handsome yet unlikable due to their overly sharp features. Albus Medici. Lumion tensed, though his expression remained calm as he smiled and walked towards the bar. He used to think Albus Medici was mysterious and possibly involved in some cons original. Later, he learned about the existence of the Red Angel Medici, realizing this former king of angels had orchestrated a massive plot and successfully obtained the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway from Vermonda Sauron in 4th Epic Trier. This made Lumion associate Albus Medici with the Red Angel, suspecting Albus was the King of Angels agent, sent to Morora to find a way to get close to 0-01. For Lumion, this was bad news, as Medici was close to ascending to the Red Priest's divine throne. Albus Medici noticed Lumion's gaze and turned, looking back at Lumion, who had made no effort to disguise himself beyond restoring his hair color. "What brings you here?" Lumion smiled as if meeting an old friend. Albus returned the smile. "What brings you here?" "Of course, I was captured." Lumion laughed, sitting beside Albus and tapping the bar counter. "Give me a steak, tenderloin medium rare," he told the bartender, who looked as if he had lost his parents. "Are you mimicking me?" "Also being randomly captured and ordering a tenderloin steak," Albus said, one foot on the stool's footrest, the other resting on his knee. Before Lumion could respond, he relaxed and asked with a smile, "What crime did you commit? Murder? Blasphemy? Arson? Causing explosions? Kidnapping?" Lumion repeated the crimes he had told Gay and others before, but not in the same order. He was relaxed as he asked, "What about you?" "Me?" Albus jiggled his foot resting on his knee. "Murder, arson, inciting riots, attempting to overthrow the government." "Which government?" Lumion asked in a tone of old friends reuniting. "Intis," Albus shrugged. "Don't ask me why I tried to overthrow the Intis government and ended up in this strange city in Lemberg. I don't know either." "That's such a patronizing answer." Lumion nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I didn't commit crimes in Lemberg either." As the two former Iron and Blood Cross Order members chatted, 2 steaks were served. Looking at the steaks on white porcelain plates, slightly bloody and with a good-looking texture, Lumion remained silent and didn't pick up his knife and fork. He sensed a connection. This was indeed the abscessed hand's rotten flesh, cut from the body. After a few seconds, Lumion glanced to the side and found Albus Medici also staring at the steak without moving. Lumion smiled and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Albus responded with a radiant smile. "Why aren't you?" In response to Albus's question, Lumion let out a soft laugh and muttered to himself, "This guy seems pretty sharp. No idea when he was exiled to Morora. But this must be his first time eating here. Did he come here because he noticed some people in Morora behaving strangely after eating at this bar? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumion slapped the bar counter. He jumped off the stool and coldly said to the bartender, whose expression had remained grim, "Serving this kind of meat as steak to me? Get your boss out here." The bartender was taken aback. "Are you certain?" He wasn't embarrassed or angry at Lumion's attitude. Instead, there seemed to be a slight hint of pleasant surprise. Lumion didn't answer but conveyed with his eyes that he wanted the boss to hurry up and come out. The bartender immediately shouted, "Boss! Boss! Someone's about to wreck your bar." Within seconds, a figure rushed out from the kitchen. The figure had messy, fluffy hair and a very fat face, layered with flesh that made his eyes appear small. Yet his body was quite standard, showing no sign of obesity. At this moment, he was wearing a white apron and holding a cleaver, glaring angrily at the two customers near the bar, shouting in Lemberg, Who's going to wreck my bar?" Lumion pointed at the steak on the white porcelain plate and sneered, "You think I can't tell what kind of meat this is? If I say it's steak, it's steak." The fat-faced boss retorted without backing down. Lumion didn't argue further. He took out a black glove from the traveler's bag and tossed it in front of him. "I challenge you to a duel," Lumion said calmly. Throwing down a glove was a customary way to issue a duel challenge in Intis. The boss glanced at the black glove on the ground, his layers of fat shifting to reveal a light yellow beard. He was laughing. He responded to Lumion's challenge. "Okay." As soon as he spoke, he raised the cleaver and swung it down at Lumion. Lumion sidestepped the blow, but suddenly felt he couldn't use his teleportation ability. The contract ability from the abscessed hand seemed to be stripped away by some strange power. Lumion recalled Ludwig's description of the Sequence 5 depriver of the gourmet pathway and suspected this boss-cum chef was a blessed one of this pathway. No wonder he can make Hand Bro's rotten flesh look and smell like real steak. A bestowed not executed but exiled to Morora? Stop dumping all the trash in Morora. Is it because they fear Morora's population decline, risking the seal on 0-01? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lumion swung his shoulder, his arm swelling, and punched out with his right fist. His fist burst into bright, blazing white flames, like a peacock's tail, heading straight for the bartender. Boom! As his fist struck the side of the heavy cleaver, a violent explosion occurred. The blazing white light lit up the entire bar, the violent blast overturning nearby stools and throwing the fat-faced boss away. Albus reacted quickly, jumping off his stool and perching on the bar counter far from the blast area. He pulled one foot up, resting it on the bar, watching Lumion's duel with interest. The bartender was also caught in the blast, thrown against the liquor shelf, doused in the fragrant liquid from shattered bottles. He was nearly set on fire. The bar owner, who took the brunt of the explosion, had his chest clothes torn, revealing blood, charred flesh, and white bones. His face had similar wounds, but the layers of fat kept it from affecting his skull. The wounds were writhing and healing rapidly in an unnatural, inhuman way, as if they would soon be completely healed. This isn't a power or trait typical of a depriver. None of the middle or low sequences in the gourmet pathway have this ability. Did he gain this from a special kind of food as a chef? It's similar to how Hand Bro's rotten flesh can regenerate after being eaten. Lumion retreated a few steps from the bar owner, putting distance between them. As he noticed the other party's peculiarity, he also realized he had lost another ability spell of Harumph. Can a depriver sense which of my abilities and traits are most dangerous to them? Even if they don't know exactly what those abilities and traits are, can they still deprive me of them based on the level of danger they pose? Lumion calmly formed a massive, blazing white fireball and shot it at the bar owner. The bar owner didn't dodge. He raised his nearly shattered cleaver and slashed at the blazing white fireball. The fireball split in two, losing its momentum and destructive aura. The bar owner opened his mouth wide and sucked it in like a whale swallowing water, remaining unharmed. At that moment, Lumion laughed. More blazing white fireballs rapidly formed around him, whistling through the air toward the bar owner. Behind him, Blazing white fire crows appeared one after another, flying in wide arcs to flank the bar owner. Lumion wanted to see how many fireballs the depriver could handle and if he could eat them all without getting overwhelmed. The bar owner's eyes narrowed, and he immediately spewed the blazing white flames from his stomach, transforming them into a torrent to meet the incoming fireballs. Seeing this, Albus flipped over the bar counter. Rumble! The fireballs exploded one after another upon contact with the flames. The counter was flattened, the liquor shelves collapsed silently, and the mixed liquor burned in a fierce blaze. The bartender, who had escaped to Albus's position, felt very fortunate he had reacted in time. Other patrons either shrank to the edges of the room or escaped the hall, showing a wealth of experience. Swoosh! 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 The blazing white fire ravens, which had deliberately avoided the front, fell on the bar owner's back one after another. By then, the bar owner was covered in a semi-transparent crimson glow, like solidified moonlight. Rumble! Despite the explosions and flames from the fire ravens, the bar owner's crimson glow didn't dim. Instead, it brightened with the fire's reflection. When the flames finally subsided, the bar owner returned to his normal appearance. He lifted his cleaver and looked at where Lumion had been standing. No one was there. Lumion was nowhere to be seen in the hall either. The bar owner was momentarily stunned. Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged from his shadow. Lumion, his eyes iron black, struck the bar owner's crotch with his blazing white flame-covered right fist. Amid the rumbling, Lumion's fist hit its mark, penetrating the depriver's intestines with blazing white flames. Standing up straight, Lumion lifted the bar owner, letting the flames surge into his stomach. Then, Lumion withdrew his right fist and threw the bar owner to the ground. With a thud, the bar owner's crotch split open, intestines spilling out, and his stomach, though intact, was scorched and oozing yellow-green fluid. Lumion looked at the bar owner's pained, shrunken eyes and mocked. "Did you turn your brain into food too? You blocked one round of attacks, then stayed in the same spot without moving. Did you not consider that I might use your shadow?" The bar owner's face twisted as he murmured, "Turning my own brain into food. Is it possible?" His voice faded, and he died, lying motionless on the ground. Lumion stared at the depriver's corpse, not thinking about his opponent's response, but noting something unusual about the battle. Deprivers sure have a variety of abilities. Though each one is basic and crude, their combat applications are quite formidable. If this guy hadn't reacted so sluggishly after I vanished, I wouldn't have attacked his weak spot so easily. I might have needed to use one of the mystical items from the traveler's bag. In comparison, Worms the Marauder didn't have this problem. As he thought, Lumion shook his hand, revealing painful corrosive wounds caused by the stomach acid of the bar owner when he delivered the strike at his stomach. His hand had been protected by the blazing white flames at the time. Despite knowing he couldn't prevent the bar owner's boons from returning to their source, Lumion squatted down, pulled a plain sword from the traveler's bag, and used his flames to separate the stomach from the corpse. He planned to ask Ludwig if this could be made into a dish with special effects or if it could be used as a unique material by an artisan. Finished with this task, Lumion stood and asked the bartender, who had just emerged from hiding and was severely injured, "How many years has your boss been exiled in Morora?" 5 or 6 years, I think," the bartender answered with an uncertain look. 5 or 6 years. That thief looked younger, probably only exiled for a year or two. The longer one stays in Morora, the more likely they are to show symptoms of experimental personnel symptoms of 0-01 corruption. No, the ceiling information didn't mention this, and it doesn't happen in Trier. Did the bar owner do something in Morora that caused him to start turning into an experimental subject? Lumion pondered as he looked around and smiled. "Don't take my spoils." He referred to the bar owner's money. Lumion then walked towards the corridor beside the bar. Based on the origin of the steak and the chef's position, he suspected the abscessed hand's body part was in the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, he saw a half-decayed, swollen, blue-black corpse openly displayed on the cooking counter. Looking at the swollen, blue-black corpse on the counter, Lumion chuckled to himself. They're not even trying to hide it, are they? Classic Morora, the city of exiles. Lumion did a quick inspection, confirming that the highly decayed corpse was indeed the other body part of the abscessed hand. Besides missing the left half, the corresponding part of the head, and the abscessed hand's body itself, it was fairly intact. If it weren't for the rotting flesh at the spine writhing and trying to regenerate, Lumion might have doubted that the 2 steaks served to him and Albus had come from this corpse, let alone that dozens, perhaps hundreds, of such steaks had been sold. This made Lumion frown slightly, a question he had pondered earlier resurfacing in his mind. Must I do a recall of all the steaks sold? Judging by the corpse's completeness, it doesn't seem necessary. Moreover, the residents of Morora had been eating such steaks for some time. Who knows if they've actually digested and absorbed the rotten flesh? From what I sense about the subtle connections between the corpse, even if digested, the rotten flesh likely just changes form without fundamentally altering. As he pondered, Lumion quickly stuffed the half-decayed corpse into the traveler's bag, using the Sword of Courage and other plain swords to separate it from the other half to prevent unwanted fusion before finding the head. So we were served this stuff, and it looked pretty appetizing. Albus's voice came from the kitchen doorway as Lumion put away the half of the abscessed hand. Albus, the former member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Medici family member, wore a black jacket with dark red patterns, one hand in his pocket, marveling. He didn't seem disgusted by almost eating rotten flesh steak. Lumion turned and responded with a smile. I was looking forward to seeing what changes you'd undergo after eating it. Gradually gain some self-healing ability, become stronger on moonlit nights, and learn some dark spells, Albus replied in a report-like tone. But in return, self-control would significantly decrease, intelligence would regress, and nightmares would be frequent. So, you came to investigate after noticing the odd behavior of those guys? Lumion asked with a smile. He wasn't really seeking confirmation. He had already determined it. He was using this question to indicate that he was also investigating and hadn't come specifically for the half-corpse. A hunter must conceal their true purpose to avoid traps set by others. The red-haired Albus smiled. They tried to keep this a secret, hoping only they and their collaborators could enjoy this bar's special food. Who in Morora isn't selfish? Lumion asked, changing the topic. How did you notice their intelligence regression? Albus raised his right hand, palm up. If their intelligence hadn't regressed, how could they have revealed their secret to me so easily, leading me to this bar? Lumion nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. So, should I kill you to keep this secret from spreading? Albus met Lumion's gaze calmly, smiling. Do you think those idiots can keep a secret? With that, the Medici family member turned and walked towards the bar hall, exposing his back to Lumion. Lumion stood still, watching him leave, as if deep in thought. For a moment he had the urge to kill. He considered using this chance to eliminate Albus Medici to prevent him from interfering with his approach to 0-01, or even marking it for the Red Angel before him. Ultimately, Lumion resisted this impulse. For 2 reasons. First, he judged that becoming an experimental subject would severely impact his self-awareness. Unless it was his only option, he didn't want to try it. In that case, having an extra person, a cannon fodder to help navigate the dangers, was a viable strategy. Second, he wasn't confident he could kill Albus Medici. If Albus was still in the same state as when they explored the Red Swan Castle, he would be easily dealt with, but several months had passed. He had become a reaper and had even fully digested the corresponding potion. It was unlikely the other party hadn't made any progress. Moreover, if Albus was indeed representing the Red Angel in approaching 0-01, the King of Angels would likely enhance his descendant's strength, providing powerful items to ensure he was among the apex below demigods, capable of handling Morora's dangers. Lumion didn't leave the kitchen immediately. He checked around again. He was looking for any other special ingredients. The bar owner's slightly sluggish behavior made him suspect it was caused by randomly eating something in Morora, a common cause of death for beyonders of the gourmet pathway. Unfortunately, Lumian only found ordinary ingredients like flour, butter, and milk. He then went up to the second floor of the carnivore bar, entering the depriver's bedroom. He planned to stay here as the duel winner for the time being. The bedroom was cleaner than Lumian expected, no grease stains. No cockroaches, mice, or insects. Aside from being slightly messy, it was fine. Lumian walked around the bedroom, trying to activate the black mark on his right shoulder to see if he could teleport out of Morora. He couldn't sense any of the places he had been to. As expected, I can't leave. I can only teleport within this mountainous area. But it's not like Morora residents want to leave. I wonder if Albus has such thoughts. Lumian muttered silently, taking out ritual materials from the traveler's bag. He conducted his second experiment, summoning a messenger. But neither the doll messenger nor his own messenger responded to his call. Disconnected from the spirit world, at least to some extent, as expected from a place ceiling 0-01. Lumian stood at the window, gazing at the dim environment and the slightly less intense rain, feeling the cold dampness seeping in. He proceeded with the third experiment according to his plan. He walked to the full-length mirror in the room, placed his right hand on it, and activated a black mark on his body. He was using the contractual ability from Bloody Jack to sense the mirror marks he had left elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, Lumian sensed 3 faint marks through the mirror. They were in Moron Avigny's study, the Blue Avenger's treasury, and Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. This meant that if Lumian could enter the mirror, he might be able to use his teleportation ability to reach the mirrors corresponding to these marks. Even if not, he should be able to exchange information with the outside world through them. Lumian was both pleasantly surprised and satisfied that his hypothesis was confirmed. Having read the 0-01 data, he knew its origin and its connection to Fourth Epoch Trier. Given the similar sealing methods, many details should also be consistent. Trier had a special mirror world, so this place likely did too. Trier had mirror people, so this place likely had them too. The experimental subject's detail, if not blindfolded, the one who leaves the mausoleum will be a monster resembling him, was evidence of the mirror people and the special mirror world's existence. Based on these premises, Lumian thought using the mirror world's abilities might establish some contact with the outside world. With this hypothesis, he borrowed the mirror cufflink from Franca, who had become a demoness of affliction. In a few days, she could use the pretext of investigating mirror people to request charms from the demoness sect that would allow her to use the mirror world for teleportation. Lumian reached into the traveler's bag and took out the glass-like cufflink. He didn't rush to confirm if it could be used to leave directly or only to transmit information, as the mirror cufflink had only 4 uses left. He'd wait for important information or urgent matters to test it. Grr. At that moment, Lumian's stomach growled with hunger. He couldn't help but gripe internally. Seriously, the Church of Knowledge is so stingy. Not even a meal or a sip of water before sending me into Morora. I'm not Ludwig, who can finish all the prison food. Muttering, Lumian descended to the first floor, intending to cook something in the kitchen and wait for the rain to stop before looking for the abscessed hand's head. By now, the bar owner's body had been taken away by the enforcers, and the bloodstains on the floor had been cleaned. But the destroyed bar counter and the hall's scorched remains hadn't been dealt with. Glass shards and wood splinters mixed with the scents of liquor and charred wood. Just as Lumian picked up the bar owner's legacy left by the enforcers, 420 Sasson gold, someone walked in from the doorway. It was the humble-looking human meat chef, Les. Les was soaked, glanced around, and asked Lumian, "Are you hiring a chef here? The law of Beyonder characteristics convergence?" Lumian suddenly laughed. "Sure, go to the kitchen and make something. I'll try it and see how it tastes." Les looked at Lumian with confusion and asked, "Can you make decisions for the owner here?" "Yes, because I am the owner now," Lumian replied with a smile, pointing to himself. The human meat chef, Les, was even more perplexed. Weren't we just exiled to Morora together? It had been less than an hour since they arrived. Lumian tilted his head and pointed his chin towards the destroyed bar area. "I had a duel with the previous owner and won this bar from him." Les' eyes suddenly lit up. "Is he dead?" Where's his body? The enforcers took it away, probably to be buried in the cemetery, Lumion said, walking to the edge of the hall and picking up a relatively intact chair, placing it next to the ruined bar. Les sighed regretfully but followed Lumion's suggestion and went into the kitchen to start cooking. Lumion wandered to the bar area, searching for the 2 steaks he and Albus hadn't eaten. They were torn to pieces in the violent explosion, scattered among the debris, completely charred and carbonized. After examining them for a while, Lumion noticed that the steak fragments showed no signs of writhing or regeneration. The fire had destroyed any subtle connection to the corpse, making them seem entirely dead and no longer part of the abscessed hand. These probably don't need to be recalled. High-temperature flames can restrain the self-healing ability of the separated rotten flesh, but it's unclear how much it affects the corpse itself. Besides, the separated rotten flesh must only have a limited self-healing ability. Otherwise, each piece could grow into a new hand bro, and there'd be no need for hand bro to find the whole corpse. After pondering for a while, Lumion brought over a small, overturned round table from the edge of the hall and placed it next to the chair. He sat down, patiently waiting for Les to prepare lunch. As time passed, Les brought out a mixed salad, creamy mashed potatoes, and other dishes. Lumion took a spoonful of mashed potatoes and tasted it, finding the texture unusually smooth and the flavors of starch, cream, and fat deliciously combined. "Not bad," Lumion said. Raising his left hand and giving a thumbs up, Les stood beside him, smiling humbly. "I used to own a restaurant." "A restaurant specializing in human meat?" Lumion teased provocatively. Les shook his head. "Back then, I was a normal chef with excellent, but still human cooking skills." "Then why did you start eating people?" Lumion didn't directly ask when he started worshipping an evil god. He didn't know which evil god corresponded to the gourmet pathway. Les' expression gradually darkened. "My wife had a friend who always filled her head with the idea of a luxurious lifestyle, introducing her to so-called high society members, even encouraging her to have affairs and squander money. She secretly mortgaged our restaurant. Her goal was our restaurant from the start. After losing the restaurant, that friend stopped associating with my wife. My wife finally came to her senses but was too weak. She burned down the restaurant, killing herself in the process. Then a regular customer, who admired my cooking skills, approached me and asked if I wanted revenge. He offered to help, saying someone with my high-level cooking skills should worship the god of cuisine, the great devouring whirlpool. After that, I received a boon and slowly grew stronger. After becoming a true chef, I found that woman and made her into the most satisfying meal of my life. From that day on, I enjoyed eating the flesh of the damned and gained the ability to discern who deserved to die. Was that woman also a follower of an evil god? Hearing this, Lumion strongly suspected that the first person Les ate was a bestowed of the broker pathway. Perhaps Les' restaurant was part of a transaction. "Yes," Les confirmed. "She worshipped the so-called truth. When she met my wife, she was still weak." As expected, Lumion smiled. "The ability to discern who deserves to die is quite useful. When I capture a broker pathway sequence 7 or higher, I'll leave it to Ludwig to handle." After finishing the meal Les prepared, Lumion nodded in satisfaction. "I'm willing to hire you as the chef for this bar. Let's discuss your compensation and responsibilities." "All right," Les said, assuming a listening posture. Lumion picked up a white napkin and wiped his mouth. "There's quite a bit of wine left in the cellar. Clean up the bar, rebuild it, and display the wine. After that, you'll be responsible for hiring and managing bartenders and waitstaff, as well as re-establishing contact with suppliers." "That's the job of a manager," Les noted, having run a restaurant before. Lumion chuckled in response. "Yes, chef and manager. The bar's revenue after costs will all be yours." "What about you?" Les had never seen such an owner. Not even wanting the money, Lumion stood up, stretching his body, and casually said, "You'll be responsible for my meals, cleaning my room, and if there are special ingredients, making dishes or cocktails that give me the corresponding traits. Also, I don't eat human meat." Les stared at Lumion for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, "You seem to know a lot about a chef's abilities." Lumion glanced at the now stopped rain outside and walked towards the bar's entrance, smiling. The previous owner of this bar was a depriver, but unfortunately, I deprived him of his life, so he can't share his culinary skills with you. Moreover, my godson is an angel of your pathway. Les fell silent. As Lumion was about to leave the bar, he finally spoke. "I'll take good care of this bar." Lumion didn't look back, raising his right hand and waving lightly in acknowledgement. There were still some deep pools of water on the street outside, with pedestrians mainly walking on the sidewalks. The sky was now bright and sunny, as if there hadn't been a heavy rainstorm. Following the subtle connection from the contract mark, Lumion walked towards the suspected location of the abscessed hand's head. Turning a corner, he saw a drenched corpse lying under a book-engraved obelisk. It was Vijpan, the gloomy rapist-murderer who had been exiled to Morora with Lumion and others. At this moment, his hands and feet were severed at the joints, his pants stripped off, and his groin a bloody mess with the most important part missing. His eyes were wide open, frozen in pain and despair. "Lost the duel." "Huh?" Lumion murmured with a silent laugh. He almost whistled in admiration for the duel he hadn't witnessed. It must have been exciting. Whoever died deserved a toast. "Looks like that collector named Julie is stronger." Both she and Vijpan had ulterior motives, no open intentions to provoke a duel. Lumion thought Julie was likely a beyonder. Such knife skills weren't something an ordinary person could possess. As for whether Vijpan was a beyonder, Lumion couldn't tell for now. Even if he was, his beyonder characteristic should have been taken. "That woman is formidable," a voice suddenly said beside Lumion. A gentleman had come from the side of the small square. He wore a half-high silk hat, a white shirt, a cashmere sweater, and a woolen suit jacket, with a bow tie and a cane in hand. He looked just over 30, with a thin face and gentle blue eyes, like a well-educated upper-class person. Of course, in Morora, there were no good people, only bad people and worse people. "Did you see their fight?" Lumion asked casually. The gentleman smiled. They initially wanted to borrow revolvers for a duel from the restaurant over there, but the waiter told them that there were too many duels today and all the guns were borrowed, leaving only 2 long swords. That woman was very skilled. This man blocked 3 strikes before being knocked down, having his hands and feet cut off, and his pants removed. So Vijpan wasn't likely a beyonder. Lumion shifted his gaze from the corpse to the gentleman and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The gentleman placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "You can call me Gusai or Count. I heard you killed Worms." "Worms, the thief," Lumion laughed. "He was struck by lightning, nothing to do with me. If I had killed him, the enforcers would have arrested me." Gusai smiled slightly. "There are ways to deceive the enforcers. So you've noticed their rigidity and procedural nature too?" Lumion thought for a few seconds before deciding to be honest. "Worms died because he wasn't lucky enough. The item he stole from me attracts lightning during rain." "Then you can't be blamed," Gusai said understandingly. He asked warmly, "How should I address you, and where are you staying now?" "Louis, staying at the Carnivore Bar," Lumion replied truthfully. Gusai nodded slightly. "Be wary of Bainar, the bar's owner and chef. He's dangerous and cannibalistic." Lumion smiled. "He's already dead." Gusai paused for a moment before smiling. "You're more interesting than I expected. I hope you bring long-lost vitality to Morora." Lumion didn't continue the topic, instead taking the opportunity to gather information. "In Morora, apart from Heraberg from the Church of Knowledge, who else should I watch out for?" Without hesitation, Gusai replied, "Wanak, the owner of Dade's agricultural company, has a monopoly on the grain supply from the surrounding farms to Morora. He had become an experimental subject but suddenly escaped and now behaves like a normal person. He is the most dangerous one in Morora. Can someone really return to normal after becoming an experimental subject? And the Church of Knowledge didn't do anything about Wanak leaving the experimental group? This is exactly what I need. Lumion thought to himself and nodded. Who is the second most dangerous person in Morora? Gusai's smile remained unchanged as he answered, They say it's me. Lumion wasn't surprised that Gusai indirectly referred to himself as the second most dangerous person in Morora. Instead, he smiled and asked, What have you done? What have you done in Morora? Gusai's smile faded as he spoke seriously. Organized uprisings. We're already in the city of exiles. Why should we still accept the rule of the Church of Knowledge? We should unite and drive them out of Morora. Then, we'll make our own rules and govern ourselves. Ignoring other factors, your words do make some sense. But the issue is, if we overthrow the Church's rule, why stay in Morora? Is this the influence of 0-01? The residents of Morora never consider leaving the city. Fortunately, I have a false angel rank and all sorts of random items, so I'm only somewhat reluctant to leave, not entirely devoid of such thoughts. Lumion first confirmed the abnormalities of Morora from Gusai's response, then understood why people considered Gusai the second most dangerous person in Morora. Uprisings were something the Church of Knowledge wouldn't allow, and given the information on 0-01, Gusai must have organized multiple uprisings and still hadn't been caught and added to the experimental subjects. This was enough to show that this gentlemanlike mature man was not simple. Seeing that Lewis wasn't scared by his words and didn't show obvious resistance, Gusai extended an invitation. Would you like to join our group? I'll think about it, Lumion replied with a smile. He really intended to consider it. This might be a way to approach 0-01 without becoming an experimental subject. He believed that this ragtag group, unable to resist the influence of 0-01, couldn't truly overthrow the Church's rule in Morora, but he needed chaos and opportunity. These exiles could die, and the Church of Knowledge personnel here seemed to be puppets. Gusai smiled in satisfaction. Being a prisoner in this open-air prison or becoming its ruler, being perpetually oppressed or pursuing freedom, it indeed requires careful consideration. With that, Gusai glanced at the other side of the small square and said, I must take my leave now. If you decide, hang a red cloth, the kind used to taunt bulls, at the door of the carnivore bar. With that, Gusai removed his hat, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed. Watching him walk into a nearby alley at a leisurely pace, Lumion saw a group of black-robed enforcers hurrying from the opposite side of the small square. Did you see Gusai just now? He looks like a gentleman with a hat, the leader asked Lumion. Lumion's smile widened, and he casually pointed to the alley Gusai had entered. Yes, he went that way. The enforcers stared at Lumion for a couple of seconds before continuing to pursue Gusai. Lumion raised his right hand, rubbed his chin, and murmured to himself, Gusai sensed the enforcer's arrival in advance. But I didn't. Is that why he's managed to organize multiple uprisings without being caught? Is it his ability, an item, or the special corruption from 0-01? Lumion didn't linger in the small square, bidding farewell to Vijpan's corpse, and continued towards the possible location of the abscessed hand's head. After turning into another street, he suddenly had a premonition and looked towards the edge of the city of Morora. The ground shook violently, earth and stones surged up, swallowing several buildings and forming a mountain about 10 meters high. At the mountain's peak, thick dust mixed with smoke erupted. Red lava flowed, emitting heat that Lumion could clearly feel even in the city center. At the same time, the screams of humans from that direction echoed far and wide. A volcanic eruption? Lumion was stunned. He had thought the volcanic eruptions described in the 0-01 information came from the surrounding mountains, not from within the city on flat ground. After a few seconds, the dust obscured the sky, plunging Morora back into darkness. Passers-by showed no extra reaction, merely covering their noses to block the dust, treating it as just another heavy rain. Lumion shook his head as he watched. In such living conditions, Gusai and his people hadn't thought of escaping, only planning to overthrow the Church's rule and replace it. No wonder this is a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Lumion, who restored himself at 6 every morning, remained unafraid of the dust and resumed his steps. He crossed the street and arrived at a square with multiple obelisks. In the dusty environment, he moved along the buildings around the square towards his destination. Suddenly, he felt a resonance, a connection from his special powers. Lumion quickly turned and looked at the classical building made of gray-white stones beside him. At the top hung a large sign with words written in Lemberg. Dade's agricultural company below the sign. Two glass windows suddenly opened, revealing a figure. The figure, wearing a thin white shirt with the top two buttons undone despite the cold winter, had hair like it was stained with fresh blood, iron-black eyes, and sharp facial features, exuding a fierce aura. No introduction was needed. Lumion identified the figure from the sign and the resonating aura. The most dangerous criminal in Morora. Former experimental subject Wanek. Did the resonance just now come from the direct corruption of 0-01? Did the law of convergence lead to this encounter? Did Wanek escape the status of an experimental subject because he completely submitted to 0-01? Is he now 0-01's proxy in Morora? This sealed artifact, despite lacking wisdom, instinctively seeks opportunities to break free from its seal. As Lumion's thoughts raced, the suspected Wanek suddenly transformed into a blazing white flame spear, filled with destructive energy, and flew at him. Lumion's figure instantly disappeared without reappearing. He directly teleported closer to the abscessed hand's head. In his ears echoed the taunting voice of the suspected Wanek. "Coward! Chicken!" Lumion snorted, not turning back to fight the man. "I'll first gather the abscessed hand's body." He feared the intense battle might lead to unforeseen events, making contact with 0-01 before he collected all the body parts, resulting in uncontrollable consequences. Moreover, the aura and the flame spear the suspected Wanek displayed suggested he might have a trace of godhood. Even if not truly Sequence 4, he had fundamentally differed from a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Demigods couldn't approach 0-01, but maybe pseudo-demigod proxies created by 0-01 weren't subject to this rule. Lumion looked ahead, finding himself in the boundless cemetery behind the Church of Knowledge, surrounded by gravestones and trees. Lumion was momentarily stunned, then felt it made sense. The bar owner Kumchef having half of the abscessed hand's body and using it was an anomaly. Normally, anyone, even a felon, encountering a rotting corpse split into multiple parts would first call the enforcers to clean up the scene. The enforcers would then bury the body in this cemetery as part of the seal. Of course, this was a normal assumption, excluding those with a penchant for corpses. Lumion moved forward, approaching the source of the subtle connection. During this, he remembered something. Madam Magician said dangerous things might happen once the abscessed hand's body is gathered. It's best to complete this step within the City of Exiles to offset the corresponding risks with the presence of 0-01. If I get the hand bro's head later, does that count as gathering the body? Will that cause dangerous events? Maybe I should wait a bit longer? Wait for dangerous and difficult-to-handle situations before teleporting back to gather Hand Bro's body to create unknown risks and muddy the waters? I can't face the dangers of the Hand Bro alone. Sharing is caring. Also, Madame Magician implied that the Hand Bro might break the seal and enter Morora once its body is gathered? Otherwise, how could it be considered complete? Normally, not even a messenger can be summoned, nor a contract creature. This might help me escape Morora. As Lumion pondered, he stopped at a recently filled pit without a tombstone. His contract mark told him a part of the abscessed hand's body was in this pit. Seeing the unusually fresh marks on the pit's surface, Lumion felt a tightness in his chest. He crouched down, extended his hands, and performed a directional blast. With the rumbling sound of explosions, he blew away a large amount of soil and unearthed a black wooden box from the bottom of the pit. Opening the box, Lumion saw a highly decomposed, blue-black, swollen ear and a folded white paper. Lumion unfolded the paper, seeing words written in incision. As expected, you want this rotten head. But unfortunately, I got it before you went to the carnivore bar and hid it. Maybe you can ask me for it. Albus Medici. Lumion admitted that he felt a bit provoked. However, it was still acceptable. If his guess was right, he and Albus would eventually cross paths again regarding 0-01. It was better for the abscessed hand's head to be in Albus's possession than lost or hidden by some unknown person. Lumion now regretted not acting against Albus at the carnivore bar. He had hesitated and wanted to use him. At that time, it was hard to predict that Albus had already obtained the abscessed hand's head. Silently, Lumion activated the black mark representing spirit world traversal, sensing the subtle connection between himself and the abscessed hand's body parts again. He intended to use this to find Albus. The feedback is all similar, no way to distinguish which is stronger, which might be hand bro's head. Did Albus do something to suppress the feedback? Or completely block it? Lumion slowly exhaled, taking the abscessed hand's ear from the black wooden box and placing it in his traveler's bag. He carefully examined the area around the grave, hoping to find clues to Albus's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Albus was also an experienced hunter, very adept at covering his tracks. Containing his emotions, Lumion turned back to the carnivore bar amidst the dust and clouds from the volcanic eruption. As he stepped through the door, Les, the human cook, who had found some wood to repair the shelves and bar counter, stopped working, hammer in hand, and turned to him. "I hired a waitress. You can decide on that yourself," Lumion said, uninterested in the bar's operation. He only cared about getting 3 meals and free lodging under the guise of being the boss. Les, ever diligent, added, "You know her, Julie, who came in with us. The collector?" Lumion almost choked on his own saliva. Why would a man hire such a collector as a waitress? Won't he feel a chill down there? Before Lumion could ask Les reasoning, Julie descended from upstairs. She had changed into a dark slit dress she found from somewhere, with her chest barely concealed under a thin veil. Her previously dirty face was now clean, and her long brown hair was simply tied up, her features clear in Lumion's eyes. Despite having been around 2 demonesses for a long time, Lumion found himself impressed. This female convict didn't look perverse or mad, with slender brown eyebrows and brown eyes that seemed to hold a gentle autumn water. Her skin delicate and white, her demeanor gentle and elegant, contrasting sharply with her enticing figure. She was a uniquely beautiful woman, exuding an allure beyond normal. Like a demoness, Lumion had to admit Julie's previous disguise with dirt and loose hair was quite effective. Another case of the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. Lumion sighed, responding to Julie's tender, affectionate gaze. "Why do you want to be a waitress at my bar?" "I need a job to support myself." Julie smiled gently, as if they were in some city instead of Morora. Lumion suddenly changed the topic. "Why do you like collecting that part of men?" Julie's gentle brown eyes suddenly showed an indescribable madness. She smiled and answered with a tone of longing, "I just want to reclaim what's mine." Another victim of the demoness sect? Now turned perpetrator. She must have transformed from a man to a woman like Franca, but unlike Franca, she had severe psychological issues, resulting in her abnormal hobby? Lumion guessed while confirming that Julie was likely a demoness, and not a low-level one, at least a sequence 6 demoness of pleasure. Lumion then murmured, "Your way of digesting pleasure is to rape men and then cut it off at the climax to make them experience the fall from heaven to hell? That fits the nature of a demoness of pleasure, but it's too direct and brutal, lacking the beauty of self-struggle. How did the Church of Knowledge send a demoness here as an ordinary rapist murderer? Was it intentional? Right, based on my current mysticism knowledge, each god's pathway top has 1 to 3 great beings holding all the sequence powers, like Mr. Fool, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the Great Mother, and the Mother Tree of Desire. From this perspective, the primordial demoness being adjacent to the hunter pathway trying to scheme 0-01 is understandable, perhaps inevitable. According to Madame Magician, 0-01 is the key to ascending to Red Priest and becoming the true god of the hunter pathway. In this case, once the demoness sect discovers Morora, they will definitely send witches below the demigod level to infiltrate here. Why didn't they send anyone before? waiting until Julie and I were exiled together. Perhaps the primordial demoness revelation told them only by following me could they enter Morora. Given I was specially sent by the Church of Knowledge without any checks? No, more likely, Julie isn't the first or even the second demoness to infiltrate Morora. The previous ones didn't complete their mission and gradually lost contact with the demoness sect. If that's true, the demonesses controlling the mirror world have it easier than me using the mirror cufflink and mirror mark to connect with the outside. Julie must have a lot of accumulated intelligence and plans. From her, I might find opportunities and ways to approach 0-01 and leave a mark. With these thoughts, Lumion smiled at Julie, who still had a hint of madness in her eyes. I don't care what you want to reclaim or why, but since you chose to be my bar's waitress, you must follow my rules. First, no harassing customers during business hours. Julie looked a bit aggrieved, but her eyes shone brightly, full of anticipation. What if they harass me? Les will throw them out. If they dare fight back, Les knows how to cook them and will leave you the parts you want, Lumion said casually. Or you can wait until the bar closes and find them yourself. Julie licked her lips. What's the second rule? No harassing the boss. Lumion headed for the stairs to the second floor. Les will discuss your pay. Julie seemed slightly disappointed. I wanted to see if what I lost is with you. Before Lumion could respond, she asked again, is it harassment if I invite you to view my collection? Not interested, Lumion replied curtly. He confirmed Julie's crimes weren't intentional to get exiled to Morora. She had a genuine hobby, looking gentle and beautiful but twisted and mad inside. After dark, Julie finished Les' meticulously prepared dinner and praised it. I've decided to seduce you last. Her seduction was lethal. Les seemed a bit disappointed but sincerely asked, if you're ever killed, can I have your body? Sure. Julie agreed nonchalantly, her movements graceful and smile reserved. She then looked at Lumion, blinking. Boss, the bar hasn't reopened. Can I go out tonight? That's your freedom. Lumion drank some wheat ale to suppress the sudden restlessness inside him. He was now sure Julie was a demoness of affliction, having just used charm on him. If she approached again, he planned to cull her without mercy. Only by intimidating this demoness of affliction with strength and ferocity could he keep her in check. Julie wiped her mouth with a white napkin, stood up, and left the carnivore bar. After a few seconds, Lumion vanished from the table. He first teleported, then turned into a shadow creature, silently following Julie. Julie walked elegantly, approaching a square where exiles gathered, feigning drunkenness. The exiles couldn't take their eyes off this demoness. A muscular man eagerly approached and chatted with Julie. Julie drunkenly waggled her finger. I want to duel you. Sure, the man said joyfully, helping Julie leave for his home. The other exiles didn't react in time, losing sight of the two. Lumion didn't lose track, hiding outside the man's window. He heard Julie's kitten-like moans, unlike the rough madness he imagined. With an ascetic's endurance, Lumion showed no abnormality until the man shouted loudly, nearing climax. The next second, a piercing scream of intense pain erupted from the room. Soon, Julie emerged, face flushed, eyes bright, her beauty overwhelming. She held a bloody object, freezing it in crystal-clear ice, placing it in a small bag. Lumion continued following Julie, who didn't attempt any counter-surveillance, arriving at the large square outside the Church of Knowledge. She seemed to be waiting for something. After a while, a team of black-robed enforcers emerged from the church, led by a tall, fair-skinned, restrained, beautiful woman. Julie's eyes lit up, her face glowing with joy. She approached the enforcers excitedly, shouting at the leader, Celeste. The tall woman in the black robe glanced at Julie indifferently, asking emotionlessly, Who are you? Julie's expression froze.